Mysteries of the Spiritual Universe. 1. Foreword. This book is addressed first of all to all those who have understood that this earthly life has a purpose, that our entire existence cannot be without meaning and significance. This book is primarily intended for those who have thought and meditated on their own lives, on their own experiences, and have understood, or at least glimpsed, that everything we live through, both our joys and especially our sufferings, has significance, sometimes full of resonance, with serious consequences that need to be understood and penetrated. Therefore, this book is addressed foremost to those who have known both the joys and the sufferings of those who have sought an answer to the great questions. We do not claim to call it a book of philosophy. But those who have understood the true mission of humanity will find in these lines an opportunity to enhance their ability to penetrate the mysteries that accompany the events and happenings of our own lives. In writing this book, we address especially those who have wept and suffered in their lives, those who, thirsting for justice, truth, and beauty, have borne the burden of pains and sighs. We address those thirsting for light, but especially those who have trembled upon knowing the drama of darkness. We address those who have penetrating eyes and see, those who have keen hearing and hear, those who have the power to distinguish light from darkness, falsehood from truth, courage from cowardice. We address those who have learned to suffer, to endure in silence, but especially those who did not endure but resisted, those who did not remain silent but shouted from the rooftops, confronting falsehood, cowardice, and injustice. Those who forgot themselves and, drawing the sword of the word of truth, brought the deserved response to darkness. We address, therefore, especially the courageous, the steadfast, those who do not waver in their beliefs, those who have understood the struggle and sacrifice for justice and truth. We address these lines also to those who bent over the microscope or immersed in the telescope, have made their research an opportunity for meditation, about a cell, a protozoan, about some planet or a star. We address all those who have seen two mysteries in birth and death. Which need to be deciphered and understood, as well as those who, throughout their lives, have understood that light and darkness are two distinct notions, two different worlds that have nothing in common. This book is not addressed to those who fight for high seats, selling their fellow humans, to the treacherous and cowardly who bow to those sitting in higher seats than theirs, while oppressing and exploiting those beneath them. This book will be of no use to those who have done nothing good for their fellow beings, for their neighbors, nor to those who, running only after enrichment, have had the motto, first for me, then again for me, and only for me. These lines will be of no use to those who, for 30 pieces of silver, have sold their conscience, to the proud and full of themselves, who believe themselves to be all-knowing. We do not address in these lines the hypocrites or impostors. We do not address the false shepherds, the hirelings, the wolves. We do not address the deformed ones who, having reached the height of vanity and self-love, nurture the unwavering belief that they see better than anyone else. Nothing and of no use will these lines be to the robbers of truth, traffickers of grace, false doctrinarians who, with clear intentions, mislead their fellow humans. They will not be able to understand either the purpose or the meaning of this work, those who cannot distinguish light from darkness, those who have eyes but do not see, those who have ears but do not hear. Goodness, truth, and beauty. This work is based on the studies and data obtained between 1964-1966, which were written in the book Research in the Afterlife. The research mentioned above was made possible thanks to the mediumship of Mother Veronica, a medium who possesses the rare ability to hear and see spirits while in a state of conscious trance. This form of conscious trance deviates from the general rule of mediums, who speak after entering a state of total unconscious trance and can rarely respond to questions. Thanks to conscious trance and clear vision, Veronica can distinguish spirits, easily determining their spiritual quality based on the brightness each spirit possesses. Thus, this work is compiled based on extensive research aimed at deciphering spiritual mysteries and verifying the data collected through the investigation of a significant number of spirits. Therefore, this work is primarily addressed to those who have read the book Research in the World Beyond, although it can also be read by those unfamiliar with the two volumes, as the work is carefully structured to be accessible to those already initiated into the issues of the spirit. In Chapter 1, we begin by explaining the differentiation between two types of matter. Positive matter, subject to primary elementary senses, and negative matter, invisible, which supports positive matter, making life possible, refers to the spiritual universe of lights, and positive refers to the matter from which our visible, physical, tangible universe is made. From here, we also have negative body, for the spirit, for the human soul, and positive body, for our material body. We then moved on to presenting the spirit as a factory of energy, and showed the close relationship between character traits and the coloration of the spirit, specifying the color correspondence of each spiritual structure type, in which both luminosity and the magnetic field specific to each individual play a highly expressive role. Next, we addressed the structure and spatial configuration of the negative spiritual universe, based on the account and drawing of Galileo Galilei, which is presented as an immense spiral inscribed in a cone, with the pinnacle being the Apollo, the city of divinity. The chapter on Opal is also the result of communications received from an Opalic spirit named Heravikal, who kindly provided us with real technical data with numerical content regarding the luminous and mensonic magnetic fields specific to each layer, as well as the characteristics of the spirits in the divine Pertutia and Opalikra Rama, the supreme governing body of Opal, and these data are not included in the two volumes of research, as they were provided by Heravikal during the summer of 1977. In October of that year, an unusual phenomenon for us occurred. Typically, all our sessions were the result of calls initiated by us. However, on October 20, 1977, a series of sessions began in which Veronica was informed by the spirits that they wished to communicate. Since the content of these sessions, unlike others, was due to great opalic spirits, we deemed it appropriate to include them in a chapter, preserving all the expositions faithfully. Their value is even greater as, for the first time, we learn how Earth is viewed from the perspective of those in Opal. But shortly after beginning, Veronica intervened, calling me to write down the words of the first opalic spirit on October 20th, 1977, which aligned perfectly, surpassing my intentions for this chapter. Chapter 3 contains a parallel between the dogmas of the Christian religion and the content of the first two chapters communicated to us, proving the clear alignment between the 2 points of view. I have tried to express myself as clearly as possible to make this work accessible to a broad range of readers. However, this work may help form a logical and rational conception of the mysteries hidden by our existence. Considering that what we have achieved is a step forward on the path to deciphering the mysteries of existence, As with any step forward into an unknown domain, it necessitates further research in a more extensive space, full of unknowns and questions. We hope that our efforts were not in vain, and that they will provide valuable material for the reader to reflect upon. It is certain that sooner or later, other researchers will continue the work we have begun. The spiritual universe is so vast that new data obtained by future researchers will always add to what we have managed to discover.
We have not formulated new dogmas.
However, we have formulated some laws and deciphered a series of phenomena that later will form the grand edifice of the laws that constitute the intelligible structure of this spiritual universe. This was our major intention, one we openly admit, to find the internal structure, the logic, and the reason for the existence of the spirit and the universe of which it is a part. 2. Part 1. The approach of the existence of a spiritual universe, separate from the material universe with which we are already familiar, is a complex issue. It aims to elucidate the meaning of our existence, and to answer and clarify all aspects of the numerous concepts formulated by the main religions, which have played a decisive role in the development of human thought. Those of Egypt, India, and Byzantium. Each religion had its own specific conception of life and existence, but what they had in common was immortality. Each religion had, so to speak, its own recipes, its specific way of portraying and conceiving the divine in multiple forms, and this mode of conceiving the divine had a dogmatic character, which could in no way be contradicted or changed. But it is no less true that no religion has remained an indestructible unity, as all have split into tens and even hundreds of sects. Why? Precisely because religions could not provide clear, coherent, and logical answers to all the questions that troubled humanity. This situation has worsened particularly in the last 2 centuries, when, along with the progress of science, scientific thought has developed extremely rapidly, and logic has deservedly assumed its rightful role. As a result, people with disciplined thinking no longer accept myths and dogmas literally. The person with a disciplined mind can no longer bow their head and submit to dogma. Through the discipline of their mind, they have earned the right to ask why, and they live with the necessity of having everything explained. The person with a disciplined mind, with a scientific background, looks at myth with reservations. They can no longer believe in myths, even though these myths are interesting and have their meaning. Myths have their value, and they are part of humanity's spiritual treasure, constituting major arguments for a religion. However, it is no less true that these myths have lost their millennial value as a source of belief, and have lost the power to provide certainties. Why? Because a person with a disciplined mind can only reach certainties through experience, through the investigation of the phenomenon, and through its logical explanation. Nevertheless, it is also true that when scientific thought began to emerge, the first thinkers were victims of dogmatic religion. From Giordano Bruno and Galileo onwards, the rift between religion and science began. I have placed the word religion in quotation marks because Christianity as a religion emerged after the 4th century, and Christian dogmas were formulated approximately 4 centuries after the coming of Christ. We do not deny that historical conditions created the necessity for a certain order in Christianity. We do not deny the need for those ecumenical councils that sought to establish a unity of thought and consensus. However, it is regrettable that the 4 Gospels were considered as being all that Christ had to say. It was believed that revelation had ended, that nothing more could be said beyond what was written in the Gospels, and therefore any research or attempt to clarify new issues was not only unnecessary, but also forbidden. They overlooked the fact that Christ himself said, "I have much more to say to you, more than you can now bear." Through this quote, Christ shows that he was aware of people's inability to understand the mysteries of existence, and that they lacked the necessary concepts to explain all matters related to the existence of the soul. They did not evolve enough to ask various questions and seek answers. Today, when humans think entirely differently than they did 2,000 years ago, it is only natural for people to ask questions and seek answers. I have spoken to you of earthly things, and you do not believe. How then will you believe if I speak of heavenly things? Christ rightly said, "For indeed, heavenly things," meaning the spiritual universe we deal with in this work, is a complex issue that could not be explained 2,000 years ago. For example, the concept of reincarnation. When Christ says that John the Baptist is the same person as the prophet Elijah who lived before, he adds, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear," and ends the discussion, aware that those around him could not understand. I have previously mentioned that a person with a scientific background needs evidence, clear data, logical explanations based on systematic research and experiments. The issues we address in this work and the theory we have formulated are not fantasies, but are based on research I conducted over several years with my good friend Veronica. She has the ability to act as a bio-cybernetic contact device of exceptional clarity. I married her precisely so that I could conduct systematic research in complete safety and freedom. It is not the subject of this work to explain what mediumship is. Those interested can find sufficient material from various authors. I want to clarify, however, that Veronica possesses a complex form of mediumship. She sees in colors, and even more rare, has a perfect screen, allowing her to see astral entities from a distance, meaning the entity did not need to come to us, but was visible from afar, exactly like on a television screen. In this way, we were able to communicate with 154 astral entities, and the dialogues, which I fully stenographed, were transcribed into a work entitled Research in the Afterlife, consisting of 2 volumes. Therefore, the present work, Mysteries of the Spiritual Universe, is based on research and interviews with various entities at different stages of evolution, with whom we communicated, dialogued, and received answers to our questions. The information obtained through the research forms the basis of this work. However, the material obtained was not enough to write the present work. I entered into telepathic dialogue with an opaque entity, who initiated me into the logical system on which the existence of the spiritual universe is based, answering all my questions and revealing numerous details regarding the order that governs this spiritual universe. Therefore, I regret, dear reader, that in the chapter about Opal, I will say very little. We are in the 20th century, but we are still far from being able to understand the way of life in spiritual worlds far more evolved than the realm of earthly spirits. I should mention that for assurance, I verified the authenticity of the H entity, both through Veronica, who confirmed that his name was Hiruvicli, and through my good friend János, presented in the autobiographical book of Father Teofilakt Vasi, In Search of Meaning. János Hegedűs, an exceptional medium, was part of the spirit of St. John the Evangelist, incarnated on earth, who came as the forerunner of our Lord Jesus Christ. But perhaps the most important thing the entity H communicated to us was the theory of Alueta, through which the genesis and evolution of a spirit are explained. He, a divine spirit from the divine world of Opal, clearly and unequivocally stated that it was not God who created the visible and invisible world, nor did God make the animal and plant world, the sun or the stars. Everything and everyone were born and evolved according to the work and effort exerted. This means that not only humanity and the surrounding nature had a beginning, but even God and the entire opalic world had a beginning. If anything has existed and continues to exist eternally, it is the laws. They are what govern life and existence. They cannot be created or destroyed. Even the divine world is governed by laws, and the entire spiritual universe exists and endures thanks to these laws. Thus, an important dogma crumbles, the one of a God who created the visible and invisible worlds, a belief that Christianity has been nourished by for centuries. At first glance, one might say this diminishes the divine's aura. In reality, however, it marks a significant leap in knowledge because we no longer hold God responsible for all the tragedies the earth has experienced. awakening us to the consciousness of our own responsibility for ourselves. For it is not God who is responsible for our destiny, but we, and only we, are the creators of our own destiny.
We and only we are responsible for our actions. If there is stupidity or genius, it is not God who created them.
However, this should not be interpreted as implying that God is completely absent from our lives. There are two distinct concepts here, the biological realm and the mental realm. Two realms, two universes. God does not interfere in the biological realm. The biological universe exists entirely independently of divinity. The mental realm, however, our thinking universe, is receptive to divinity. Apple, the divine world, has no involvement with the biological world on Earth. The Earth, or any planet, with all that exists on it, has its own independent existence, living according to the universal laws. Divinity can only be intercepted through the mental. In this sense, divinity influences, stimulates, creates, and guides. Divinity is a world of great entities, the oldest and most evolved in the entire universe, which intervene in the evolution of lower worlds to help and stimulate them. In this sense, it can be said that everything that has been achieved on Earth, religion, culture, and science, is due to divinity and its emissaries. Our research has amply demonstrated this. The research clearly shows that divinity does not reward or punish humans for their actions. Instead, each person after death enters the spiritual universe at the level of their evolutionary stage, whether it be a zone of light, neutrality, or darkness. If things are this way, it means that divinity does not in essence need temples, churches, hymns, praises, and worship. Divinity does not need all of these. We, the people on earth, do. Biologically, we are perfect, but mentally, we are ignorant. In our case, it's a terrible confusion, not knowing what is alpha, nor what is omega. Returning to the demands of modern man. With a strictly scientific background, an essential question arises, especially if this person is entirely unfamiliar with the history of religions, namely, whether the spirit exists or not, and consequently, whether eternity, immortality, exists or not. To be honest, this work is not addressed to individuals, even scientists, who are not convinced of the existence of the spirit. Nonetheless, we fulfill our duty and recommend consulting the works and experiments of the great physicist Sir William Crookes, Professor Dr. Charles Richet, and Dr. Raymond Moody, among others, as these are just a few examples of the numerous experiments conducted and led by scientists. This work presents some new concepts and phenomena that have not been discussed before. We have presented them to the best of our understanding and ability. We are far from thinking that the content of this work represents ultimate and definitive communications. The theory and mysteries of the spiritual universe will remain open issues for other researchers who may decipher many chapters that we could not approach, either due to a lack of data or the impossibility of expressing them. Through this work, we do not intend to create a new religion or any sect. Our intention is to scientifically approach the issue of the spirit, to decipher the order that underlies the spiritual universe. 3. Chapter I, Introduction. Everything moves. Everything and everyone acts. Everything and everyone evolves over time and transforms. From the beginning, we must establish a strict demarcation between what is matter and what is life. Between matter, which we call matter, and what we call life, there are clear and distinct differences, although matter also has its specific life. Or rather, matter also has its own specific mode of existence, when we think of atoms and nuclear activity. In this work, we present the spiritual universe, the unseen spiritual world, as it was presented to us over the years by various superior spirits. The task of presenting these communications is particularly difficult when the ideas must be translated and interpreted according to the current scientific language, to which we felt the need to introduce new terms and concepts, or to reuse existing terms but with a different meaning. penetrating the world of spirits, understanding their organization on different levels of energies and lights, coming into contact with the laws that govern this world, and the extraordinary phenomena that occur in this unimaginably vast world of spirits. Returning to the level of our material world seems almost impossible to describe in our earthly language. The unbelievable complexity of the phenomena that take place in the high celestial realms, on the levels of energies where life unfolds at the level of the sublime. An unexpected world was revealed to us, unimaginable ever by an earthly mind, or even if someone imagined it. It was considered a game of imagination and fantasy, and the people of Earth have always disdained and denigrated this game of imagination, which, without its meaning being deciphered, was despised and not taken seriously. Personally, as an architect, a person formed by mathematical and artistic thinking, fixed by the clear lines of geometry and perspective, but liberated in thought to make room for imagination, which is so necessary for the act of creation. As an architect, I say, I was accustomed to combining the rigid forms of concrete with the music of forms and spaces, which I had to materialize in my projects. I confess to the reader that since the day I became acquainted with the spatial structure of the spiritual universe, since the day I learned about the 9 levels of energy and light of evolved superior spirits and the advanced and far more evolved planets compared to ours, 12 years have passed since then, during which time the real coordinates of our earthly existence began to crystallize in my mind. The reality of the coordinates and configuration of our earthly thinking is sad. We have rigid thinking systems. We are far away. Oh, so far from being able to understand the harmony of the worlds above us, precisely because of a cursed backwardness in which we remain stuck. Precisely due to the inferior stage we are at from a spiritual standpoint, from the way we conceive the world around us, the world in which we live, with its meanings, which are still unknown. Yes, in our spiritual and philosophical backwardness, in our rudimentary thinking systems, we have failed to decipher the meaning of existence. We have not succeeded in providing clear and precise answers to the great philosophical questions. Where do we come from, and where do we going? Where have we come from? For what purpose? And ultimately, what are we striving for, and where are we heading? What is the purpose? What is the meaning of our life and existence? Why do some people have aspirations towards beauty, towards what is harmonious, towards what is perfect and sacred? Why these aspirations? Why these longings for good, for truth, for beauty? Unseen spiritual world. Why? Why is this the case? For many reasons. It is the most spiritually degraded planet, also due to the heterogeneity of the spirits that populate it. The population of Earth is highly heterogeneous, comprising both evolved spirits, in a rather small number, but especially a very large range of more or less deformed characters, often tending towards the most unexpected caricatures of perfidy, cunning, selfishness, and malice. But the most troubling aspect of today's modern world is the atrophy of the sixth sense, the sense of the sacred, of perfection, of beauty, in a world that chases after luxury and comfort. However dramatic the situation may be in which Earth finds itself, this crisis through which it passes will be resolved over time. Man, with his inexhaustible potential, will overcome his spiritual opacity. And through intuition and effort, we hope, he will make up for the handicap that separates him from a world of harmony, of understanding, of philosophical insight, a world where values and their hierarchy are strictly respected. 4. Positive matter. As mentioned earlier, we must draw a strict distinction between matter and life. From the start, it is important to establish as precise a terminology as possible. Therefore, we will first define the term stagnant matter. By stagnant matter, we refer to all elements in nature, as well as the substances of inorganic chemistry, meaning the elementary matter with its primary substances that exist outside of what we call life. Without microorganisms, without the plant kingdom, without the animal kingdom, without humans, it would be a kind of dead planet, made up of dead matter, completely devoid of life, where only the slow movements of the Earth's crust would occur, tectonic movements, volcanic eruptions, as well as the full range of meteorological phenomena. Winds, storms, rains, fogs, snowfalls, blizzards, lightning, thunderstorms, etc. The planet would continue its rotation and revolution. Day and night would persist, light and darkness, solar, stellar, and cosmic radiations, and all physical phenomena related to the composition and structure of the atmospheric layers would endure. The laws of universal attraction would remain, as would the large magnetic fields of the planets and stars, etc. I emphasize and repeat, I said, let us imagine such a dead planet, just as our satellite, the Moon, was found to be. On such a dead planet, there would be no birth, no death, no multiplication, no procreation. None of the phenomena characteristic of living matter would exist. In this case, we call this lifeless matter not dead, but stagnant matter, because such matter would consist solely of the elements in Mendeleev's table, of minerals and chemical compounds. We recognize and all know that dead matter does not exist, because even this matter has its own existence related to the activity of atoms and atomic nuclei. We know that in its intimacy, matter has its own life, but we do not call it life, we call it nuclear activity. Therefore, what we call stagnant matter, we refer to it with the understanding that this matter has its own mode of existence. Thanks to certain phenomena that constitute the intimate activity of atoms, which themselves live in a continuous nuclear activity, specific to each nucleus according to the energy level it holds. But what, after all, is matter? Although many answers have been given and many formulations attempted, matter has been and will remain a mystery that we accept as such. Here lies the meaning of evolution, which is the accumulation of energy. Here, we want to emphasize the distinction between stagnant matter and the matter of living beings. We wish to highlight the fact that living matter, in other words, living beings, regardless of their level, whether simple or complex, accumulate not only the laws of conservation and the exchange of energy, but also the law of evolution. Stagnant matter is a type of matter that was once in a much more active state, but has fallen, becoming solid, rigid, and heavy, exercising exclusively strong forces of attraction between atoms. Thus, we conclude that stagnant matter is fallen, inferior matter. This stagnant matter will be referred to as positive matter. 5. The spirit, a factory of energy. Everything we call life, from protozoa and microorganisms, from all species of plants within the entire plant kingdom, from all species and branches of the animal kingdom up to and including humans. All live and exist thanks to spirit, thanks to another body made of matter, which is the true self, our true person, the result of a millennial evolution, indestructible, immortal. The spirit, the spiritual body, is not a vapor,
an abstraction, something mysterious beyond our understanding. The spiritual body is a living reality, made of solid matter, but with specific characteristics and properties. The matter from which the spiritual body is made is an organic whole, unified, indestructible, and inalienable. The spirit is not a principle, an idea, an essence, or some incorporeal breath, a supra-intelligible element. It is the fundamental and eternal reality of life, its primary and final cause. The spirit explains the miracle of the fetus's evolution in the womb, the birth of an organism, and the fantastic, astounding complexity of this organism. Gestation is, in essence, the materialization of a spiritual body that already exists prior to birth. Does this contradict science? Not at all. On the contrary, it fully confirms its fundamental laws. Firstly, the law of conservation, and not only does it confirm it, but it extends and elevates it to the rank of a supreme law, giving it its real amplitude, linking it in a real, firm and indissoluble way to the stage of evolution, for its millennial existence is justified by an unshakable logic, the gradual evolution of organisms from a primary stage to increasingly complex forms, from a simple cell to an organism. The idea that one organism could create another organism as if by some kind of electronic mechanism, as if a bizarre brain could command another organism generated through some miraculous process thanks to DNA or RNA, is absurd. We do not deny the importance of the genetic code, DNA or RNA. The code exists, genes are a reality, but we should not turn them into magical sources that generate life. They are nothing more than the first bridges through which a spirit begins the complicated process of materialization, or incarnation. However, a human being is not only a biological entity. They are not just an organism, they are also a character with qualities and defects, either mentally challenged or a genius. Personality, character, intellectual and spiritual values all belong to the spirit, and they emerge gradually as the child grows, and fully manifests as they mature. It is natural, then, that since birth is not a genesis, neither should death be considered disappearance. The phenomenon of death is an appearance of the positive world in which we live. The spirit leaves its temporary dwelling, the positive body, which is tired, worn out, aged. Why? Precisely because positive matter is an inferior matter that degrades over time and cannot keep up with the extended activity of the spiritual matter. Thus, the spirit, no longer feeling in its element, hindered by some organic malfunction, is forced to save itself, and, with or without regrets, leaves the positive body, returning to the spiritual universe from which it came, re-entering the level to which it belongs. The spirit, therefore, is also material, but it is a spiritual, indestructible material in eternal evolution. What we see as different forms of life, whether animal or plant, all exist and live thanks to the spirit, which makes birth and death possible. The spirit is made up not of atoms, but of cells that form an entity, a living, complex formation with a limited degree of autonomy, integrated into the structure of an organ. The totality of organs forms an organism, and each organism forms a living being. The matter from which the spirit is composed will be called negative matter. The human spirit will be called the negative body, or spiritual body, while the body made of positive matter will be called the positive body, or earthly body. Just as we have seen that positive, visible matter has a corresponding negative matter, so too does the visible positive universe have a corresponding negative, invisible, spiritual universe. We know our positive universe, our solar system, as well as other stellar and astral formations. We are aware of the existence of our galaxy, which contains other planetary systems, and other forms of stellar existence, such as nebulae, quasars, asteroids, giant stars, etc. We understand the laws that govern our solar system, and we observe the phenomena occurring in other celestial bodies, deciphering the laws that underpin them. Not only that, but we also understand the laws and order that exist within the positive matter itself. In this regard, we have an exceptional periodic system of elements, Mendeleev's table, which illustrates the order and discipline underlying positive matter, a discipline we find throughout the entire positive universe. The question arises, what is the mode of existence of the negative spiritual universe? Yes, the negative spiritual universe shares a common feature with the positive universe, the laws. This is the essential factor that makes it possible to understand this negative spiritual universe. This negative spiritual universe is also part of the great phenomenon of universal harmony, because in the negative spiritual universe, there is also strict and absolute order and discipline governed by laws. The spirit constitutes the foundation and basis of life, its primary, final, and effective cause. Thus, positive matter exists because negative matter exists. A blade of grass in the positive universe exists because there is a corresponding negative spiritual blade of grass. A rose exists in the positive world because it is sustained by a corresponding negative spirit of the rose. This principle holds for all living things. The spirit neither appears nor disappears. It is preserved and maintained, being above birth and death. Birth and death do not exist. There are only materializations and incarnations. Negative matter, the spirit, takes on physical form, impregnating itself with positive matter, creating a harmonious whole, an equilibrium through the unification and collaboration of the positive and the negative. The spirit is eternal, living matter that knows neither destruction nor degradation, nor disintegration. The spirit is that matter to which not only the law of conservation applies, but also the law of eternal evolution, which knows no stagnation or halt, but instead develops endlessly in time and space. From the atom to the human spirit. The entire range of atoms and the entire universe, with all the beings living in it, exist thanks to the phenomenon of emission and absorption of energy, which holds the value of a primordial, fundamental law of existence. According to this phenomenon law, every being, every atom, every living entity, and every spirit lives, exists, and moves through the continuous emission and absorption of energy. This phenomenon law of emission and absorption is what enables every element, every atom, every living being, and every spirit to generate a magnetic field with the function of attracting or repelling other neighboring subjects. Thus, linked to the law of emission and absorption is the law of attraction and repulsion, which occurs due to the difference in frequencies. In the negative spiritual universe, the matter from which it is composed is in a state of full evolution, and all forms of life are on an ascending curve in terms of energy accumulation. Within this law of evolution, it should be mentioned that from a biological perspective, the human body has stopped evolving, having reached a complex, balanced organism after millennia of evolution. Biological evolution has a limit, an end point, a finality. What remains to evolve is intellect, the mental activity. In this domain, humans have their own evolution that is open to eternity, with the goal of reaching a state of higher being, a small god, transcending human existence to become a superhuman, a god, by traversing the stages of the mental. The question arises, if biological evolution reaches certain limits and ceases, and if the mental evolution eventually attains the divine stage, is it possible for evolution itself to come to a halt at some point? The answer is affirmative, yes. At some point, after centuries and millennia of progress and evolution, it will stop. When? Here is a critical response. It will happen when the law of karma ceases to operate. What is the law of karma or karma? According to this law, humans are compelled to live a dual existence, alternating between Earth and the spiritual universe. Thus, when birth and death cease, when humans surpass the normality of today's existence, which chains them to carnal and material pleasures, And when they adopt a new way of being, dying to their illusions, and instead striving to cultivate their higher mental faculties, and then go on to conquer the supreme mental, humans will transcend the 3 stages of spiritual evolution:
purification, nobility, and transfiguration.
Only then will they exit the cycles of reincarnation, leave Earth behind, and remain permanently in the level of the spiritual universe to which they belong.
The Earth, our planetary system, is in decline.
It is known that scientists predict an eventual end, an exhaustion of Earth's energy, as well as that of other planets, and even the slow extinguishment of the sun.
However, the spiritual universe, composed of superior, active, and eternal substance, will endure for eternity. Only the spiritual universe, composed of negative matter, is eternal and will never extinguish, instead entering the state of eternal rest. Until that time, the law of effort will prevail. According to the law of effort, it is impossible for the mental to evolve on its own. This fact is of extreme importance. Mental evolution, the attainment of the higher mental, requires effort and strenuous endeavor. As Christ said, "The kingdom of heaven belongs to those who strive, and only those who exert effort will reach it." And in another instance he said, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." This is a simple, concise expression. The higher mental is within us, and we must cultivate it through effort. Through systematic striving, we can achieve it. All the stages mentioned above, purification, nobility, and especially transfiguration, each require intense effort. Laziness and complacency block evolution, for becoming a god means aligning oneself with the law of energy accumulation through work, effort, and eternal activity, closely tied to the first law of evolution. This law of energy accumulation finds its perfect manifestation both in solar systems and at the atomic level. In the realm of positive matter, exemplified by the periodic table of elements created by Mendeleev, one of the most brilliant scientific discoveries. In this periodic table, each atom has a specific mass and a specific number of electrons, each atom occupying a specific position in a box that represents its energy level, the energetic stage at which the atom exists. We could say, without being mistaken, that this periodic table is a hierarchy of accumulated energy. The same is true for the negative spiritual universe, which is also a hierarchy of accumulated energies that have reached the point of emitting light. It is worth mentioning that in the Orthodox tradition, there was a saintly figure who, having been initiated by a superior entity, wrote a work called The Celestial Hierarchy. This enlightened saint was named Dionysius the Areopagite. We recommend this book to the reader, along with another work titled The Divine Names, as we are in full agreement with its fundamental ideas, particularly the notion that the differentiation between levels is based on the intensity of the energy emitted by the spirit, as well as by each group of spirits. This energy differentiation leads to the spatial arrangement of different worlds in the spiritual universe. This spatial order is the result of the law of the hierarchy of energy and light levels. According to this law, the negative spiritual universe is judiciously ordered and organized in space, with levels arranged vertically, like a pyramid, with the top being the opal, the world of divine perfection, the source of meaning for the entire spiritual universe. The worlds of the negative spiritual universe are divided into several levels of energy and light, consisting of 3 distinct zones, all located between the 2 cardinal points of the spiritual universe. The law of hierarchy, in relation to energy and light, dictates that the spiritual universe is arranged into various levels, where the worlds of different energies and light occupy specific zones, corresponding to their place in this grand structure. The differentiation in energy levels determines where each spirit or world is located within this spatial arrangement. The question arises, what is the cause of these numerous levels and the hierarchy of energies and light in the negative spiritual universe? The answer is clear. 2 factors are at play.
The first is age. The higher spiritual levels appeared earlier in the spiritual universe, before the lower ones. The second factor is effort. The brightest, most energy-filled spirits are those who work the hardest. The less luminous, dimmer spirits were lazier or more complacent. Thus, this hierarchy has been created by both the age of the spirit and its level of effort. At its core, the hierarchy is determined by the mental evolution of the spirits. The higher spirits are those who have achieved the highest mental state, while the lower spirits remain at the lower levels. The law of conservation. In light of the law of conservation, this hierarchy is eternal. That is, the differences in light and energy will persist forever, because under the law of evolution, each level is constantly evolving, continually accumulating more energy and light. As a result, in the lower levels, these differences will persist eternally and cannot be erased. Therefore, the spiritual universe currently takes the form of a tree, and this structure will be preserved for eternity. Finally, the 10th and last law addresses the mode of life for those spirits who have achieved the supreme mental. In other words, it applies only to those in the highest levels of the spiritual universe. This is called the law of oscillatory equilibrium, according to which spirits who have attained the supreme mental, meaning those who have reached the end of mental evolution, enter a state known as nirvana, which encompasses 4 modes of being. Those who have reached the peak of mental evolution experience something unknown to earthly beings, a type of rest that involves 4 distinct modes of existence, including creation, contemplation, ecstasy, and others. Nirvana, although described as eternal rest, is actually the ultimate form of activity. There is no point in attempting to explain this further, as it cannot be fully understood by those who have not entered nirvana. Only those who have experienced nirvana can grasp this final law, the law of oscillatory equilibrium. Recap of the laws. The law of emission and absorption. 2. The law of attraction. The law of repulsion. The law of evolution. The law of karma. Number 6. The law of effort. 7. The law of energy accumulation. 8. The law of spatial hierarchy. 9. The law of conservation. 10. The law of oscillatory equilibrium. 7. Spirits, colors, and luminosity. Human spirits, while incarnated and integrated into the natural world, do not appear to differ much from one another, because at the level of positive matter, their colors and luminosity are not perceived. However, these aspects are essential distinctions between them as spirits. Let me explain. In the entire animal and plant kingdom, there is a perfect identity between the negative spirit and the positive incarnated spirit, meaning there is a complete correspondence between the forms and colors of bodies in the negative realm and those in the positive realm. For example, a blade of grass is green in the negative and also green in the positive. A red rose in the positive is also red in the negative. A black horse in the positive world has the same black color in the negative realm. Its spirit is also black. However, for humans, things are quite different. If we look around us, we see people who seem identical, distinguished only by their clothing. But when viewed in the negative realm, spirits appear entirely different, each with its own specific spiritual colors, each with its distinct luminosity. These differences in the coloration and luminosity of human spirits are due to the fact that every spirit is a factory producing energy, and each factory produces energy specific to its spiritual level. The question arises, what generates the color of a spirit, and what causes the differing luminosity of spirits? The answer is clear. The color of a spirit is determined by the character of the individual. Each type of person, each character structure, has a precise correspondence with a specific color. Every characteristic trait corresponds exactly, mathematically, to a specific color. For example, prideful people have their color. Thieves and swindlers have their own color, and hypocrites and pretenders have theirs, and so on.
The luminosity of a color,
meaning the degree to which a color is darker or lighter.
or the fact that gray, for example, can be dark in some and lighter in others, even radiating some light, is due to the intensity of the individual's activity within the scope of that particular color.
For example, let's take thievery. The color specific to thievery is brown.
When a person commits a theft for the first time, a brown spot appears on the chest of their spirit.
The size of this spot can vary from the size of a palm to the size of a coin, depending on the gravity or the extent of the theft. This brown spot grows with repeated acts of theft, and after 5 or 6 instances, when theft becomes a habit, the brown spot extends, eventually covering the entire chest of the spirit. But even thieves differ from one another. Pickpockets or small-time thieves will have a light brown color. Thieves who rob openly or commit larger thefts will have darker brown, while professional robbers and gangsters will have a brown color that tends toward black. The same applies to other colors: red for murder, sepia for hypocrisy and falsehood, blue for lust, violet for sexual perversions, green for black magic, and yellow for pride. Most inferior spirits, because they possess characteristics of distorted personalities, typically display a combination of 2 or 3 colors, or have a dominant color along with stripes or patches. Each spirit illustrates the aspect and structure of its character. As the colors darken in intensity, they tend toward black, which represents malice that increasingly approximates diabolism. As colors darken, they reflect greater selfishness and an increased thirst for wealth and domination. On Earth, spirits with darker colors have the best chances to dominate, to rise to power. They often possess an insatiable hunger for grandeur, honors, and wealth, exploiting others through dishonest methods and resorting to the most perfidious and brazen strategies. These spirits frequently become fierce dictators who oppress and terrorize others, embodying the most severe form of evil, the lust for power. Each spirit operates in accordance with its character, and the coloration and luminosity of a spirit is the direct result of this activity. The brain is the primary factor responsible for the nature of the activity each individual carries out. The color gray, whether dark gray or semi-dark gray, represents honesty and integrity, but without spiritual depth. That is, a spirit with a dark or semi-dark gray color lacks spiritual aspirations. They are indifferent to harmony, beauty, and religion, and are devoid of the so-called sixth sense, the sense of the sacred. It is only when the gray shifts to semi-light gray or light gray that we see the presence of the sixth sense, a sense of the sacred, beauty, and harmony. In general, light gray and even semi-light gray indicate those who are inclined to help others and are sensitive to beauty. The luminosity of gray already means a lot for an earthly spirit, as it signifies the firm beginning of the manifestation of inner activity. It is the sign that indicates the spirit's entry onto the path of meditation and contemplation. It signifies the presence of a strong religious sense in the human spirit, with the luminosity of gray, specifically light gray, indicating the early manifestation of the sense of the sacred, beauty, and harmony. Even if these spirits are not religious, the main characteristic is love and the helping of others in various and multiple forms. The luminosity of light gray, as a dominant background color, implies the appearance of a white color, a transitional phase toward white. The transition to white is slow and involves many great efforts. White also has various shades: ivory white, matte white, and pure white. Ivory white is the shade that immediately follows gray, a necessary shade without which pure white cannot be reached, and pure white represents the first level of the perfected ones. Only pure white represents the true higher transition for a person, allowing them to enter the realms of universal harmony. Pure white represents the achievement of final spiritual balance, the realization of integral harmony, and a suitable relationship between reason and spirituality. White represents the most intense form of spiritual activity, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the most harmonious form of character. To put it more accurately, we will reverse the statement and say, a harmonious character is expressed through the color white. The intensity of activity on the background of white is expressed in turn through luminosity. And pure white by increasing the activity in the energy factory of the spirit can evolve into bright white, shining white, radiant white, and so on, up to the extreme luminosities of divine spirits, which earthly mediumship cannot perceive, as the light of opalic spirits is blinding. White is the color of those who have a well-developed sense of the sacred, harmony, and beauty. It is the color of all those sensitive to the sacred and beautiful. White is the color of those who, throughout their lives, did not care for themselves, but fought for the cause of goodness, truth, justice, and beauty. White is the color of those who dedicated their lives to serving a cause, forgetting themselves. White is the color of researchers, scientists, and discoverers who dedicated their lives to study and the service of science. White is the color of all creators of sound, form, and color, who devoted their lives to creation and truly created. White is the color of martyrs for faith, science, justice, truth, and art, from all nations and all times. White is the color of great anchorites and hermits, who, unable to find themselves in their fellow humans, chose solitude and reflection. White is, finally, the color of contemplatives, those who experienced ecstasy in the face of holiness, harmony of laws and phenomena, those who thirst for the ecstasy of music. We conclude, therefore, color is the expression of character. Luminosity is the expression of the intensity of the spirit's activity. The spirit, the human energy factory, has the ability, through work and effort, to improve its color and transition from gray to white, and from white to ascend to increasingly greater luminosities. White represents the color of cerebral activity with emissions of vibrations of the highest frequency. Creation is the highest form of giving and altruism, which is why cerebral centers emit radiation of high frequency and various amplitudes, resulting in different luminosities. The more intense the activity, the greater the amplitude of the radiation, and the greater the amplitude, the higher the luminosity. The zones of the spiritual universe. Negative. According to the third law of the hierarchy of spirits, depending on the energy and luminosity of each one, the negative spiritual universe, which takes the shape of a cone, consists Depending on the energy and luminosity of each one, the negative spiritual universe, which takes the shape of a cone, consists of numerous levels of energy and light, these levels being hierarchically arranged in space between the two poles. 2. Nadir pole, the pole of darkness, of black energies, of chaos, of hatred and selfishness, the pole of cold, Luciferian reason. Between these diametrically opposed poles lies the hierarchy of energies, lights, and colors, clearly distinguishing three major zones. A. Zone of light. B. Neutral zone. C. Zone of darkness. We cannot discuss the characteristics of the radiations emitted by each spirit from each level without having a point of reference. We cannot speak of the waves and vibrations emitted by each spirit on different levels of energy if we do not have a coordinating criterion that indicates the degree and height of a spirit, and especially the evolutionary stage of each spirit, from whatever level it might be. The positive universe appeared far too late in the grand history of evolutions to find something suitable. Moving further into the negative universe, we cannot stop at the human form either, because man, especially the earthly spirit bound to this planet, is too incomplete, too unfinished to serve as a coordinating criterion. We are left with only one solution: to appeal to the image of perfection, to the outline of a perfect being, And this perfect being, this image of perfection, can only be found in Apal, the city of lights. How, someone might ask, how dare we present the image of a being from the city of light?
And yet, we dare to suggest the outline of such an opalic being.
As we were also shown and presented with two schemes, when read separately and then mentally overlaid, together they managed to define briefly, schematically, but essentially, what we earthlings could somewhat understand about what is called an opalitic being. This coordinating criterion was also given to us by entity H, so we merely reproduce the scale of spiritual evolution, which is nothing other than the evolution of the mind, i.e. intellect on different levels of evolution.
We mentioned that this schema na, 1 is known to all higher levels, as well as to all inhabited planets. So we draw the reader's attention to the fact that the scheme is a novelty for Earth and will gradually be adopted by all those who remain after the so-called final judgment. That is, by all thinkers who will constitute a new world, a single valid philosophical system. When we spoke about the law of evolution, we said that from a biological point of view, evolution also has an end, a final stage, and that it is the intellect, the psychomental activity, that continues to evolve.
The presented scheme explains precisely the 3 stages, the 3 levels of mental evolution.
Supreme, superior, and inferior state of mind. The first level is called by the evolved worlds the lower mind. This level is specific to Earth, and actually represents the level of normal people.
However, this normality is an inferior stage, because in overwhelming numbers, people think horizontally, and very few meditate.
Normal people do reason, this is true, but their reasoning is strictly tied to the information received by the 5 external senses.
Now, the chaining of thought to the external senses is equivalent to what the Indians called Maya.
The illusory world, because a life bound to the senses has pleasure as its ideal, that is, the satisfaction related to material goods and bodily pleasures. This, in turn, leads to what the Indians also called avidya, meaning ignorance, obscurantism, and the stagnation of the mind in a zone from which it cannot access the essences, that is, the world of spiritual values. Access to the higher zone of the mind can only be achieved through contemplation.
But contemplation, which prepares the ecstatic phase, cannot be prepared or achieved without meditation.
To read and to study without meditating on values and essences is equivalent to remaining frozen in ignorance. The evolution of the mind is the eternal evolution in knowledge. The energy and light of the higher levels in the spiritual universe are the fruits of knowledge.
God Himself, the Father of lights, is the supreme pinnacle of those who see, of those who know. Let us return to our diagram.
The higher mind is marked by the level of contemplation. Only the one who has accumulated a rich material through information, study, and research can contemplate. Only the one who has continuously meditated in parallel with study and research can contemplate. Only the one who has meditated intensely and deeply, who has thoroughly explored what was studied and researched, can rise to the level of contemplation. Law. These levels are absolute. They cannot be skipped. The levels must be climbed with continuous, uninterrupted mental effort. The superior state of mind, meaning contemplation and especially ecstasy, marks a particularly important phenomenon, namely, the reception of divine radiations. Only when the mind has dedicated itself to a contemplative life is it influenced by the great magnetic field emitted by the divine world. Only then do its internal centers connect to the great source of energy and light, and the mind is stimulated to enter ecstasy. God cannot communicate with the ignorant. The ignorant person, from a spiritual point of view, is dead, incapable of receiving. Divine radiations, their negative matter is inferior. They must ennoble their soul through meditation and contemplation, and only in contemplation, when their spirit begins to emit a pale light, do they become receptive and able to absorb divine radiations, which then help them experience ecstasy.
Access to the superior state of mind is not simple, nor is it easy. It can only be achieved through self-sacrifice. A person must die to the material world and be reborn for eternal spiritual values, for harmony, beauty, and the sublime, realizing the connection in the great network of lights.
It requires concentration, self-renunciation, death to material satisfactions, and a burning desire to be consumed by fire, a will of steel.
The superior mind can only be conquered through a life of dedication and self-sacrifice, through yoga or hesychasm.
Ecstasy is a complex, prolonged phase.
Hermits, anchorites, and recluses, those who withdraw into deserts, caves, or rock crevices, are the ones who have conquered the ecstatic level. For them, ecstasy is a source of energy that gives them the strength to overcome the body and live on fruits and roots.
But ecstasy is not only for them, it also fuels poets, composers, creators of artistic and scientific values, philosophers, and great thinkers who create and produce, nourished by the ecstatic states they experience in their solitude. The third and final level of the mind is the level of the supreme mind, which consists of three distinct faculties: lucidity, clairvoyance, and ideogony. If the transition from the lower mind to the superior mind is achieved only through effort, perseverance, diligence, and a great expenditure of willpower, the transition to the supreme mind, the formation of its faculties, occurs somewhat naturally. The very law of evolution of the superior mind leads to the formation of the three faculties of the supreme mind: lucidity, clairvoyance, and ideogony.
Lucidity is a fantastic clarity of mind that understands on its own without anyone telling it, that solves mysteries, that deciphers secrets from within, by itself, without anyone whispering to it.
Lucidity is the extension of intuition, which allows one to probe the depths and perceive the heights.
Clairvoyance is dynamic lucidity that allows the mind to advance in knowledge, amplifying and generalizing the process of understanding, making it able to grasp the phenomena of the universe in their unfolding.
If lucidity is static vision, clairvoyance is the very dynamic process of knowledge, the ultimate faculty of understanding. Finally, ideogony is the fruit, the supreme result of the mind, the faculty, the capacity to conceive, to give birth to ideas in a supreme thinking universe. Divine beings experience these states primarily in a vertical manner, according to aspect A. Already, divine thought possesses unmatched depth and unparalleled uniqueness. This continuity begins with alpha thought, passes through all 6 other states, and returns to thought omega, which is at the same time the starting point of a new circle, as presented in scheme number 2, aspect B of a divine being. I have briefly presented the stages of the mind to provide a coordinating criterion for the exposition of the structure of the negative spiritual universe, which consists of 3 zones of this spiritual universe. A, the zone of light, B, the neutral zone, and C, the zone of darkness. In conclusion, it must be noted that the energy hierarchy, the energy levels, and the light in the negative spiritual universe are due to the various stages of the mind present at each level. It is important to emphasize that the accumulation of energy and the emission of light are the result of the evolution of the mind. Thus, when we speak of great spirits with men's sonic fields and large light fields, measuring 7, 10 or 12 meters, we are dealing with spirits that have over millennia reached the stage of the supreme mind, while fallen, stained, or wandering souls have stagnated in the lower mind, even deforming it. The evolution of the mind leads to the brain emitting vibrations and waves whose frequency and amplitude increase as the mind evolves towards the supreme zones. Furthermore, the evolution of the mind determines the range of action of the 2 magnetic fields that appear in the phase of the superior mind, mensonic fields and luminous light fields. The mensonic field is the result of mental activity, while the luminous field is the expression of psycho-passionate, affective, loving activity.
With this understanding, we can now approach the negative spiritual universe.
9. The zone of light.
The zone of light has 9 levels of energy, plus Apple, the city of divinity, the world of divine Apollic beings who dominate the 9 levels of energy and light.
The 9 levels or layers are divided into 2 zones.
The lower zone, consisting of levels 1 to 4, and the upper zone, consisting of levels 5 to 9.
The lower layers consist of 4 levels. These 4 layers belong exclusively to Earth.
They are populated by spirits that come only from Earth, while the upper layers, from 5 to 9, are populated by spirits from other superior planets, such as Tarnium, Tytoon, Zephyrius, etc.,
as well as earthly spirits that have evolved, managing to pass from level 4 to level 5.
In this way, it should be noted that the world of balance and perfect harmony begins from level 5 upwards, while the imperfect world is from levels 1 to 4, the unfinished world, full of imperfections, belonging to the lower earthly zone.
These lower layers are populated by those in the world of the inferior mind. After level 4, there is a gap, a considerable distance, a fairly large space that separates the lower spirits from the superior ones from 5 to 9.
Thus, the very arrangement of the layers, with the gap between 4 and 5, indicates the difficulty of entering the contemplative, ecstatic mind zone, which begins with level 5, where the world of the perfected beings begins.
Of course, perfection is relative and graduated, increasing along with the levels. The spatial form of the layers is a spiral,
similar to a winding road that surrounds a mountain, so that the entire zone of light is inscribed within a cone with a pear-shaped sphere at the top. This is Opal, the city of light, the embodiment of perfection.
The spiral of the 9 levels of energy and light is composed of a kind of superior substance called sophionic matter, with a powerful radiation in space that sustains abundant vegetation, presenting some of the most unusual phenomena.
The dimensions of this spiral are gigantic. No one has ever been able to measure them, so we cannot specify their exact size either. Together with Galileo Galilei, we attempted a measurement of these layers, but the data obtained are purely indicative and cannot precisely express reality.
The spiral starts from the upper end of the neutral zone of wanderers, and begins with level I. Continuing through the 9 levels, each with its specific luminosity and energy, with the light increasing as we approach Opal, the city of light, the divinity, the central focus of energy and light for the entire negative spiritual universe. The first 2 layers or levels, 1 and 2, of the spiral are populated by spirits with mixed colors. The colors they possess are semi-light or semi-dark, and there is no spirit without a gray color on their neck, or even part of their chest, which signifies honesty and integrity. The lower spirits in layers 1 and 2, although they may still have yellow, bluish, brown, or sepia spots, can have highly developed minds and iron logic.
They may be spirits who, when incarnated, have diplomas and high titles, capable and active people with an active mind in the area of reason, but they falter in their lack of meditation and spiritual horizon.
They may be good technicians, craftsmen, or business people, but with a limited mental horizon.
These are extroverted people who live almost exclusively through the 5 external senses, but who lack access to the realm of values and are indifferent to harmony, beauty, and the sublime.
However, they are correct, honest people who make a series of mistakes, but are not fallen, meaning their ascent is still open to them. This is materialized by the fact that all those in levels 1 and 2 have gray on their neck and chest, which gives them the possibility to ascend, to evolve spiritually and mentally. But although they are spirits with the potential for evolution, they live in ignorance. They are spiritually dead, as they cannot be receptive to divine radiations.
The spirits in levels 1 and 2 are blind spirits, subjected to a harsh karmic law. They are entirely caught in the cycles of reincarnation, with a relatively high frequency of these reincarnations, meaning that after they die, they stay in the layers for a very short time before returning to Earth and reincarnating. They are spirits enslaved by material pleasures and satisfactions, atheists in essence, even if they claim to believe in God. Their belief is distorted, superficial, and ineffective. However, their path to evolution is open. They can evolve, potentially reaching level 4, but only through effort, dedication, self-sacrifice, and service to others. Good deeds are their source of progress, improving their colors, so that the gray becomes more prevalent through abstaining from sin, allowing the colors to fade and eventually disappear over time. Those in the higher levels refer to these lower levels as the layers of those who are constantly waiting. Indeed, those who reach levels 1 or 2 quickly become aware of their shortcomings and eagerly wait to return to Earth to progress. The possibility of ascending to a higher level can only be secured through 2 or 3 more reincarnations, which is why the state in levels 1 and 2 is very temporary and short-lived. These spirits want to and quickly return to Earth to reincarnate. They experience peace and rest, but they deeply regret not being more active, not being more altruistic while on Earth, and lament their mediocre, spiritually limited lives, devoid of spiritual, religious, and philosophical horizons. However, returning to Earth represents a great dilemma for these spirits, because Earth is currently living in a Luciferian era, where atheism and selfishness prevail, an era focused on luxury and comfort, in which education lacks awareness of spiritual realities. As a result, in the lower layers of levels 1 and 2, there has been a clear reluctance in recent centuries to return to Earth, precisely because the education system on Earth is atheistic. Earth does not yet know the reality, nor does it understand or acknowledge the existence of eternity and life after death, due to a regrettable lack of a sense of the sacred. The spirits in levels 1 and 2 have no luminosity at all, with their so-called luminous radiation having a range of 0. However, they do possess a very small mensonic magnetic field, which represents the range of cerebral activity. For the spirits in levels 1 and 2, this field has a radius of between 0.10 meters and 0.80 meters. In level 1, the spirits have mensonic magnetic fields with a range of 0.10 meters to 0.40 meters, while those in level 2 have a range of 0.40 meters to 0.80 meters. This mensonic magnetic field, as I mentioned, represents the magnetic field of mental cerebral activity, which influences the people they come into contact with. This mensonic magnetic field generates sympathy or antipathy between two people meeting for the first time. Luminous radiation expresses the luminosity, the evolutionary level that the spirit has reached. The spirits in levels 1 and 2 have no luminosity at all. Only those in level 4 begin to have small luminous radiation. The number of spirits in level 1, according to the communicated data, is over 3 billion, while the number in level 2 is over 1.8 billion. Level 3 is a special layer with a unique, well-defined function. It is the layer where all the missionaries from the upper levels reside, those who wanted to come to Earth to help its ascension, but for various reasons were unable to fulfill their mission, dying prematurely. As evidenced in the volumes Research in the Unseen World, the great creative personalities on Earth come from the upper levels, 5 to 9, and voluntarily chose to come to Earth to advance religion, philosophy, science, and the arts. However, many of them, due to unfavorable conditions or atmospheres, died as infants or in early childhood from various accidents. All these spirits, as decided by Oppel, reside in level 3, awaiting favorable conditions for reincarnation. All those in level 3 are waiting for the resurrection of Earth. As Oppel has long decided on the definitive burning of the Luciferian spirits that dominate Earth, and the establishment of a favorable climate that will ensure normal conditions for evolution. Thus, those in Level 3, children aged 2 to 14, are awaiting Apal's intervention so they can return to Earth.
At present, Earth is going through a severe spiritual crisis, which only Apal's intervention will resolve, as the Luciferian atmosphere prevailing on Earth is entirely unsuitable for great spirits.
Level 4 is for those who are purer but semi-active.
The spirits at this level still retain some colors, mainly blue or yellow, but of very weak intensity. The characteristic color of this layer is light gray or semi-light gray, representing not only honesty and integrity, but also an open spiritual horizon. Some spirits even show the beginning of whitening with white spots, or even a whitish neck and chest, resembling ivory. These spirits think more and meditate, but few reach the stage of contemplation. They are not yet perfected, and they too await the right moment to return to Earth, to ascend another level, and reach Level 5, the level of the perfected beings. While those in Levels 1 and 2 know peace and rest, those in Level 4 know joy. They have greater satisfaction and benefit from a nature with wonderful vegetation, which provides rest and peace for their thoughts. Those in Level 4 also benefit from visits by spirits from Levels 5 and 6, who come to speak and give lectures. In Level 4, they also form choirs, and those who are composers can create certain musical instruments. They spend their time in meetings, discussions, and walks amid the delightful vegetation, which also emits light. The luminous radiations of those in Level 4 range from 0.05 meters to 0.40 meters, and their mensonic magnetic fields range from 0.80 meters to 1.20 meters. The population of Level 4 is nearly 1 billion spirits. The laws governing one's position on these levels are very strict. No spirit can leave its level or move to a higher one. Only in Level 4 there is a possibility for a very small number of spirits to be invited to Level 5 by friends or acquaintances. They stay briefly and then return to the level from which they came. When a person dies, their spirit is taken in front of Throne of Light, from where they are automatically drawn to the level they deserve, descending to the level of energy and light corresponding to the effort they put into their life. At the Throne of Light, there is neither mercy nor forgiveness. Each person is automatically assigned to the place their deeds and actions have earned them. No one is to blame, no one has anything to forgive, and judgment and sentencing happen in an instant, through the gaze of the Heavenly Father. If a spirit is cast into the neutral zone of wandering spirits, or the zone of darkness, the fault lies solely with the fallen one, who suffers the consequences of their own life. There is an unpopulated space, and then the spiral of energy levels begins again with the 5th level. Only now, starting from Level 5, we enter the true category of the pure, the white, those who have engaged in intense activity, either on Earth or especially on another planet. Very few earthly spirits ascend to Levels 5 or 6. These two levels, 5 and 6, are the levels of great creators from Earth, the levels of contemplation and ecstasy, who have reached the stage of the superior mind. Levels 5 and 6 of energy and light belong to the active spirits who spared no effort, leading a temperate life of perfect moral integrity, and whose purpose in life was to leave something behind for their fellow humans. From Level 5 onward, the spirits are white, radiating a luminous field, which for Level 5 varies between 0.80 and 1.80 meters. The mensonic magnetic field for Level 5 ranges from 3 to 8 meters, and for Level 6 from 8 to 15 meters. Each spirit in Levels 5 or 6 lives in a villa, which is the result of their efforts. There are concert halls where choral and instrumental music is performed. At the same time, many philosophical and scientific discussions take place regarding phenomena in the spiritual world. Both high-level spirits from the respective level and invited spirits from higher levels give presentations and lectures. But perhaps the most pleasant activity a spirit can have in the levels of the blessed is interacting, communicating with nature. The flowers open and close, and the trees rustle with sympathy at the approach of a spirit. The phenomenon that overwhelms and delights to the highest degree is the music of the spheres, which is heard periodically in the respective level, as well as from the higher levels. Many spirits tell us that this music of the spheres of light is the most beautiful thing imaginable. It is the music produced by opal, and its echoes reach down to level 5, with each level contributing to the amplification and diversification of the celestial melodies. The production of this music was explained to me as follows. Above the levels, at an altitude of several dozen kilometers, there are enormous domes formed over millennia from transparent crystalline materials called cyaneptic, formic, and Quranic substances, which are the energetic projection of the activities of contemplation, ecstasy, and lucidity.
Opal, which is also covered by such domes,
emits magnetic currents during its important contemplative moments, which flood all the levels of light, starting from level 9 and ending at level 5, causing the synaptic, formic, and Quranic domes to vibrate. Level 5 has a population of nearly 720 million inhabitants, and level 6 around 352 million, not including the spirits from other planets, who reside there in positive form. The 7th and 8th levels are the levels of silver white and luminous white spirits, which allows the spirits to have direct access to the mysteries of existence, life, and the universe, as well as to the laws and phenomena governing everything. These levels are almost exclusively inhabited by spirits from superior planets. Spirits with great creative capacities, who live amidst a fantastic, miraculous nature, where vegetation shines in color and fragrance, often producing sounds and musical harmonies. From this level descended to Earth Galileo Galilei, Friedrich Nietzsche, Immanuel Kant, Georg Hegel, St. John Chrysostom, St. Basil the Great, St. Gregory the Theologian, and the Metropolitans Veniamin Costascia and Antim Iviriano. All of these descended from level 8 and returned to level 8. Many more descended from 8, but due to unfavorable conditions, they were unable to make the necessary effort to return to where they had come from, so they returned to levels 5 or 6. This is exemplified by the case of Moses, who, descending from level 8, returned only to level 6. The luminous radiations of a spirit from level 8 range between 1.60 and 2.20 meters, and their men's sonic magnetic fields range between 15 and 23 meters. In level 8, the luminous radiations range between 2.00 and 2.80 meters, and the men's sonic magnetic fields between 23 and 30 meters. The population of level 8 numbers over 123 million spirits, while level 8 has around 84 million spirits. The 9th level is the final level of spiritual perfection. It is also called the City of Gold. It is the highest level of evolution, the ultimate pinnacle of perfection. No earthling has ever ascended to this final level, but those who have descended from the City of Gold have returned to their place, such as the Virgin Mary, Socrates, John the Baptist, and Zamolxes, the god of the Dacia kingdom. The god of the Dacia kingdom. Life in the City of Gold cannot be described or contained in words. There are concerts in gigantic halls, and there are philosophical and scientific congresses and conferences. There, the entire nature sings in multicolored lights, flowers and trees glow, and everything is full of charm and delight. The 9th level represents the summit of perfection. However, true perfection is attained only by opalic beings. Thus, with the 9th level, the spiral closes at the top, with opal being a closed, isolated, and unapproachable world. What must be emphasized for all the levels is that there is eternal light and unceasing activity. There is no night, the spirits do not sleep, and they are always awake and active. It is also important to note, for the zone of light, as well as for the entire negative spiritual universe, the positive universe does not exist.
The positive universe is as if it does not exist for the negative universe, just as the spiritual universe is as if it does not exist for us. Therefore, in all levels, including Apple, the positive universe, the sun, stars, celestial bodies, etc., are not visible. They do not exist. The sky, the celestial dome in the levels, is clear, always bright and crystalline, illuminated by opalic radiations as well as by its own light. Furthermore, Apal, the city of light of divinity, is not visible from any level.
Only those in the 9th level, in the City of Gold, can see Apple as a gigantic disk from which magical lights of indescribable color radiate. Additionally, those in the City of Gold can sometimes hear the choirs of cherubim and seraphim who sing during opalitic ecstasy. The beauty of the music in the City of Gold is beyond description. Each spirit's residence is the size of a castle, with richly ornamented architecture that surpasses earthly imagination and creativity. The range of luminous radiations emitted by a spirit in the City of Gold varies between 2.60 and 3.50 meters, and its men's sonic magnetic field has a range of 30 to 40 meters. The population of the City of Gold numbers over 36 million spirits, with powers ranging from +4 to +9, meaning a spirit can split into 4 to 9 parts, and each part can exist on a planet as a superior spirit. Since we are speaking about the City of Gold, level 9, let us revisit the 10th law of the spiritual universe, the law of oscillatory balance, which is characteristic of the ancient state known as nirvana.
The City of Gold is entirely in nirvana.
Nirvana is also experienced by some spirits in level 5, but it is not as widespread as in level 9.
For the first time in the history of earthly spirituality, Buddha, the great spirit from level 9, spoke about nirvana as an absolute, final state of eternal happiness in which the gods reside.
Indeed, level 9 is the realm of the gods, the spirits who, through work and effort, have mastered the supreme mind, and by diligently applying themselves, have achieved the magnificent nirvana. Nirvana is a quadruple psycho-intellectual state, a tetrapotent psycho-mental capacity, characterized by 4 distinct modes of activity, which succeed each other according to the law of oscillatory balance. 1. Acceptance of the concrete, rejection of the abstract. In this phase, spirits engage in concrete activities, executing projects that were developed in the 3rd phase. This is a phase of practical activity, involving interactions with the surrounding nature and communication with the less evolved levels. 2. Acceptance of the abstract, rejection of the concrete. In this phase, spirits lead a solitary life, retreating to their residences and living exclusively in the supreme mind. 3. Simultaneous acceptance of both the concrete and the abstract. In this phase, spirits create. They descend from the supreme mind to the lower mind, thinking, developing projects, conducting studies, research, and compositions. Composers compose music, poets write poems, and scientists work in laboratories, studying phenomena and preparing presentations. 4. Simultaneous rejection of the concrete and abstraction. This is the phase of reverie, bliss, and ecstasy. Incredibly, but true. We will provide more details about nirvana and samadhi in a special work we are preparing. Next, we present the summary table of the characteristics of spirits across different levels. The data is compiled for better comparison of these spirits' attributes regarding luminosity and men's sonic magnetic fields. An example of a spirit dividing into multiple parts is Miriakli from level 8, who had 3 incarnated parts on Earth, each forming an independent spirit. We have also added the population figures for each level to the table. From the table, it can be seen that spirits in levels 1 and 2 have no luminous radiations, nor do the wanderers in the neutral zone or those in the zone of darkness, although, as observed, they have relatively large magnetic fields.
Before addressing Apple, it is necessary to revisit the characteristics of spirits from the higher realms to understand the cause of their differentiation and positioning in different layers. To do this, we refer to the first diagram presented in this work, which illustrates the mental states of a divine being in the form A. This diagram itself expresses the meaning and essence of the evolution of a spirit, which throughout its existence begins its true spiritual evolution from the first step of thinking, which is reason. The next steps, meditation, contemplation, and ecstasy, form the first evolutionary cycle, which, once completed, marks a spirit's access to the fifth layer. Among the spirits in the fifth layer, two types with different spiritual structures can be distinguished. The first structural type includes spirits inclined towards religion and art, characterized by a dominance of the ecstatic state. These spirits have less developed reasoning and thinking faculties. They are highly emotional and sensitive, with a rich imagination, and are capable of artistic creation. The second structural type includes spirits inclined towards science and philosophy, study and research, characterized by demanding analytical thinking and a deeper understanding of the reasons for existence. These spirits, although they experience ecstasy, see it as secondary. The ecstatic spirits in the first category can ascend to the seventh layer at most. Their specific structure makes them incapable of progressing beyond the seventh layer due to the limited capacity of their thinking faculties. Endowed with a profound analytical spirit, enabling them to make comprehensive syntheses and ascend to the most advanced levels of knowledge. The spirits from the City of Gold are those that experience clairvoyance, and some even reach the supreme stage of ideogony, making them capable of communicating with divine beings from Apple, though they cannot enter there. We must clearly state that ascending through the layers essentially expresses different stages of knowledge. This differentiation in knowledge implies differences in language and concepts. Therefore, as we ascend the hierarchy of layers, we encounter an increasingly rich vocabulary of concepts that we, on Earth, are incapable of understanding. As such, this presentation is, in essence, bland, dry, and lacking the ability to convey the concrete reality of the perspectives and thinking specific to spirits in the higher layers. On this Earth, confined by the conditions of harsh and crude matter, our language appears simplistic, rough, angular, and coarse, lacking the musicality and variety of nuances present in the language of the higher layers. The superior spirits that have communicated with us confessed that they needed a period of adaptation to our language in order to present schematically what we describe in this work. In this sense, the higher layers are actually the oldest worlds, the most advanced in age, such that the higher a layer is, the longer its existence has been. The oldest world is therefore the opalic world, the divine world of the most evolved beings, which have achieved what we call perfection. Apple is the only world that forms a universe, completely independent and self-sufficient, the only world that has achieved total spiritualization. All other worlds formed later have not been able to keep up with the explosive evolution of the opalic beings. The City of Gold is a perfect world, but not perfected. However, the other worlds have been formed and evolved under the influence of Apple, which has played the role of Dot, giver of purpose. Not directly, but indirectly, Apple created everything that exists in the entire spiritual universe, all that exists and continues to exist, following the path opened by the Appleic beings. The spirits belonging to the earthly zone are the youngest beings in the entire spiritual universe. The least evolved, who, in addition to their youth, have experienced the drama of stagnation, which has led to structural modifications and deformations caused by a lack of adherence to the order and discipline of the laws. We will return to this. 10. The Apple. Additionally, there are billions of other meditative, contemplative, and even ecstatic beings. The 1.7 million divine beings are familiar with all 7 mental states previously mentioned, excelling in ecstasy, lucidity, clairvoyance, and ideogony.
The only beings that have partially left Opal are Christ and Densi John the Evangelist, who had exceptional missions for the salvation of Earth.
It remains a hermetically sealed fortress for eternity. We have been informed that Opal is about 50 million years older than the spirits from the City of Gold, which is why it is impossible for the spirits of the City of Gold, let alone those from other layers, to enter Opal.
Even Opal cannot see our positive universe. For the beings in Opal, our universe, our planetary system, and all the stars are as if they do not exist. However, Opal knows and is aware of all events on all planets, including Earth, which it knows in great detail.
In order to gain precise knowledge of planetary events, there is something in Opal called divine pertutia, meaning divine sight and knowledge, a group of 54 gigantic spirits that form the ruling council of the planets, especially Earth, which faces a critical situation due to being invaded by dark spirits. Above the divine pertutia is the supreme governing council of Opal and the entire universe, called the Opalic Rama. The Opalic Rama is composed of 33 sons of the Father of Lights, the Heavenly Father, the Great Governor, also known as the Great Architect. The Father, in terms of light radiation and men's sonic magnetic fields, is a true colossus.
No one has ever been able to measure the range of his luminous radiations, or his mansonic field. However, it is known that the 33 sons of the Father of the Universe each have a luminous radiation range of 75 meters, and the range of their men's sonic magnetic field is 240 meters.
The 33 sons have the following names: Divine Sabina, Divine Force,
Divine Ray, Divine Beauty, Divine Harmony, Divine Balance, Divine Mazepta, Divine Ronsana, Divine Ligurda, Divine Noplenta, Divine Ayabonda, Divine Slonunta, Divine Bontena, Divine Golmina, Divine Horvela, Divine Lonunda, Divine Submission, Divine Gentleness, Divine Forgiveness, Divine Smile, Divine Joy. Divine Ecstasy, Divine Dream, Divine Horizon, Divine Vertical, Divine Summit, Divine Sword, Divine Violence, Divine Kiss, Divine Embrace, and finally, Divine Humility, who is none other than the Great Spirit that descended to earth, Jesus Christ.
Both the Heavenly Father and his 33 sons possess an extraordinary mediumship and clairvoyance. They can observe any location in Opal, the layers of light of the blessed, and all planets, seeing everything that happens. They all live in grand palaces of magnificent architecture. At the center of Opal is the Great Palace of Silence, where the Heavenly Father, the Father of the Universe, the Great Creator, resides. Behind this palace lies the Great Hall of Silence, where the Divine Rama and the Divine Pertutia, along with a few thousand gigantic spirits, gather to discuss issues related to the evolution of worlds. The most significant challenges have always been raised by Earth, with its contradictions and antinomies. We mentioned the Divine Pertutia earlier. This council is responsible for planetary matters, investigating in detail everything that happens on planets and presenting reports to the Divine Rama, proposing solutions. Final decisions are always made by the Father of the Universe. Below is the composition of the Opalic Pertusia. Power, plus 35, 68 meters luminous radiation, 180 meters men sonic magnetic field, 8 lords. 32, 64 meters luminous radiation, 160 meters men sonic magnetic field. 16 powers, plus 28, 60 meters luminous radiation, 145 meters men's sonic magnetic field. 24 thrones, plus 26, 58 meters luminous radiation, 140 meters men's sonic magnetic field. This council oversees several tens of thousands of large spirits, collaborating for the smooth running of planets, especially regarding artistic creation and scientific progress. Opal is the most active place in the entire universe, where music is created, plastic arts and architecture are practiced, and scientific phenomena are researched, but the dominant art form is music. A vast amount of choral and symphonic music is composed and performed. Opal is an astonishing hub of creative energy, with numerous concert halls and open spaces for displaying the works of sculptors. However, instead of sculpting, they mold precious materials. As mentioned earlier, apart from the 1.7 million divine beings with human forms, there are billions of other meditative and contemplative beings, including cherubim and seraphim, who, during divine ecstasy, leave Opal to sing for those in the city of gold in choirs of unimaginable beauty. The inhabitants of Opal also have writers and vast archives that record all the mysteries of Opal. These writings are meant to be shared with the other layers after several millennia as the City of Gold progresses, to provide documentation and enjoyment. For now, however, nothing can be removed from Opal. Opal emits into space the most powerful and varied radiations. Its emanations are of three types. Luminous radiations. 2. Mensonic magnetic fields. 3. Xantikic effluvia. 1. Luminous radiations are the expression of the immense light that Opal emits into space. These luminous radiations are constantly emitted and come in three types. Agapic luminous radiations. These are the expression of the highest love, opalic love. They have the smallest range of action, reaching only the City of Gold. The particles of this radiation grant the beatitude experienced by those in the City of Gold, as well as a small portion of those in the 8th layer. B. Aerosonic luminous radiations. These represent divine love and have a much greater range of action, encompassing all layers up to and including the 5th layer, and sometimes even penetrating the 4th layer. The particles of this emanation bring happiness and stimulate the ecstasy of those who benefit from them, i.e., all those in layers 5 through 9. Syntonic luminous radiations. These are the expression of divine sympathy. They have the largest range of action, encompassing absolutely all layers and higher planets, including Earth. These radiations sustain in every thinking being the thirst for beauty and light, and they maintain and stimulate the spiritual activity of all those who seek light, those who believe, and those who wish to ascend to a higher spiritual level. 2. The second type of opalic radiations are those that generate mensonic magnetic fields. These radiations have a pulsating nature, with their range of action varying in time and space according to the states of activity in Opal. These radiations have the highest frequency and amplitude, reaching the greatest distances. There are three types of mensonic magnetic fields. Aphonic magnetic fields. These are generated by the divine high thought and stimulate ideogony, clairvoyance, and lucidity in those from the City of Gold. B. Nusonic magnetic fields. These have a range that includes all the upper layers, covering up to layer V, and sometimes even reaching layer 4.
These fields stimulate contemplation and ecstasy.
These fields stimulate contemplation and ecstasy for all those within their reach, specifically the beings in layers 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. C. Phrenic magnetic fields. These encompass all layers and planets, including Earth. All thinking beings operate within this field of divine radiations, known as mensonic magnetic fields. They are called magnetic because they exert a force of attraction towards effort and light, inciting any thinking person to meditate and contemplate. Opal has a lithosphere shaped like a disk with a diameter of 18,000 kilometers. The opalescent zenta surrounds Opal, encasing it within, and consists of crystalline layers or belts. The opalescent zenta is made up of 5 superimposed belts or zentas, each composed of crystalline materials with various structures. The term zenta refers to the specific geometric shape that these belts take in space, which in opal is called a zenta. This shape resembles a pear with a pointed tip, easily fitting into an isosceles triangle. This is why the triangle is chosen as the symbol of holiness, as seen in the iconography where the Heavenly Father is depicted with a halo in the shape of a triangle. Similarly, the triangle appears on the foreheads of great thinkers, as described in the work Research in the Unseen World. As mentioned, the opalic zenta is composed of 5 layers, like the layers of an onion, with space between them varying from 2 to 5 kilometers. The total thickness of all the belts forming the opalescent zenta is about 180 kilometers. Here is the structure of the 5 belts of the opalescent zenta. The belt of synoptic substances, made of jasper, the product of millennia of divine contemplation. 2. The belt of formic substances, made of amethyst, the product of millennia of divine ecstasies. 4. The belt of turinic substances, made of sapphire, the product of millennia of divine clairvoyance. 5. The belt of argotonic substances, made of hyacinth, the product of divine ideogeny. It is important to note that the last 2 belts are musical, producing music and musical chords at intervals. The zenta radiates into space, sending out effluvia of particles with intense energy toward the sun. In turn, the sun emits solar radiations into space, which sustain spiritual life on the planets. The 11th neutral zone. Up to now, we have discussed the luminous zone. Between these 2 zones, light and darkness, both strictly organized, there is an intermediate area known as the neutral zone. This is an expansive region through which Earth also passes during its evolutionary journey. The spirits inhabiting this neutral zone are wandering, lost spirits. It is the most diverse zone, with spirits of various colors, predominantly brown, often a mix of hues that give them a dirty appearance, with semi-dark intensities. These spirits lack any form of fixation or direction, having no access to either the luminous layers or the dark zones. These spirits possess no spiritual horizon, no ideals, and no hope. During their earthly lives, they focused solely on themselves, in total selfishness, without caring about anyone or anything else. In this neutral zone, they are tossed about by the waves of circumstances, moving from one place to another. They also have the shortest reincarnation cycle, meaning they are the spirits that reincarnate most frequently. Very few manage to overcome their state and enter the luminous zone. Most fall into the zone of darkness. The number of these wandering spirits is approximately 8 billion. Number 12. The zone of darkness. This zone is very far from Earth, though much closer than the layers of light. It is divided into 3 levels, populated by spirits of dark colors. These 3 layers of darkness correspond progressively to the gravity of the acts committed on Earth. This zone includes thieves, swindlers, murderers, the debauched, the proud, hypocrites, false doctrinarians, and deceivers. The lower the level, the greater the suffering, as the spirits are tormented by guilt and live among a rapacious vegetation that causes them even more pain. The lowest point, very close to the sun, is the Luciferic citadel, inhabited by the black spirits, the diabolical spirits who are the princes of darkness. These spirits do not suffer and have total freedom to reincarnate. They are highly intelligent, true geniuses of darkness, embodying pride and selfishness. These spirits engage in the fiercest battles for control of Earth, striving for domination. The luciferic center emits into space a magnetic field known as Gandanic. This magnetic field encompasses both the layers of darkness and the neutral zone, including Earth. This field incites evil and selfishness and exerts a powerful attraction toward darkness. 13. Reincarnations, missions, karma. The area with the highest frequency of reincarnation is the neutral zone of wanderers, followed by the first 4 levels of the luminous layers. Then come the 3 levels of suffering, from which Earth also recruits many spirits. As we move higher up the levels of light, fewer spirits come to Earth.
Earth offers a different experience for all spirits.
For those from the levels of suffering, Earth is like a paradise, as they no longer endure the torments of the dark layers. Similarly, Earth provides a good environment for wandering spirits, who find things to do and are attracted to life on Earth.
The higher the spirit, the more difficult Earth becomes to endure, to the point where Earth becomes a true hell. For the superior spirits, Earth is seen as a cursed planet, where instead of gaining energy, they lose it. According to our research, Earth, under the care of the great divine governor, has benefited from many great spirits from the 8th and 9th layers, who brought light to Earth. All of Earth's great figures in science, philosophy, art, and religion have been missionaries from the higher layers, sent to help Earth's progress.
Among the most advanced spirits of light who came to Earth, the first to note is Jesus Christ, a divine being from Apple who returned there after his time on Earth. Although he lived briefly on Earth, Jesus succeeded in revolutionizing thought and brought the highest teachings about life, surpassing any other period in history. The second significant figure who influenced earthly thinking was Buddha, Siddhartha Gautama, who revolutionized thinking in the Far East.
From the 8th layer,
there were also many great philosophical and scientific thinkers, such as Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, John Chrysostom, Spinoza, Kant, Nietzsche, Hegel, Copernicus, Galileo Galilei, Isaac Newton, Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, and others. Many spirits from the 7th layer have also contributed to the development of culture and civilization on Earth. The higher the level of light, the harder and rarer reincarnation becomes.
superior spirits only come to Earth with missions.
Reincarnation is more common from the 4th layer and below, where spirits feel the need for elevation to a higher level.
It should be noted that a person's life is closely linked to the colors and luminosity they had before incarnating in a physical body.
A person's character and life on Earth depend on the spiritual colors they had prior to incarnation.
A superior spirit will automatically become a superior person, while an inferior spirit will be an inferior person. A good spirit will be a good person, and a bad spirit will be a bad person. This is karma. Karma, represented by the colors and luminosity of a spirit, determines the outcome in the physical body. This spiritual foundation remains unchanged regardless of the circumstances in which a spirit is born.
Just as superior spirits from the 5th layer and above cannot fall or become evil, spirits from the levels of suffering cannot become good.
There are 2 extreme categories, the luminous and the dark, and their essence cannot be changed. They are born luminous and remain luminous, or they are born dark and remain dark. The vast majority of earthly spirits that reincarnate frequently are neither completely evil nor purely good. They are spirits with mixed, semi-dark, and semi-light colors. These spirits are greatly influenced by the environment into which they are born, the society they live in, and the education they receive from a young age.
Since this majority forms the largest group, education plays a decisive role in determining whether a spirit gravitates toward light or darkness. While there are no sudden leaps in the spiritual universe, a wandering spirit from the neutral zone can rise to the 1st or even 2nd layer, provided they lead a very honest, pure life. However, such events are rare, as inertia tends to keep spirits as they are, maintaining their essence. Still, careful education can positively influence any spirit with an unclear or undecided character. It is important to note that the only spirits that can be saved are those that have even a small portion of gray in their color, representing a degree of honesty and integrity.
This marks the absolute and essential condition for a spirit to cleanse itself and rise.
In this regard, monasteries and a life of solitude provide the best conditions for a spirit to save itself and possibly enter the first layers of light.
Generally, a life of deprivation, restraint, and abstinence is the best solution for spiritual restoration. Karma is unforgiving. No one in the negative spiritual universe forgives, and God, being just, is unforgiving and merciless toward sin and lawlessness.
Sin is not forgiven. It is paid for, and not just anyhow. It is paid for dearly.
Sins are easy to commit, but it is very difficult for a spirit to cleanse itself. A serious sin, such as murder or theft, can bind a spirit for several reincarnations, creating the conditions for repeated sins. Once a sin is repeated 2 or 3 times, a stain becomes a band that wraps around the spirit's chest, turning into a habit, causing the individual to lose awareness of the severity of the sin. The conscience no longer accuses them, and the sense of the sacred atrophies, leading to a final fall with no chance of salvation. Karma says, light calls for more light, and evil calls for greater evil. The activities and colors acquired in previous lives become the guiding principles for the next life. The path is predetermined toward light, goodness, honesty, and purity, or toward laziness, comfort, or evil actions with disastrous consequences. There is no stagnation. A heavy karma means serious sins committed in a previous life, in total blindness. If a spirit is even a little honest with itself and has a good foundation, represented by gray, it returns to the body determined to atone. Atonement exists, cleansing is possible, but only through numerous good deeds performed with awareness. A heavy karma, inherited from harmful past sins, cannot be easily atoned for. It requires effort, faith, much meditation, and many tears. Often, these spirits pray in the spirit state for atonement and are granted by the great governor the chance to be born with an illness or physical defect, so that through the suffering caused by the illness, they can cleanse themselves. For suffering is the payment for sin, and here on earth, anyone who wants to cleanse themselves must suffer. They must endure, restrain themselves, and practice strict asceticism, both of the body and the mind. The highest sin is mental laziness and comfort. These constitute the root of all evil: laziness, comfort, and indifference, which have a disastrous influence on the luminosity of the spirit. From laziness comes envy. From envy comes theft and murder. One sin leads to another, resulting in a final fall from which the spirit can no longer escape. How many people with heavy karma are aware of its seriousness and choose to suffer, dedicating their lives to good deeds? Very few, extremely few. A compromised life leads to an even worse one. A life full of evil attracts another life full of even greater evil. Earth, with its philosophical confusion, its heterogeneous ideologies and beliefs, offers poor conditions for the development of superior spirits. Most missionaries, those who came from the City of Gold or the 8th layer, have not succeeded in returning to their original place, having fallen 2 or even 3 levels. Of course, they have not fallen below the 5th level, but they have nonetheless lost energy and light instead of gaining it. These great spirits still shone, and their names remain written in large letters in the history of culture and civilization. Earth owes them its progress and advancement in the realms of discovery and knowledge. Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, Faraday, Edison, Mendeleev, Einstein, and many others were all spirits descended from the higher layers of light, sent by divine providence to help Earth advance rapidly in knowledge, art, and science.
On Friday, November 11th, 1977, I had a long discussion with Jesus Christ, through Veronica, about the existences in the universe, the formation of worlds, and the layers.
With these clarifications, my previous data was completed, allowing me to present the issues clearly and concisely.
The first world to appear and evolve in our galaxy was the world now called the Opalic world, in short, Opal. Opal had a completely unique evolution compared to the worlds that appeared later, because the Opalic world developed independently, without any external influence.
Meanwhile, the other worlds that appeared later evolved under Opal's influence, guided by it.
After Opal was formed, containing thinking beings of a superior, divine quality, the Opalic radiations began to influence the appearance of thinking beings in 4 different planetary systems, each with its own sun. In this way, the evolved universe took the shape of a pyramid with a square base, with the 4 points representing the 4 planetary systems where thinking beings appeared. The top of the pyramid is occupied by the most evolved world, Opal.
In total, these 4 planetary systems contain 61 planets, inhabited by human beings at different levels of civilization, all of which are superior to Earth. Life in its development appeared on these planets in families, with each family belonging to a planet, biologically evolving to the levels necessary to connect with Opal. By the time the first world reached self-consciousness, Opal was already formed and served as a guide on the path to spiritual perfection.
Thus, the first world awakened to self-existence and was introduced to its spiritual guide, Opal.
Regarding the negative spiritual universe, the layers are a creation of Opal, originating from ancient times, but appearing later along with the thinking beings that populated them. It is essential to remember that Opal, along with its accompanying layers, forms a unified and independent entity. Later, the layers began to form in a spiral pattern due to Opal's rotational movement. At one point, Opal resembled a comet with a tail, which eventually took the shape of a spiral. In the upper regions of the spiral, human beings appeared and continued to populate the higher layers. The presence of human planetary beings in the layers became possible only due to the spiritual evolution of these planetary spirits, those who had reached spiritual perfection and were fit to enter the layers. Thus, the layers represent a gift from Opal, a new world for the planetary beings who, thanks to divine love, were drawn into the layers to live in contemplation and ecstasy. Divine love bestowed upon the later formed worlds the layers as a place to continue their evolution in a perfect world, with divine vegetation created by the divinity. In this way, Opal and its layers truly form the Kingdom of Lights, created by Opal for those who have passed through a positive earthly life. We reiterate and clarify for the reader that while Opal evolved alone without any external intervention, the other worlds, including Earth, evolved under the influence of Opal-like radiations, which played a stimulating and polarizing role in their development. Although natural evolution is governed by the laws of nature, it was also influenced by Opal, a phenomenon worth noting. As the planetary spirits evolved spiritually, they were drawn into the layers after leaving their physical bodies. This is the divine will. 5 higher layers and the provisional lower 4 layers. In our planetary system, 5 planets are inhabited. 3 of these planets, Tarnium, Titune, and Zephyrus, are much more advanced than Earth, while 1 is very unevolved, with beings whose thinking is only now beginning to develop. The earthly zone is the most populated area in all the universes, and is the only planet where laziness, envy, hatred, and malice have appeared. Additionally, Earth is the only planet that has been invaded by Luciferic spirits, which were initially in harmony with Opalic spirits, but gradually fell due to selfishness and pride. Earth has a distinct destiny compared to the other planets. To normalize the spiritual atmosphere on Earth and ensure harmonious evolution, Opal will intervene through powerful radiation that will eliminate all categories of dark or black-colored spirits.
This opaletic intervention, as we have been informed many times, will mark the beginning of a new, harmonious era, characterized by unity and understanding among people. This new era will bring a unified conception of the world and existence. Finally, I asked Jesus Christ where the negative universe, i.e. Opal and its layers, is located within the positive universe.
The answer was that Opal and the layers are very close to our planetary system.
The planet Zephyrus, in its rotation, passes near the City of Gold, and implicitly near Opal. Zephyrus remains the most evolved planet in all respects. It is important to note that the three inhabited planets in our planetary system, Tarnium, Titan, and Zephyrus, are not visible from Earth because their radiations are too strong, and their frequencies fall into the range of wavelengths beyond ultraviolet. The conflict between Opal and the Luciferic City. Initially, before the appearance of planets, and even before the creation of the positive universe, there was only the negative universe, organized into three concentric spheres. At that time, divine beings, gods, already existed in the central area of the Great Sphere. This central sphere was surrounded by another, called the middle zone of evolved beings, who were not yet divine. Lastly, there was the peripheral zone, housing the unevolved beings. At that time, Lucifer belonged to the central zone of divine beings. The divine beings would often venture into the middle and even peripheral zones to help the less evolved beings, encouraging them to work and become active. Lucifer and some of the divine spirits, however, disagreed with helping the unevolved, claiming they should instead be served by them. The leader of the divine beings, God, decided to resolve this by separating the arrogant from the loving and obedient. The spheres ceased to be concentric, and the core split, each part ascending to diametrically opposite zones. Thus Zenith and Nadir were created. In Zenith, the divine beings formed Opal, the pole of love, obedience, and service. In Nadir, the Luciferic beings established the Luciferic citadel, the pole of cold reason, egoism, and pride. For a long time, there was no communication between Opal and the Luciferic citadel. In the meantime, planets formed, along with the layers of the positive universe. The three zones crystallized: the zone of light, the neutral zone, and the zone of darkness. At this stage, Earth was a harmonious and understanding planet, inhabited by unevolved but peaceful and tranquil spirits. During this time, Lucifer and his realm approached the sun. The unbearable heat and stifling atmosphere made existence nearly impossible. Defeated by the conditions he had created for himself, Lucifer appealed to God for help, asking for a chance to renew himself in a new world and to enter the zone of light. God, the great divine governor, offered Lucifer Earth as a place of penance, where he would endure countless reincarnations and earthly servitude to atone for his guilt and rid his spirits of their dark hue. Atlantis was designated as the place of penance, a dry land at the time, located between the coasts of present-day North America and Western Europe. Back then, this area was a vast continent known as Atlantis. God sent missionaries and numerous initiates to Atlantis to oversee the servitude of the dark spirits. The great initiates and priests subjected the embodied dark spirits to arduous labor, constructing step pyramids that symbolized in earthly form the celestial hierarchy, which also ascended in steps, with the Temple of the Sun at its peak. The Sun Temple was considered the god awaiting resurrection. There were two other gods, the god who destroys and devours, and the god who builds and resurrects. The cult of self-sacrifice was established. Once a year, on one of the pyramid terraces, the best and most obedient of the free people would offer themselves in sacrifice, and their blood would anoint the altar of the winged serpent god. The flying serpent symbolized the servant who needed the wings of the soul to ascend. Through servitude and submission, many, very many, dark spirits were saved. However, the majority rebelled and broke away, creating independent settlements outside the control of the great initiates.
The prophets of Atlantis began foreseeing the emergence of scientific pursuits among the dark spirits, and prophesied that engaging with science would lead to destruction. The lower dark spirits overran the earth, deposing the great initiates and proclaiming themselves as rulers. They intensified scientific research, quickly replacing the patriarchal atmosphere of the initiates with a burgeoning civilization. The persecution of those who worshipped the gods persisted, leading entire populations to flee Atlantis and seek refuge elsewhere. Thus, the territories of present-day Mexico and Egypt were populated, retaining the traditions of the initiates. Atlantis became a Luciferic continent, ruled by a feudal capitalist system. Industries and cities flourished, and the population surged, predominantly composed of wanderers and beings from the zone of darkness. The Luciferic religion dominated, celebrating dark powers and the triumph of Lucifer on earth. Angered by this turn of events, God sent 3 spirits from the City of Gold on a special mission to earth. These 3, named Xenotocles, Menthotep, and Ormagan, matured and confronted the Luciferic leadership of Atlantis, challenging them with fervent discussions. They warned that God felt betrayed in his goodwill, and declared that unless leadership was returned to the white initiates, God would punish them. The Luciferic leaders rejected this demand, claiming they were just and that Lucifer was as powerful as God. The 3 emissaries, Xenotocles, Menthotep, and Ormagan, proposed a test of power. They would sacrifice themselves, and if Lucifer had as much power as he claimed, he would resurrect them. If he failed, it would prove that God held true power. The Luciferic leadership accepted the challenge. In a public square, the 3 emissaries cut their veins, but Lucifer was unable to restore their lives. After 2 days, however, God resurrected the 3 bodies. Faced with this undeniable proof, the Luciferic leadership responded defiantly, declaring that Earth was theirs and that God had no claim to it, as it was their domain and rightful possession. Hearing this, Xenotocles, Menthotep, and Ormagan knelt in the center of the public square, raised their hands to the heavens, and invoked God, pleading for the destruction of the Luciferic world. At that moment, the sky darkened, and a rain of fire descended, annihilating everyone, good and evil alike. A series of earthquakes followed, sinking the continent of Atlantis into the ocean. Thus ended the first Luciferic kingdom, a realm established against divine will. Only the refugees in Mexico and Egypt remained, continuing the patriarchal traditions of the great initiates, respecting the high priests as heavenly emissaries with great spiritual power. They perpetuated the tradition of building pyramids, symbolic of the celestial hierarchy. The collapse of Atlantis occurred around 12,000 years before Jesus Christ. Lucifer, shamed, remained silent for millennia before once again appealing to God's mercy. For the second time, God accepted a compromise, assigning Lucifer 2 territories for reincarnation, India and Egypt. Over 20 million dark spirits incarnated in these regions and managed to purify themselves. Through servitude and hard physical labor, these spirits ascended the first 3 levels of the zone of light. However, Lucifer's rebellion reignited. With unrestricted access to Earth and yearning for the former civilization of Atlantis, Lucifer defied God's instructions to reincarnate solely in India and Egypt. Instead, he spread his influence across the earth, intending to establish multiple Luciferic kingdoms. He believed that God would be unable to destroy the entire planet. Thus, Lucifer openly declared hostilities with the city of Opal. The earth entered a dramatic phase of kingdoms warring to dominate one another, marking the beginning of an era of wars, invasions, and misunderstandings, a time of great confusion. The kingdom of Lucifer fragmented, as some spirits sought reconciliation with God, desiring protection and guidance toward redemption. These dark-spirited beings incarnated as the Israelite people, with whom God established a These dark-spirited beings incarnated as the Israelite people, with whom God established a covenant through Abraham, declaring them the chosen people to be brought into the light. However, the Israelites, despite the covenant, proved stubborn and disobedient, eventually succumbing to the influence of Luciferic spirits. To provide a final opportunity for their salvation, God decided to send His Son, Jesus Christ, from the city of Apple to restore the faith and obedience of the Israelites. Jesus Christ was incarnated in Egypt, in the city of Alexandria, maintaining ties with Judea. After spending 30 years in Egypt, He began His mission among the Israelites, calling them to follow His divine teachings, revealed through Him. In doing so, God fulfilled His promise that His Son would teach and lead the chosen people toward salvation. However, Christ's fate was tragic. As history recounts, Luciferic spirits crucified Him. The crucifixion of Christ incited profound outrage in the realm of Opal. In response, God convened a great council in Opal and decreed the ultimate burning of all dark and black spirits. However, Opal was not yet prepared for such an intense intervention. Since the time of Christ, Opal has been preparing for the definitive and total act that will forever dismantle the Luciferic kingdom. This time, the destruction will not be physical or material, but rather a negative annihilation, a burning of dark and black spirits. Throughout the centuries, Opal has sent chosen emissaries and missionaries to Earth, building a flourishing culture resembling those on higher planets. Every philosopher, artist, creator, great discoverer, and inventor in human history has been a missionary sent from the superior realms to guide humanity. In the future, on a new earth cleansed by fire, new sages and enlightened beings will arrive, leading humanity toward brighter and clearer destinies. 16. Epilogue to the first chapter. This essay's central objective is the destiny of humanity, but we cannot approach this important concept without first subordinating human destiny to the real universe in which a thinking being lives. We cannot tackle the issues related to the meanings of human existence without placing them in the context of the universe in which we exist, because the destiny of humanity is inscribed in the great destiny of the entire universe. Governed by laws and phenomena that, by nature, determine and guide the destinies of thinking beings. Therefore, we will begin by presenting the structure of the universe, and then focus our analysis on the destiny of our planet, attempting to cover it from all aspects. It is necessary from the outset to introduce an important concept that defines the universe we live in. We must understand that throughout the universe, order and harmony reign. All the phenomena we experience are the result of the action of absolute laws that function in a disciplined manner. Though they are uncreated laws, having always existed, determining the birth and evolution of worlds at various levels, with specific characteristics unique to each. We will therefore stop in our galaxy and reveal the hidden, unseen universe, the universe where order and harmony reign. The universe of thinking beings, the universe of worlds that populate this galaxy, evolving freely and unhindered, each world having its own destiny, specific to the conditions in which they appeared and developed. Originating from the primordial ocean of uncreated energies. Before our galaxy was formed, at one point, a great concentration of energies emerged in the infinite space, evolving progressively over time, eventually forming the first and most active world of beings. These beings went through the evolutionary phases one by one, until they became perfectly organized beings in a perfectly disciplined world, extremely active, that adhered to the laws and achieved perfect harmony. This perfect world did not experience stagnation nor commit errors in its evolution. It developed through work and effort, overcoming all the inherent difficulties of evolution. This first world, which appeared in the primordial ocean, was formed in a precise and strictly defined zone in the universe, marking the formation of the zenithal pole of maximum energy concentration, with a gigantic magnetic field. We can say that this world had the happiest destiny, thanks to its exceptionally active rhythm with rapid progress that caused all the materials forming the world to reach higher levels of accumulated energy. Thus, we can affirm that this world was the only one that did not experience stagnation or downfall, and harmony was established at all levels, without deviation or ambiguity.
This refers to the opalic world, a world of beings that reached absolute perfection without errors or confused stages. A world that imposed itself in space, conquering it, knowing it, and dominating with authority all the inferior levels, all the other worlds that emerged afterward. Thus, the opalic world was the first to appear in the universe, a world that generated the perfection pole of energy and light. Of course, there was a hierarchy of values in this opalitic world, a stratification of energies and creative forces. A diverse world with beings of varied and distinct personalities. A world varied in all aspects, complex and multivalent, which forever sealed itself in its absolute perfection, becoming a unique singularity, a world that cannot be surpassed or caught up to. The opalic world is the only perfect world with the most harmonious destiny, but we must emphasize that even this perfect world was not without contradictions. It too had to struggle for its ideal, and experience dilemmas, crossroads, and impasses in its choice of the path it was to follow. We refer here to the opalic tragedy caused by the emergence of the Luciferian ideology, which, with its gravity, shook the opalic world at a certain point, leading to significant events that profoundly marked and defined the major characteristic of what is called evolution. Evolution, this fundamental concept, is perhaps the most complex philosophical notion, with the deepest meanings and the most extensive characteristics. The term evolution seems simple and appears linear, natural, and straightforward, but in essence it conceals the most serious problems with the gravest implications. Why? Because evolution is the thorny and steep path before a thinking being, constantly faced with the alternative of choosing between effort or rest, activity or stagnation. Intentionally, we will focus on the destiny of the opalic world and analyze this destiny to highlight the total resemblance between the destiny of any human being and the destiny of an opalic being. Indeed, it is necessary to specify that reaching the level of a divine being required prolonged evolution, and in this evolution, the thinking being destined to become divine achieved this by continually choosing effort and activity, renouncing rest. What was the effort required of the opalic being? To support, to help, to serve those less evolved. The major purpose of a being is to support and serve those in need of help to evolve to a higher level. This is where Lucifer opposed. When Lucifer reached a high level of evolution, he stopped and considered that he had evolved enough, choosing rest and demanding to be served by the less evolved. This choice of Lucifer caused the split of opalitic beings into two distinct worlds. One world, led by the Father of Lights, continued to opt for activity and effort. The other world, led by Lucifer, chose rest and stagnation. This rupture was accompanied by a true ideological battle, placing the opalic world before a definitive alternative, a total choice, which led to the formation of a Luciferian world that gradually distanced itself from the zenithal zone, creating a new nadiric pole of comfort, indulgence, and arrogance. It is essential to note that the Luciferian world was initially not an evil world. It did not know deceit or lies, but over time it degenerated into a selfish, proud, and cold world, devoid of love and the spirit of sacrifice. As time passed, it transformed into a deformed world of violence, deceit, and debauchery. We have advanced sufficiently in our subject by presenting the formation of the two opposing worlds, the divine opalic world and Lucifer's diabolical world. Thus, in our galaxy, we have two worlds located at different poles.
The other world is one of hatred and envy, a degenerate and deformed world of injustice and lies.
These worlds are the oldest, the first worlds that appeared in the universe. However, subsequently, 4 more zones with thinking beings developed to such an extent that there are now 4 distinct planetary systems, where worlds are at different levels of evolution. In total, there are 61 planets inhabited by human beings. Earth is part of the second planetary system, Lahasti. What is the difference between the Opalitic world and the other worlds that appeared later? While the Opalic world evolved at an extremely active pace, not experiencing reincarnation cycles, all the other worlds evolved more slowly, which led to quasi-stagnation and this dual life, meaning life in a spiritual body and life in a physical, material body. Thus, each planetary system, composed of a sun and planets, has its own spiritual universe, meaning a spiral of negative layers where spirits reside when they are not in physical bodies. Each spiral has multiple levels, meaning the spirits are hierarchically organized, each at its energy level, each on its proper step of evolution. Therefore, we must understand that in our universe there are 4 hierarchies of spirits, 4 spirals, each with its golden city, with spirits that have reached high levels of perfection. Let us now focus on our planetary system. In this system, there are 4 planets inhabited by thinking beings: Earth, Tarnium, Titan, and Zephyrius. Of all these, Earth is the least evolved planet, with the lowest spirituality. Earth, with its own spirits, is considered the most contradictory planet, the only planet invaded by deceit, malice, falsehood, and lies, due to the transgressions committed by the spirits of this zone. All the transgressions committed by humans have occurred due to the primary cause of their fall, laziness and comfort, which generated an unquenchable thirst for material goods at the expense of spiritual evolution. Additionally, Earth was invaded by Luciferian spirits, who asked the Opalic world for help to be saved. Thus, about 12,000 years ago, the Father of Lights directed the Luciferians to incarnate in Atlantis, a zone located where the Atlantic Ocean is today. There, the first envoy from Opal, Ligurda Hisantiano Lavella, descended, establishing the first religion and the first spirituality known to humans. His name in Atlantis was Zeratemus Oxum Phi. A brilliant medium and great visionary, Zeratemus, after a long solitary life, began his mission as a tribal leader, shaman, and healer. He experienced ecstasy, lucidity, and penetrating the realm of clairvoyance and ideogony, he laid the foundations of the first rituals with a simple, clear, and precise symbolism. Only when he was ready to return to his people did he learn of the plight of the dark-colored black Luciferians who had asked Opal for salvation. The path to salvation was clear: hard work, submission, and sacrifice. In Atlantis, Opal's attempt to save Lucifer ended in total failure. However, in Egypt, a significant number of Luciferians were saved. This is where the mystery of Egypt lies, along with its inexplicable wonders, the pyramids and the giant temples of Karnak and Luxor. Another area where the Luciferians were active was Babylon. Here, the Bible attests to the so-called Flood of Noah, a flood initiated by Opal as a punishment for failing to follow its instructions. Finally, we arrive at the biblical period of the Jewish people, a people of Luciferians who, around 3,000 years before Christ, made a contract with the city of Opal. According to this contract, they were given the title of chosen people, with Apollo assuring them that if they respected its emissaries, it would make them the rulers of the earth. The evolution of the Jewish people is well known, so we won't dwell on it. Suffice it to say that once again, Opal's action resulted in total failure. But instead of punishment, Opal extended a final hand to the Jewish people, sending among them the most beloved Son of the Father of Lights, Jesus Christ.
The entire Opal witnessed Christ's drama with consternation.
Christ returned to his world exhausted, saddened, and defeated. Then the leaders of Opal gathered and made a supreme, definitive, and total decision to remove Lucifer and his followers from Earth's sphere of influence so they could never reincarnate again.
How? Through an invasion. All the gods, all the giants, all categories of opalescent spirits want to participate in this action.
When? Soon.
Currently, Apal is in full preparation. Everything is arranged, and the entire plan of action is being followed by all levels and layers.
Alongside this invasion, Opal has ensured the formation of a new world on Earth.
Hundreds, even thousands of spirits from higher astral zones are now actively working in their respective places of influence, with emissaries assigned to each country. The reality of these claims will soon, gradually, begin to be confirmed. Time and events will confirm the truth of these words. Note, Teoflact prediction was 2040-2050. I have thought a great deal about this starting point. I pondered where to begin, with the lower or the higher, with light or with darkness, with harmony or dissonance. I thought of starting with holiness, with God, but I hesitated, and after much consideration, I preferred to start with what is essential to outline before speaking of divinity, order. One cannot begin by answering what divinity is without first traversing all the steps leading to divinity. For so many, God is the starting point of everything. For me, God is too complex to serve as a starting point. For so many, God can be known by starting from faith, as if faith could constitute the beginning of knowledge. Indeed, for many, God is something so simple that it is enough to believe to know him. Error, a grave and immeasurable error. For centuries, it was thought that the starting point of knowing God was faith, but those same centuries have also demonstrated the existence of blindness in faith. There was a blind, petty, and simplistic faith that became the source of unfortunate distortions of the divine truth. Ignorance has molded an absurd God with strange attributes foreign to an ordered and disciplined mind. That is why, above all else, I found order and discipline, which govern everything and can serve as a realistic and lucid starting point. Here again are two important notions without which the issue of divinity cannot be approached. Suspected and then began to believe in major forces that transcend the human, and these beliefs and assumptions really led him to the stage of creating. Primitive and uneducated man assumes, suspects, and then begins to blindly believe, taking his creation as something absolute, coming to consider his faith ineffable. The second parallel starting point I consider is ignorance, which gave birth to bigotry and fanaticism in all its forms. From this came the deviations, the multitude of confessions and sects of all kinds that have abounded throughout history, all over the world. To be realistic and lucid, we cannot now, in the 20th century, demand that those before us should have been any different. But at the same time, it must be acknowledged that if throughout history there have been so many beliefs and assumptions regarding the existence of God, all these have been the result of remarkable intuitions. Although they lacked sufficient information, they nonetheless intuited the existence of a divine world, a world of harmony and light. Intuition is a higher form of manifestation of the human spirit, and both theological and philosophical thought owe much to it. The history of humanity is the history of the evolution of human thought. Humanity has progressed slowly over the centuries, step by step, century by century, the steps of knowledge. More than ever in human history, today, when the positive sciences have advanced so much, more than ever, every educated and knowledgeable person who has experienced these scientific achievements can see and realize that humanity has begun to step into a new realm of knowledge. Scientific knowledge. Something has emerged in the last century that is entirely different from previous centuries: scientific education. This scientific education means, first and foremost, systematic thinking. For today, to think, to decipher the mysteries in laboratories and research institutes, means possessing the most important tool: ordered, disciplined, systematic thinking. Science, we must admit, has introduced us into a new world, the world of order in the universe, the world of order in the infinity of matter, the world of laws and phenomena, a world humanity had not known for millennia. Today, we can recognize and affirm that everything, all phenomena, are governed by laws, that the entire positive universe is constructed from countless phenomena, and that all these phenomena exist thanks to the existence of laws. Order and laws above all else in the universe. This statement constitutes the essence from which we affirm that even in the endeavor to discover the divine worlds, the divine in our existence, there is a strict and unalienable order and discipline. The order in everything brings to the forefront that even in knowledge there is a strict order, and this order implies the existence of steps, phases through which knowledge passes until it reaches the highest levels of its existence.
I interrupt my own formulations. Veronica has entered the room and tells me she felt the presence of a spirit that wishes to speak.
Veronica whispers to me that she sees a great spirit from Opal, unknown to us.
It has seated itself in the armchair and has begun to speak.
Stop being children!
It is time to begin thinking like evolved beings. It is time to start thinking maturely.
Not I, not we created all that exists. Everything and all things were born of themselves, inscribing themselves on the ascending path of evolution.
We did not create order, nor the laws, which are the beginning of everything.
We are not the creators of the universe, nor of the worlds that followed us. Each world is the result of its own efforts to overcome inertia and complacency. Each world has worked in a disciplined manner, respecting the laws and putting forth effort.
They have become like us, and because of that, they have evolved in full cooperation with us.
And each of those who approached us became gods like us. The purpose of every human being is to become a god, to reach as far as possible through work, effort, and struggle. Earth is the only planet that has demanded the most from us, because it is the only planet where the laws were broken, and where order and discipline were not respected.
The suffering on Earth was the result of the backwardness of the spirits belonging to the earthly zone.
This zone appeared late in the history of the evolution of worlds, and was home to the laziest and most inactive spirits. From complacency, laziness, and inactivity came everything that later meant suffering and misery. The lazy are the ones who invented theft and lies, which eventually led to robbery and murder.
Therefore, Earth and its people must know that they created their own destiny, that their fate is the result of their own evolutionary state, the stagnation in which they have indulged for millennia.
We knew from the beginning that Earth would have the hardest destiny, because the stagnation in which Earthlings indulged was unique in the entire spiritual universe. In our love, we wanted to help Earth, but we could not send aid until the Earthlings themselves could distinguish between good and evil. Only when those on Earth began to think were we able to send missionaries who sacrificed their powers by descending, taking human bodies on Earth to uncover the mysteries of existence. However, the missionaries suffered the most on this earth because they descended into the darkest of darkness, the darkness of ignorance.
The one who has dictated so far withdraws and asks me to continue writing, my guiding spirit from Opal, Heruvical. I will continue what one of our wise men began.
I will express myself, because I am one of those who have closely followed the evolution of Earth, and I have especially watched and inspired many missionaries in their work of creation on this planet.
Yes, we from Opal began working on Earth in the midst of a darkness that was
total for us.
Communication through mediumship was not possible because we did not yet have a common language, and Earthlings did not yet possess the basic concepts through which they could understand the realities of the evolved worlds. Therefore, the first missionaries were left to navigate on their own through the sea of aberrations in the minds of the Earthlings, which they had created from their own imagination. Those who were sent were initially among the most skilled philosophers from the planet Tatun, who brought some clarifications to Earth, inventing the first writings and concepts that would remain for future generations. The greatest difficulty the missionaries encountered on Earth was the excessive attachment of Earthlings to material possessions, the desire for wealth, in which those who ruled by force and sword excelled. And as the black, Luciferian spirits grew increasingly bold, Paul suggested the idea of separation, of withdrawing the good from the bad, to create spiritual nuclei of initiation. Initiation initially meant the worship of gods, honoring and respecting them through sacrifices. The concept of sacrifice is an opalic creation for Earthlings, because Earthlings were guilty of falling into stagnation by not respecting the law of effort, by abandoning activity. This was the real and original sin: stagnation, laziness, the inactivity of the mind in the sphere of spiritual values, and exclusive concern for food, shelter, and especially excessive rest and inactivity. The idea of sacrifice brings with it the most valuable solution for overcoming the impasse, the most effective way to pull people out of stagnation: renunciation. Renunciation of material goods and contentment with little, with what is strictly necessary for sustaining the body, was the fundamental condition that gave Earthlings the chance to live in harmony with those around them, to help their fellow beings, and not to covet what others had. Despite the drama of Atlantis, there were several societies that, in total retreat and separation from those pursuing wealth and indulgence, achieved balance and spiritual progress. We do not deny the necessity of material progress and civilization, but the civilization of Atlantis developed in an atmosphere of total denial of spiritual values. It was a Luciferian world, exceptionally intelligent, but one that affirmed only material life, strictly tied to biological needs. It was a cold world of selfishness, social inequalities, and ruthless exploitation. Atlantis represented the first brutal intervention by Apple against those who did not keep their covenant. Lucifer had asked for the salvation of the Opalic ruling council. The Opalisk sphere, in its desire to help Lucifer, but Lucifer, along with his entire world, scorned initiation, rejected the advice to renounce, and, abusing divine kindness and forbearance, made himself the Lord and Master of Earth, exploiting and terrorizing the good and hard-working. By destroying Atlantis, Apple itself experienced turmoil. For a long period, we in Apple gave up intervening on Earth. Instead, the other higher worlds took over. On their own initiative, the higher strata concentrated their interventions on Earth, focusing especially on spiritual centers with a tradition: Egypt and India. Egypt yielded the expected results, creating a spirituality of extreme and exclusive concern for renunciation of everything, even to the point of denying basic necessities, which were subjected and disciplined. The result was that through the order and fervor of the Egyptians, thousands of Earthlings were purified and managed to recover the lost time. The most evolved reached the ranks of those in the higher strata, benefiting from the harmony that reigns in the world of lights. Similar beautiful results were achieved in India during the period before the coming of Buddha. Buddha, one of the greatest spirits from the Golden City, requested permission and the blessing of the Father of Lights to descend personally to Earth, to stop the deviations into which those populating that region had fallen. Exaggerated asceticism was practiced, and various futile rituals had multiplied, but their intentions were too good. Thus, Buddha descended. He descended. The first great light descended, bringing light to those people, showing them the path toward the ennoblement of the soul. Monasteries and deserts were filled after Buddha with pure people burning with a thirst for light.
Their thirst was fully rewarded, for many of them managed in a single lifetime to become pure, and thus gain permission to enter the higher strata, escaping the cycle of reincarnation on Earth. At this point, my own thoughts intervened, and I dared to interrupt Heruvikal, asking him a question. I understand, my most enlightened guide, that Earthlings have experienced periods of advanced spirituality, epochs that manage to elevate and spiritualize many Earthlings.
Yes, many Earthlings responded to the first calls, the first missionaries, the first initiatives for salvation launched from Uppal and other evolved worlds.
The first to be saved were those who lived in Atlantis, followed by those in Egypt and India.
This constituted the first phase of the Opalitic intervention. A phase from which all those who were content with little benefited, those who accepted and were satisfied with living in poverty and primitive conditions. Those who, not desiring earthly achievements, built pyramids and temples, all in complete harmony and understanding, far from sin. This is the first time you've mentioned the word sin. I understand that this notion holds a very special significance, and that this state of sin represents a particular situation with much more serious implications.
You have understood very well. I see that you could continue yourself, explaining what the state of sin means, but I prefer to communicate it to you, for you too will have surprises. I said that a large part of the earthly spirits listened and followed the advice and teachings of the missionaries sent, so they reached the higher levels.
These constituted a category of pure spirits, who, although they had stagnated to some extent, had not violated the laws of love, nor had they committed or experienced.
There is a significant difference between mistake and sin.
Sin is the state of darkness and confusion into which the mind and conscience enter after a person has persisted in a mistake, repeating it countless times.
This causes dirty colors to appear on the soul's body, signifying the deformation of thought and conscience. The state of sin means a deviation from the laws of harmony and good coexistence in all its forms.
But if people didn't know, if they were unaware of the laws, if no one told them what sin is, what they should and shouldn't do, that is, if they fell into the state of sin out of ignorance, can this be considered a fault? You ask for an answer that indeed needs to be clarified, although I intended to explain it. You must know that what has been called conscience on earth is a spiritual faculty unique to those who have experienced the fall, that is, those who at some point violated the laws in one way or another. The notion of conscience, the ability to distinguish between what is good and what is bad, is unique to earthlings, those who have oscillated between good and evil, a spiritual faculty specific to those who have lived in error and confusion.
I wanted to ask a question, but I felt I should remain silent and simply write.
Yes, worlds that evolved normally and did not deviate from the laws have never known evil, never experienced the fall, nor the opacity that sin brings. It is difficult for you, who live in a world of great confusions and contradictions, to understand what I am saying now, but I know that through reflection you will understand. A spirit that has never known sin has no awareness of what is evil. For a superior spirit, evil doesn't even exist. It is completely free in its actions, and working freely in perfect harmony and accordance with the laws, its clear and lucid thoughts guide it only toward what is good. Only on earth does what you call conscience appear, which in fact is what we call primary thought, which, after experiencing the fall, the deviation, sees with the mind that it is not good, and avoids falling again. The ability to distinguish between good and evil is thus unique to earthlings. This mental vision, however, is not given by anyone from outside. Each spirit, in its evolutionary journey, has come to distinguish good from evil on its own. Each has known the laws from within, and when the soul committed a transgression against any law, the primary thought, or conscience within each person, cried out, "No! Don't do this again.
But many continued to do so, repeatedly committing the sin, ignoring the inner voice that opposed their actions.
That is why those who break the laws are guilty, because in every thinking being, the primary thought never remains silent, always condemning the mistake and the sin.
Opal could only intervene in the evolution of Earthlings when they reached the point of thinking and developing a language through which teachings and advice could be communicated.
In this sense, it can be said that all thought and everything that was created on earth that is good and lasting is the result of the intervention of Apal and the other higher worlds,
which did not hesitate to take on earthly bodies to contribute to enlightening humanity.
If the first category of the pure but unevolved was saved through the missionaries from Atlantis, Egypt, and India, the majority of earthly spirits remained, those who lay in the state of sin.
The state of sin is equivalent to the state of spiritual disorder, in which the voice of conscience has ceased to speak, and the fallen person is no longer able to distinguish good from evil.
Breaking the laws becomes a habit, an inertia that leads to a downfall into hell, into the layers of suffering and torment.
The fall, therefore, came quite late.
Initially, there was peace, tranquility, and understanding on earth. But over time, the lazy began to strike and steal from others what did not belong to them. Hatred and envy for those who had worked crept into them, and they resorted to violence and murder to claim what was not theirs. Evil and suffering on earth were further amplified by the presence of black Luciferian spirits, eager to dominate and enrich themselves by exploiting the humble and needy. After the defeat of Lucifer in Atlantis, a long time later, some of the Luciferian spirits persistently begged Opal for forgiveness and leniency. Opal, aware that the drama would only intensify, still granted chances for recovery, promising to send special missionaries to guide them.
There is no need to dwell on this, as it pertains to the Jewish people, whose history is well documented, though at times distorted by the priesthood.
The Jewish people received many revelations and communications from higher spirits.
They were in possession of many truths, which, however, they did not value or respect.
Worse still, they all fell into blindness due to the ruling caste of priests, who were black spirits living in indulgence, falsehood, and lies. What was even graver was that they considered themselves the chosen people, the only people loved by God, who held the absolute truth, the laws they claimed to follow, though in reality they lived in complete falsehood and distortion of the truth. Their extreme pride and hypocrisy led the Father of Lights to resort to a final attempt to save the Luciferians, sending a missionary directly from Opal and calling upon his closest collaborators in the Opalic sphere. The call of our Father was answered by divine humility, Jesus Christ, who willingly accepted the call, choosing to incarnate on the infernal earth. Earthlings will never be able to fully comprehend the profound drama, the immense suffering that Christ endured in separating from those he loved and descending into the darkest world, a world of disorder, confusion, contradictions, and straying. Only we, from Opal, we who were with him throughout, could understand the bitter taste he felt in not being understood. Egypt, however, was receptive. They understood and assimilated his teachings. The Jews, however, were hostile and adversarial from the beginning. Why? Because Christ did not spare them. Seeing that they twisted everything he said, Christ moved to open confrontation, rebuking them in public. Christ could not say much. People were not capable of understanding the kingdom of lights and its mysteries. Yet his teachings brought light. But more than his teachings, his life meant sacrifice for truth. The rejection of Christ by the Luciferian spirits, the crucifixion with which they responded to the great divine love, provoked an unprecedented revolt in Opal and the other worlds. We all asked our Father to destroy the Luciferian world which had come to infest earth. The Father of Lights, withdrawn in his palace alongside his collaborators, held a prolonged council and decided to destroy the entire Luciferian world through fire. Christ returned.
disappointed, defeated. His sadness and grief made him unable to immediately return to Opal. He wandered for a long time.
Heruvically is troubled, emotional, having interrupted the account, remembering those times.
Layers, and finally, after our persistent calls, Christ returned to Opal, but sad and unsettled. Veronica feels the approach of Christ himself, who wishes to speak. I speak to you now, I, Son of the Light, to testify to you of the disappointment earth has caused me, for it has not understood me, nor has it listened to me.
Not only those from my time, but even those who followed after me have not only failed to understand the truth, but due to their distortions, have also perverted the truths I conveyed. It is true that I did not say everything, but I said what was essential. Self-sacrifice. Everything for those around you. Everything for the truth.
I say it clearly, for all to know. I never intended for my teaching to become a religion. I wanted, through self-sacrifice, for man to become more realistic, and, seeing reality, to choose sacrifice. Nothing more, nothing less. Why? Because only through the daily acts of sacrifice can man discover within himself the source of truth and light. I did not ask for songs of praise, services, or offerings to be given to me. I did not ask for temples and churches to be built in my name, for I knew that once these were erected, priests would arise, full of pride and lies, claiming to bring grace in my name.
Lies! No one can bring grace or light to another.
Light does not come from outside. It comes from within. It comes from oneself, after a person has become capable of sacrifice and lives on the altar of love and compassion for others.
Out of love I came to earth. Out of love I fought against the darkness in the minds of those around me, showing them the path to light. And out of love for the truth, I rebuked the proud and hypocritical, so as not to conceal the truth.
The priests, so-called mine, rather than following my example, built castles and palaces, indulging in debauchery, feasting, and luxury at the expense of the faithful and naive, who, though they saw it, did not revolt.
My revolt. I manifested it through Martin Luther, specially sent to emphasize what was essential in my teaching: realistic action, acts of love, and sacrifice for the truth. That I was misrepresented.
It was not my fault, but the fault of those who were waiting for light from the outside. What does Savior mean?
Why was I called Redeemer?
I redeem no one, neither I, nor my brothers, nor our Father.
Salvation, redemption, comes from within. It starts from the interior of each individual. For I repeat what I said on earth. The kingdom of light is within each of you.
There is the same error regarding the forgiveness of sins. I was attributed the power to forgive sins, as if, just like light, for forgiveness to come from outside. No one can wipe away the stains on a spirit except the one stained, through effort, through striving, through acts of love.
There are many things in the writings that have been passed down to you, many that were wrongly translated and interpreted, distorting what I said.
I dreamed too. My salvation on earth was to dream of a new earth, a different world, a new world.
Indeed, when I entered Jerusalem on a donkey and was received with palm branches and shouts of joy, I experienced the joy I hoped to feel in the future, when I would return to earth.
But I will not return until order is established on earth, and the laws are respected with holiness.
Both I and my brothers from Opal await our Father's decision to begin the final intervention on earth, the burning of those with dark colors and the black spirits that rule earth.
Despite the culture and civilization earth has reached, from a spiritual perspective, a terrible drought has set in.
Philosophers wander in abstract or overly primitive notions, and artists, poets, and musicians are devoid of ideas. Why? Because the Luciferians control everything from behind the scenes, masked, covering their thefts with lies that the public believes.
Disaster is indeed near, for there has never been such disorder and injustice on earth as in this century of the greatest transgressions. Therefore, the punishment will not be delayed. Judgment is coming.
It approaches and will know no mercy or pity.
First, there will be a purification of Earth's atmosphere, which will burn away the negative emanations of the wicked. From Opal will flow the Duran radiations, which will burn everything harmful, from particles to atoms to malevolent microorganisms. First, the skies, waters, and oceans will be purified by Duran. Then the Triton radiations will begin to slowly decompose the minds of the wicked, making them confess their wrongdoings publicly. But their repentance will be in vain. There will be no forgiveness for anyone or anything, for divine justice is above mercy. Then the deluge of burning flames of Tyran will come, slowly consuming the spiritual bodies of the Dark Ones, descending both on earth and into the Luciferian world, destroying it until it is completely annihilated along with all its dwellings. There will be fear, there will be terror across the entire earth. Every head will bow, and each will acknowledge their share of guilt. Then many books that have been closed for centuries will be opened, and the truth of those who prophesied will come to light on its own. In a purified world, we will be able to take leadership through those we send to earth. Of course, the vast majority of those who remain will receive our communications and follow the advice that will be received through mediumship. We will send enough mediums so that each country has the necessary instrument of communication, allowing a close connection between the spirits and those on earth. However, there will also be some who will prefer and remain faithful to traditional religions. We will not hinder them. Everyone will remain free to choose the path that best suits their understanding. However, I wish for the Earthlings to unite their efforts to achieve a unified concept of life and existence. The burning will spare many, many who still suffer from certain vices, many with stains on their spirit, who will not cause problems for the leaders. In any case, we desire that any deviation from the laws be severely punished.
Sin, transgression, must not be forgiven.
Lies, slander, insults, and even more so, theft or assault, must not be forgiven. We wish for each country to be led by initiates and philosophers who will be sent by us and communicated through mediums.
Heruvicli, your guide and our brother, now has the word to continue and say what he has to say.
I now withdraw, but we will meet again on this path. Indeed, Christ has ceased to communicate with me. Heruvicli is silent, so I take the necessary pause. I am tired.
After a night of rest, I sat at my desk, feeling Heruvicli's presence waiting, so I didn't delay in making myself available. I know that for many, what we have said will be surprising, and the greatest surprise is our claim that God did not create man, the worlds, or the universes.
But just as true is the fact that all worlds have developed within the Opalic bath, and that everything achieved on all planets has been under the guidance of Opal.
Especially the culture on Earth is the result of higher spirits from layers and planets that have created everything on Earth, guiding human thought.
If God did not mold man biologically, he did, however, give man the breath of spiritual life through the action of the phrenic magnetic fields, which incited man to think and meditate throughout his millennia of evolution. As you wrote earlier in this work, the spirits from layers I to 4 have also benefited from centonic luminous radiations, an elementary form of divine love for Earthlings. The action of these magnetic forces, these divine attraction forces, should be known by Earthlings, for Opal has been and will forever remain the source of light and truth for all worlds.
Dear Heruvicli, forgive me for interrupting.
But who will reveal to us the mystery of the beginnings? How did human evolution start,
and from what initial phase? What was the starting point, the elementary phase from which thinking beings began, and what are the stages through which they passed?
The unraveling of this issue is much too complex to assimilate it at this phase of Earth's development.
The stages of evolution will be communicated to Earth later, when science progresses further and is able to decipher phenomena more clearly. So, for now, you and others should be content with what is given to you. In fact, I have already communicated to you the starting point, which is Alouetta, and which you have abandoned, fearing you might be considered too fanciful or abstract. Well, in this volume, you will include the theory of Alouetta, and perhaps we will continue with the exposition of the phases. We'll see.
You wanted to systematically present the phases of spiritual evolution in this chapter.
Yes, I began by highlighting the fundamental factors that determine evolution, namely, order and laws. The question arises, what happens when a person falls from order into disorder, thus entering the state of sin? The state of sin represents the fall from the normal order, which ensures natural evolution and ascension toward the light. The tragedy of the state of sin is the loss of the sense of the sacred and harmony. The tragedy is that in such a spirit, the most important faculty atrophies: intuition. Intuition is the great miracle of any thinking being. It is the sign that indicates the presence of the divine in man, because intuition is the source of truth in humanity's quest for knowledge. The first task of any earthling is purification, which means emerging from the state of sin, leaving the domain of disorder, which is equivalent to spiritual blindness. Emerging from the state of sin involves both the effort to cease sinning and, more importantly, the effort to do good deeds toward others, to respect and help one's neighbor. Cleansing the stains on the spirit can only be achieved through many, very many good deeds. A spirit with stains cannot experience the intuitive state unique to those who are pure. Therefore, those in the state of sin must necessarily know religion, have a spiritual guide, resort to meditation and contemplation, and have intense spiritual and intellectual pursuits. Contemplation, introspection, meditation. This is the sacred trinity we recommend to all who wish to reach the second phase, the phase of spiritual nobility through intuition. Silence. I feel that they have all fallen silent and withdrawn. All that remains is for me to gather my thoughts again and put them down, conscious of the influences under which I will continue to formulate the way out of the spiritual impasse of man, fallen into the state of sin. E. There is no doubt that there is a destiny for earthlings as a whole. But the truth is that each person has their own destiny, their own problems to solve, their own specific stage in which they find themselves, and which they must overcome at all costs. Overcoming the stage involves sacrifices. Of course, every person is caught up in solving material concerns, in meeting the needs of their existence as an animal, as a biological being. They need a shelter, food, and clothing. They must provide for their family and educate their children. This is the natural condition of normal earthly life, which everyone is bound to. This is the natural condition of normal earthly life, which everyone is bound to respect. However, no matter how many material obligations a person has, nothing can justify neglecting the pursuit of developing their spiritual faculties. Therefore, in the struggle to acquire material goods, one must recognize a measure, a threshold, a limit beyond which material concerns become superfluous. Excessive luxury, comfort, and endless entertainment are superfluous. They only capture the mind and keep it chained in the vicious circle of blind and inferior needs. Life on earth, let us not forget, is temporary. The purpose of our lives is clear, to reach beyond into one of the higher realms, to benefit from a world of harmony, light, music, and knowledge, without worries, without other material concerns. In this sense, I find myself inclined to agree with Buddhism, which spoke of escaping the torrent, avoiding the cycle of reincarnation. As I mentioned, there is a destiny for Earthlings, a great torrent of humanity that will ultimately progress and ennoble mankind over the millennia to come. But the destiny of the torrent is made up of an infinity of individual destinies, the destiny each person faces and is called to resolve.
In these lines, I wish to address those who, through intuition, realize that destiny must be guided, worked on, controlled, and directed toward a higher and then sublime goal.
The achievement of inner harmony, capable of intercepting the higher divine callings.
Heruvicli concluded his message by bringing to the forefront the sacred trinity of contemplation, introspection, and meditation.
But this sacred trinity can only be realized through withdrawal from the torrent of the world, withdrawal from worries, a relative renunciation of the goods and pleasures of the surrounding material world.
Yes, this withdrawal, this renunciation of luxury, distractions, and other inferior pleasures is the fundamental condition which, when fulfilled, can ensure the spirit's open path to its necessary evolution. To reach the third phase of transfiguration, we must first be profound connoisseurs of all the values created by great philosophers, artists, and cultural creators.
In other words, it requires a prolonged period of study and research of all the spiritual values created by humanity.
This demands solitude, the four walls of a modest room in which to reign as emperors for many years of our lives.
I have been, and still am, a profound student of the Bible, especially the books of the New Testament. But in my quest to understand divinity and the meaning of existence, I could not arrive at a higher conception of divinity without knowing
Hegel, Nietzsche, Bach, Wagner, Newton, Einstein, and many others.
I have studied, passing through both intermediate and higher schools, and became an architect, though in essence I was captivated by theology and philosophy, particularly by music, through which I can say I have glimpsed the worlds of harmony and light.
In my spiritual evolution, the most important place has been given to meditation and prayer, which have always accompanied my efforts in following what my intuition dictates. I have practiced these while among people, but I always had my hours of withdrawal into the inner chamber of my being. I have no restrictions. I am completely and totally free from all things, but I cannot accept just anything around me.
I live in a world with a highly diluted and impoverished culture, poor in ideas. Indeed, we live in an era of great spiritual depletion. And why? Precisely because there persists in people a confusion of values, a lack of discernment in promoting culture and spiritual values, which play a secondary role in our contemporary world. The sole focus of the world's leaders is the production of as many material goods as possible, as if that were the purpose of our existence. This is Earth, a planet of inferior spirits, chasing after more and better food, luxury, comfort, and distractions.
I feel like a stranger in this world, which lies in the darkness of ignorance and unawareness.
Lucifer triumphs. I see and feel it in everything, but his reign will be severely punished, and only then will the world be reborn.
Only then will Christ, the Son of God, be resurrected, and the world will start anew, beginning again with discernment, so that in thought and culture there will no longer be errors, confusion, and misunderstandings.
The announced disaster, which is very near, will serve to refresh Earth's atmosphere, bringing forth a new, unique culture, valid for all across the entire Earth. Only when the voices of all unite in a single, harmonious, and unique choir, only then will Christ descend triumphantly on Earth, upon a renewed and sanctified world, where everyone knows the one solution for life: sacrifice for the good of others. Only when the law of love through effort and work is respected on earth will we hope for a destiny free of any drama or suffering. The day is near when all eyes will see that the final judgment was not just a myth, a simple story, or a tale, but a reality. The day is near when it will not be the wealthy and the armed who speak and command, but the initiated and the wise. The day is near when philosophers and sages will take humanity's destiny into their hands and guide it with skill.
Then there will be a new earth and a new heaven.
Hidden mysteries will be revealed, and every person will clearly know the steps they must climb. Then everything will bloom in perfect harmony, for order and laws will triumph on this earth, which today lies in ignorance and darkness. I was reading with Veronica in the office. At one point, she told me that our Lord Jesus Christ himself wished to speak. I quickly grabbed my pen and waited for his words. You have been told and you have been urged not to remain children, to be mature. Therefore, I begin by calling you to maturity, and although you are children, I will address you as mature beings who have studied and investigated nature and its laws. I speak to you who know how to think, you who have deciphered the order and laws that govern nature, and in doing so, have freed yourselves from preconceived ideas, becoming realistic and lucid. For this reason, I too wish to speak freely, leaving aside everything that has been until now. I consider that I am speaking to new people, addressing the present and especially the future, leaving the past behind.
What has been, I do not wish to repeat. The past was not entirely bad, but it represented darkness, misery, and suffering, and I want these to end once and for all. From the past, I want only one notion to remain.
I want the entire past to mean for you, all of you new people, one single idea: sacrifice. And when I say sacrifice, do not think only of me, but of all those who sacrifice themselves for justice, truth, goodness, and beauty. Everything that the earth has achieved that is enduring and imperishable is the result of self-sacrifice, the most precious offering made on the altar of all that is beautiful and sublime.
I did not come 2,000 years ago to bring something new.
I brought nothing new.
I came merely to affirm what others had said before me, namely that the only way out of the darkness is through sacrifice, the sacrifice of oneself for others, the sacrifice in the fight for justice and truth.
This was my message, and the idea with which I wanted nations and peoples to be sealed.
2,000 years ago, I called everyone to sacrifice.
I could not say much in a world engulfed in ignorance and darkness. Now the time has come to speak openly about everything.
Just as I called you to sacrifice 2,000 years ago, now I come again to call you to order.
I call you to order, to discipline, to study, to zeal, to effort, to diligence.
When I spoke on earth, I spoke in parables and stories, because I addressed primitive and unevolved minds.
I confess to you, my children and friends, that I am pleased to be able to express myself directly, sincerely, and openly, and thus my words will be clear, without ambiguity, without equivocation.
I have said that I call you to something new, something I did not speak of on earth, to order and discipline in everything.
The time for fulfilling the commandments has passed. Those who have not fulfilled them will regret it and weep, but regret and tears will be in vain.
The judgment has been spoken, the sentence has been pronounced.
Those who have not kept the commandments, those who have not known sacrifice, will not see the new times. Those who have not kept the commandments, those who have not known sacrifice, will not see the new times, the new earth. Fire will burn and consume and purify the earth from those lawless ones who have only placed obstacles in the path of evolution. I call you to order and say to you, this is the Alpha of the new world, for Omega means
harmony, beauty, and sublime.
Thus, my call to order is a fundamental principle, because, in fact, my call refers to the kingdom of light, which means harmony, beauty, sublime.
As much as I would like.
The past cannot be abandoned, and it cannot be abandoned because it was not only suffering, but also fertile creation.
Everything that will endure for the future will be the creation achieved in philosophy, art, and especially science. I say especially science because it is science that has taught Earthlings the order and discipline of the laws that constitute the foundation upon which both the negative and positive universe have been built.
You may ask why I have not mentioned religion as one of the great creations of Earthlings.
I have not mentioned religion expressly because it is the only thing that has given me the most trouble due to the darkness and ignorance that have dominated for millennia on this earth. In a new world, everything will be new. Everything will need to be cleansed and renewed. Philosophy, art, and science. But, as we know, science is the purest because falsehood has no place in it, while religion, unfortunately, contains the greatest errors. The purest creation of earth has been and remains science, for in it hypocrisy, deception, and lies cannot penetrate. In art, there have been impostors, as in philosophy. Many have considered themselves philosophers, when in reality they were merely lost.
Religions, however, have been the sources of the saddest distortions of the truth, and for this reason, I would like this nightmare on earth to end as soon as possible. That is why I speak to you now, because I too am aware of the chaos in thinking that all religions, without exception, have cultivated.
I am not referring to the founders of religions, but to the religions that formed later. Each founder had clear things to say, and expressed them clearly. And yet they were understood by too few. Why? Because chaos and disorder in thinking, caused by sin, reigned.
Sin was the cause of falling into disorder, and disorder in thinking brought error and confusion of ideas. And with confused, disordered minds, nothing can be achieved. The first issue that religions could not solve was the problem of creation. The second problem was suffering. Where does suffering on earth come from? Who created it? From the first part of this presentation, you realize that the realm of earthly spirits was the lowest in the entire negative spiritual universe. The drama of these spirits was amplified by stagnation, in other words, laziness and complacency. This was the first cause of the suffering that followed. The second cause of suffering on earth was caused by fallen spirits with dark colors, who were the sources of all wrongdoing across the entire earth. But who is to blame for all this? The great creator? The great architect? Is he the builder of worlds and steps? If he were the builder of all, then it could be said that he is at fault. But it is not him. It is not him because he did not make the worlds placed on so many levels. God must not be blamed for the fact that Earth took the lowest place among planets and layers. God did not desire stagnation, laziness, or lies. All worlds have evolved freely, and freely the superior ones opted for order, not knowing stagnation, laziness, or lies. And for this reason they remained in the great family of the kingdom of lights, living on ordered steps in harmony, beauty, and sublimity. Earth was called by the great governor the fallen planet. The lost child. Why? Precisely because only on earth, amidst laziness, complacency, and lies, did envy, hatred, and malice arise. Nowhere else in the universe does envy and malice exist, because only on earth has disorder been established, both in positive and spiritual matters. That is why I have called you to order, and with that I call you further to zeal, effort, and diligence to drive disorder away from this earth of ignorance and incompetence. I have called you to order, because only a mind with orderly thoughts can receive our messages, which invite you, not command you. Come to the fundamental order and discipline of laws, the only things that lead to harmony, beauty, and the sublime. For superior humans, there has never been a separation between reason and faith. The visible and the invisible world have always constituted a certain indestructible unity for them. In my message, I want to deliberately set aside faith. Yes, I want to leave this millennial virtue aside in what follows.
Why? Because too much reliance has been placed on faith in all religions, and too many aberrations have emerged from a simple faith that was considered to be everything. All religions have demanded from their followers submission and obedience, starting from the imperative of faith. Behold, I do not call you to faith, but to knowledge and systematic study. I start with study and base everything on study, on organized and disciplined study, the study of the order of the laws of nature. Therefore, I begin not from faith, but from science. God does not need believers, but harmonious people, and harmony can only be achieved through a profound understanding of the laws governing all the phenomena that take place in the world around us. God does not need believers, but harmoniously developed spirits, and harmony can only be achieved through great effort in the field of knowledge. First and foremost, the pure-hearted person must study nature with all its laws and phenomena. The new person must not start from faith, but from science. They must first understand well the visible order. For this, it is necessary to study astronomy, chemistry, physics, medicine, biology, with a focus on physics-mathematics, especially on the phenomena specific to atoms. From the perspective of order in knowledge, science is the primary condition that creates the premises for cultivating an ordered and disciplined mind. The second level that must be approached is that of art, and when I speak of art, I am thinking of its two higher aspects illustrated by music and architecture. From the level of the natural laws established by science, one can move to the second level of laws, the laws of harmony in forms, sounds, and colors. From science to art. Not the other way around. Then, from art, one can approach religions. Only afterthought has been ordered through the knowledge of laws can the new person begin to delve into the mysteries and hidden aspects of the spiritual phenomena illustrated by evolved religions. Thus, there are three levels of harmony. The harmony of the laws of the physical world. 2. The harmony of forms, sounds, and colors. 3. The harmony of spiritual phenomena. The harmony of spiritual phenomena is born in the fire of meditation and contemplation of the harmony of laws that you encounter in daily study, associated with a life of service to others, as well as a life of withdrawal. The life of withdrawal is the condition for moving from meditation on order to the harmony of laws, to their contemplation. Contemplation is the first important spiritual phenomenon. It is the most important because contemplation greatly develops intuition, which is essential for the most significant spiritual phenomenon, creation. Contemplation, followed by ecstasy, represents the backdrop of any creator in any domain, be it science, art, or philosophy. Access to the harmony and beauty of laws, forms, sounds, and colors brings in the person the premises for becoming a creator. This is the meaning that the great Creator gives to creation, that each person becomes a creator in their world, in their spiritual universe. Only then will the spirit know the sublime register of contact with its Creator. It may seem that I am contradicting myself. I stated that God is not the creator of humans, only to now call God the great Creator. Yes, God is not the creator of biological life. Biology is independent and autonomous. However, God is the creator of the spiritual universe of ideas. In this sense, God is the creator because he is the great source of ideas that inspires and nourishes all creators. Here is the real sign of intercepting opalic radiations, inspiration. Inspiration is the real mode of communication with the higher world. It is the signal that the divine has begun to take shape in that spirit. An inspired spirit represents the being that has aligned itself with the symphony of spiritual worlds. The inspired spirit is the earthly spirit that can benefit from centonic opalitic radiations. Everyone benefits from these radiations, while aerosonic radiations are only for the evolved, The active ones who, after achieving perfect balance within themselves, have begun to rise, ascending the steps of harmony, beauty, and the sublime. Where does the sublime begin? On the higher steps of intuition and inspiration. This is the ideal of the new world. This is how a new world can be created. A new world is made up of creators, small and great creators, with every small creator having the potential to become a great one through much effort over several lifetimes. Limitation comes only from the narrowing and restricting of study. If inner order is established, study is what develops, discovers, and opens new horizons. Thus, my final encouragement in this presentation is study. Only through the study and deep understanding of the harmony of laws, forms, sounds, and colors does the perspective of a developed intuition open up, which is the condition for knowing the state of inspiration. Religions have said that the purpose of humans is to become divine, and they were not wrong. My final call, as in the beginning, returns to the order so essential for a normal evolution. In striving for divinity, humans must aspire toward the peak they can reach, harmony, beauty, and the sublime. Today is Wednesday, October 26th, 1977. Veronica is feeling unwell, and even though I was busy dictating for research in the unseen world, she asked me to stop and take her by car to pray at the Patriarchal Cathedral. We entered the church, and seeing the priests and listening to the grand liturgy of St. John Chrysostom, I remembered what our Lord Jesus Christ said just the previous day. As one who has lived and studied orthodoxy deeply, and the writings of the Holy Fathers, as one who has experienced hesychasm, I am surprised by the sobriety of language and the concepts that Christ used in his last words on October 25th. Hesychasm, the deepest form of living the inner mystical experiences, a mystical current, the most profound mystical theological current of the Holy Fathers of the Eastern Christian Church, emerging in the 7th, 8th centuries. After the service ended, Veronica told me we needed to go home immediately because someone was announcing their desire to speak. Upon arriving home, I sat at my desk, and Veronica sat in her armchair. After closing her eyes for about 2 minutes, she told me that our Lord Jesus Christ appeared in his usual light. It is still me, the same as yesterday. I am the one who came to earth out of love for the lost. I too began on earth by studying. I studied through observation and understood intuitively the spiritual age and level of those who surrounded me. I remained silent for years, even though I had much to say. Yet I remained silent, watching. I studied the world, the fallen world, the world of confusion and misguidance. Most were not evil. The Egyptians were pure, but they lived within a religion, and this notion was new to me, because on none of the other planets do religions exist. Our essence is realism and lucidity. But from the realism and the opaque sublime, one cannot fathom a world of disorder.
I came to Earth with the desire to express myself.
But in order to express myself, I had to first understand the cause of the disorder in a realistic way. I knew about disorder only theoretically, from above, from my world, but I did not know it practically. It was foreign to me. Envy, hatred, and evil were unknown to me. I was a missionary, and the first guide to descend from the very city of light, the divine Opal, and I had to bring light from light into darkness. At first, I did not know where to begin. I did not know which path to show as the one to follow. I needed a great deal of reflection, much meditation, to figure out for myself the way to truth and light. I found myself in a primitive world with very few concepts. The only way for me to be understood was to speak in the existing familiar language, not to create new concepts. Only now I express myself more clearly. But back then, human language, the earthly language, was very poor, and minds were very slow to comprehend. As I meditated, trying to find a way out of the communication deadlock, the idea came to me to use parables and metaphors. In this sense, yes, I created a special way of communication, the language of parables and metaphors. When I willingly chose to be the one to descend to earth, the Father, the parent of the universe, said to me, "Do not call us beside you, for we cannot come. We will be with you, and yet you will feel alone." And so it was, not once. But many times I wanted to abandon earth, to leave my mission, to return to the world from which I had come. Every time I asked for this, the Father remained silent. Oh, these silences of the Father. I suffered greatly among you, because I was not understood. Most did not understand. Few understood, and even fewer followed my advice. For this I did not hate. But I was disappointed, because so many were so dark that they caused me disgust and a reluctance to remain on earth. I did not want temples, nor did I want priests. I say this without hesitation, and I repeat it to be clearly understood. That is why I did not write and did not want to write anything, for I knew that my words would be distorted, falsified, and misunderstood. I did not want temples or priests. These belonged to the past, and I wanted something new, apostles to follow my sacrifice.
I desired not the external temple and priesthood, but the inner temple and the inner priesthood. Let the priest be the mind, and the heart be the altar.
I did not want the useless sacrifices of Judaism, but the living sacrifice of each person on the altar of truth and love. I did not want churches made of bricks and stones, but rather the tears of love and ecstasy. To the extent that the churches and priests have cultivated love, sacrifice, and ecstasy, their sacrifices have been accepted, and they have succeeded in entering the kingdom of light. I said I did not want religion. But I acknowledge, religion was necessary. This is proven by the presence, in the higher realms, of so many priests of churches and temples. There are too many religions on earth: Christianity, Buddhism, Brahmanism, Islam, Confucianism, Shintoism, and so many other factions and derived sects. It was natural that in a world of disordered minds, lacking a system of thinking, factions and sects would emerge. Of course, they will persist for a long time still, as long as the factionalists and sectarians do not adopt a system of study.
Only a multi-directional study will bring an end to the conflicts between the numerous doctrines and dogmas.
The multitude of doctrines and dogmas has no place in a new world, and there will not be a new world until everyone enters into order, knowing the worlds of the kingdom of light, sealed in harmony, beauty, and sublime. Priests have not only served the altars of churches, but also the altars of the arts, sciences, and philosophies. To be a priest means to be a servant of truth. To be a priest means to serve on the altar of thought and creation. True priests are the intuitive, the inspired, the creators. He who truly serves at an altar, that altar is the altar of truth, leading to the kingdom of harmony, beauty, and sublime. Those who desire priesthood in churches and temples may continue to be priests, but they must truly serve the substance, not the forms. They must fight to make believers into living churches and temples who know the path that leads to ennoblement and divinization. To conclude this subject, I openly and clearly reaffirm, religion belongs to children. Children need form in order to grow. Humanity, culture, and civilization emerged alongside religions, but while culture, philosophy, sciences, and arts have progressed, religions have remained frozen in forms. Therefore, I address in my word those who rest under the shelter of religions. Go beyond the forms and dogmas.
Break the shells, remove the crusts, and most of all, open the books of science, so you too may become realists. Do not rely on or hope for the miracle of faith, but in the miracle of unceasing study. For if you do not study thoroughly, you will remain children, and children do not understand the language of the mature. Mature were Chrysostom, Newton, Galileo, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Beethoven, Kant, Hegel, and many, many others. Thus I urge you, the religious, to study all the inspired priests, so that you too, who linger in the great fog of faith, may step alongside those who have reached the heights of creation. You who are pure, be free. Only one who is free from sin can think freely, and a free thinker is one who sacrifices himself on the altar of truth, burning the fire of the sacred in his heart. All of you burn in love and knowledge. Be torches, be stars in the sky of the kingdom of lights, the kingdom of harmony, beauty, and sublime. I was reading at my desk from Elie de Sirèn's book, Dieu et Science, and Veronica was listening. While I was reading a statement by the author that said, "Religious issues can only be discussed with authority by those who have faith," Veronica said to me, "Wait, I hear a voice. Write what it says. The era of faith must come to an end. We do not begin with faith, but with certainty." I stopped reading and set the book aside. Veronica told me that a spirit with light similar to that of Christ had appeared, also from Opal, one of the 33. I am from Rama. I am one of the close collaborators of the Father of Lights. My name in the Opalitic world is Slonunta, and I have come to you because I heard the statement that only those who have faith have the authority to discuss religion. I intervened to make some clarifications. We no longer need the absurdities of those who believe. We want things to start in an orderly way, and therefore, first study. Begin with study, because broad, multidisciplinary education naturally leads to an understanding of harmony and universal hierarchy. You have learned to recite the creed in church, but from the first words you utter absurdities. God is not Almighty Creator. He did not make the stars, the flowers, or the insects, nor the limestone, marble, or granite. God did not invent birth and death, nor did he make the seas, the sky, or the oceans. If he had created everything, it would mean he also created Lucifer, misery, sin, and suffering. Read clearly. There are two distinct levels. The first level is that of nature, and the second level is that of the world of thoughts, intuitions, and ideas. Nature has its own role and importance, which must be studied, known, and well understood. What is above the so-called natural plan is the divine spiritual plan, which concerns the development of the thinking faculty, which is, in fact, something natural as well, but supramaterial. Thought is no longer matter in the crude sense of the word, but is an attribute of highly organized matter, a matter with superior functions, which can no longer be studied in laboratories with various instruments. Do you want to know God? Do you want to know our world and our life? Childish, you are and will remain children compared to us, who are separated from you by billions and billions of years. We are, in fact, the true masters of the spiritual universe, the greatest creators of all universes, above all levels, for we are the pinnacle of the hierarchy of thought. We control thought, and through our thinking, we have come to lead and direct the entire edifice of universal thought. The world in which we exist is the realm of the most evolved beings in the entire universe, and no mind from any layer, from the first to the 9th, can penetrate our world. If a great spirit from the 9th layer cannot enter our realm, how dare you, the weakest and most wretched speaking beings in the universe, believe that you will rise to understand our existence? We are the infinite, the boundless ocean, the ever-sunny sky.
We are the energy above all energies that, with our powers of penetration, probe worlds, planets, and universes. You have called those who were slightly more advanced than you saints, and you have said they knew God. What a delusion! Even we cannot fully comprehend God, even though He truly resides with us and consults with us. Your little saints were wrongly named saints. In the universes, there is only one Holy One, the Father.
God the Father, the great governor, the great architect, the great builder, the great creator.
The greatest of all things. He is the great creator, not of nature, but of the world of thoughts and ideas. Everything in the spiritual universe originates from Him. He is the center. He is the focal point from which creative ideas spring forth. If you possess some culture, if you have managed to syllabize in the great book of His creation, do not be proud, children. If you have achieved something, you have merely opened the elementary books of knowledge, but you are too low and too far from us for your understanding to reach us. Theophylact has tried something in the first chapter. But it is so little, so meager, that you should not think you know everything. He does not belong to the earthly zone, and yet even he could not rise to comprehend the spiritual phenomena. Now Theophylact is writing, and I am dictating, but I feel he is incapable of fully understanding the universe of spiritual phenomena. Even he does not understand how the connection between us and him is made. It is dictated, and he writes automatically, mechanically, without even thinking about what he is writing, nor can he retain the ideas. This is still a superior phenomenon, one that very few, far too few, have experienced. We have a few such celestial writing mediums, but in the future there will be more and more of them. Earthly thoughts, philosophies. Religions, sciences, arts are the result, the work of our minds, and because everything that has been created through us, we want to bring this fallen planet onto the ascending line of normal, natural, and organic evolution. Do you want paradise in the afterlife? First, do everything to establish paradise on earth. You cannot easily enter the fifth layer. You need several more millennia for each of you, one by one, to gradually reach the world of the normal. You earthlings are caricatures, monsters, whom we, from where we stand, cannot understand. We cannot grasp your delusions and heresies, nor can we comprehend the misery and suffering in which you have been writhing for millennia. Christ, our close brother, is part of the divine Rama, and was the only one from Rama who descended to earth, so that through him we could better understand the deformations of earthlings. We did not understand much about how everything came to be, but we understood him, the one who demonstrated to all what it means to be normal. To be normal on earth means to fight, to accept the cross in all its forms. But how many on earth have chosen the cross? Earthlings? No. Few and rare are those who have chosen suffering voluntarily. Those who were burned at the stake, those who reached the scaffold for justice and truth, were among those who descended from the higher layers. The earth has no merits to justify our love. If we intervene for earthlings, it will be out of love, from our boundless love for the good and the pure, for those who have not allied themselves with injustice and lies. The guilty, those with dark stains, the black ones, will be burned, consumed, annihilated by our Duran, Triton, and Tyran radiation, accumulated through our revolt against the Luciferian rule. The Luciferians, the blind, the cold, the rigid, the caricatures and monsters will disappear forever from our universe. In our goodness, we approved Lucifer's arrival on earth twice and indicated the paths to salvation. He did not deserve it, but we did it anyway, out of love. Lucifer and his entire kingdom will receive what they deserve, the consuming fire.
you who will remain. Begin a new life. Start everything differently from what you have been taught. In churches, in temples, let only the worthy enter. The mature, the elders, the scholars, the scientists, the creators. Do not teach children all kinds of religious comedies, which they, the little ones, do not even understand. Let them grow freely, showing them only what is right and what is wrong to do. Abandon the ugly habit of involving our Father in all your trifles. God is something holy. Absolutely holy, the infinite embodiment of perfection, of the sublime. He is our sublime. Only we, those near him, can contemplate him and remain in ecstasy before his perfection, before his greatness, before his power, before his energy and his light. What can you understand about our Father? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not even we have words, and we, those near him, are truly astonished by his greatness, by his nobility, by his charm, by his inexpressible wisdom, and by his wealth of ideas, the real source of light for the universe. Review your language and concepts. Avoid pronouncing his name on any occasion. His name should be something sacred to you, which you should not touch but adore. Do you know what the night of the senses means? Well, only in the night of the five senses will your soul come to life, and those extrasensory perception organs will develop, allowing you to receive fragments of the divine rays. But it is not the beliefs you have invented that will make you capable of perceiving the opalic radiations, but rather the maturation of your spiritual being, a maturation achieved on the ordered steps of the thinking universe. Develop your thinking through study, and ennoble your spirit through the sacrifice of love. Study, but do not limit yourselves to study. Above all else, learn to dream. Dream in the harmony of music. Drink in the chords of the sonic universe, for music shapes, nourishes, and ennobles the spirit. There is no elevated thought or high spirituality outside of music. For us, those from Opal, music is everything. We love music more than philosophy and science. We are passionate about the chords emitted by the Zentic spaces. We are enchanted by the chorales of our brothers who live in perpetual music. In our world, everything sings. Spaces, flowers, angels, cherubim, and seraphim all live in song and for song. Sing together, all of you, and then we will understand each other better. Sing with the music of ideas, and then you will begin to sense, glimpse, and understand the sublimity of our world. To reach our advice, to receive our messages and irradiations, you must start not from faith, but from certainty. Ennoble yourselves, harmonize, and spiritualize your thinking and senses. Live in harmony, fragrance, petals, and dew, and enter the luminous night of the five senses, and you will transfigure your being in the vibrations that emanate from us, and the light of the higher layers. Unite your thoughts in the same aspirations and intentions. Gather your thoughts, concentrate in meditations, and choose to dream and experience ecstasy. Do not stop at the positive sciences. They cannot give you everything. Reason without intuition is blind, but neither should you expect to intuit anything from our world if you have not put your reasoning and thoughts in order. Everything begins with clear reasoning, with realistic and lucid thinking. For centuries, you have been narrow-minded, limiting your concerns to a single sector. No, to focus on only one aspect of culture means to be a limited being. For centuries, you have been confined to misguided beliefs.
If you wish to believe in something, then believe that there is harmony in everything, and that you cannot evolve if you do not know everything. Therefore, study, investigate nature with its laws, and cultivate your spirit through the contemplation of poetry and music. Reason clearly, and let yourself be carried by the wings of dreams suggested by intuition. After dreaming, return to the concrete. Be realistic, be lucid in time, then let yourself be carried by dreaming again. Above all, seek the essence of life, the substance of existence of a superior being, which can only be found in the infinity of ecstasy of all that can be beautiful, harmonious, sublime.
During lunch, Veronica felt the presence of her ruvicle. We quickly had something to eat and sat down to work. In one of your ancient myths, it is said that Adam and Eve broke the commandment by biting the apple, believing what the serpent whispered to them, that they would become gods. Thus, they wanted to become gods not through effort, but through a miracle. This is one of your great errors, the belief in miracles. Do you expect miracles from heaven? Well, no, through miracles you will not become superior beings, but through effort, diligence, work, and perseverance. We cannot give anyone more than advice. We have sent and will continue to send luminous spirits, wise men, and scholars from the higher layers to teach and guide you. But you must listen to them, strive to understand them, and follow their lives and examples. Religious people have invented the notion of divine grace, and have said that this grace descends upon a person at the priest's command. As a childish notion, we do not blame this idea, but we must clearly state it is not real. In our world, we do not have this notion of divine grace, but we accept it for the earthly people. Let it be clear to all, divine grace cannot forgive sins, cannot erase stains. Divine grace does not descend at anyone's command upon anyone. Stop with the gratuitous and childish mystifications. We prefer that instead of divine grace, you introduce the concept of operic radiations, which you already encountered in the first chapter of this volume. Do not exaggerate concerning divine love. It is great, but it is limited and remawed by the law of effort. No one can receive opalic radiations until they have become active, perfectly pure, and white. Only those who have reached the fifth layer partake in the aerosonic opalic radiations, the expression of divine love. You are all called to the light, but you will partake in it when you achieve worthiness. Do not imagine, like Adam and Eve, that there is something miraculous that can ennoble you, enlighten you, or whiten your spirit. The steps must be climbed with conscientiousness and attention, focusing your zeal and effort. The miracle exists, but it begins with the achievement of perfection, that is, with spiritual ennoblement. Purification, ennoblement, transfiguration. These are the three great steps of evolution that lie before you. Purification is, in fact, the reintegration of the human being into the natural and proper order of existence, by leaving behind the state of sin. Purification does not simply mean abandoning deviations from the laws of human coexistence, but above all, the purification of thoughts, the removal of pride, envy, disdain, and other pettiness that degrades the soul. Ennoblement is achieved both through knowledge, study, and research, as well as through high moral conduct. Ennoblement is the result of love for everything and everyone, which prepares the inner fire, the thirst for contemplation, the spirit's tendency toward ecstasy. Ecstasy signals the beginning of transfiguration. Transfiguration confirms spiritual ennoblement. The transfiguration of the human being is not just a state, but a phenomenon that makes the miracle possible, the interception of aerosonic opal radiations and the penetration into the new sonic magnetic fields.
This is the miracle, the interception of our appall radiations, which can only be achieved through careful spiritual refinement, worked on day by day, hour by hour, minute by minute. We from Opal love you so much that we would like to bring you alongside us to experience the harmony of our perfection. But above our will and love are the laws that bring order to the universe. The law of the hierarchy of spirits, according to their luminosity and energy, makes no exceptions. The difference in light and energy between us and you is so vast that you will never be able to recover it. You are destined to remain below, in the lower zone, for many, many centuries, until slowly you will progress, evolve, accumulating light, so that, one by one, you can enter the higher strata. Earth carries a heavy karma. It faces a difficult ascent that requires many and intense efforts. How far from the truth you are! How much anarchy reigns among your intellectuals! You are still in darkness, still wandering on lost paths, still not having learned the true path that leads to ennoblement, to transfiguration, to light. Your greatest lack is the lack of intuition. And you lack intuition because you are lazy, complacent beings, smoldering beneath the ashes without knowing it, without wondering where you came from, what needs to be done, and where you are going. You lie in total ignorance. Like the dead, the entire earth is a cemetery of graves. The entire earth is silent. We would like to talk to you, to communicate with you, to share with you the mysteries of our universe. But the earth sleeps. It lies in the slumber of indifference and carelessness, caught in the claws of some petty and vulgar dreams. Only here and there, occasionally, someone wakes up, and then we call them. They answer, and we all rush to them, each one eager to communicate through them some ideas, some words to the earthlings. What a pity that you have fallen so low. You used to be somewhat higher, but instead of rising, you descended. How long will you descend? How long? How long? Heruvicli fell silent and then withdrew. It was as if he had fallen into a deep disappointment, which he passed on to me. I feel like doing nothing. I am in the worst mood, with shattered hopes, with broken wings. I am not burning as I usually do. The hope that one day everything will begin to change barely flickers within me. But it is not that day that will change everything, but that event which will crush the domination of darkness and will give Earth the chance to begin the recovery of lost time. I woke up early in the morning, and Veronica felt that Lord Jesus Christ wished to express himself. I immediately rushed to the desk. I called you to study order and advised you to deepen your understanding of the laws. I called you to study and research, to know the harmony that reigns in the world of forms, sounds, and colors. I called you to all these things first, because only a cultivated mind, disciplined by the laws and instructed in the harmonies of sounds and colors, can penetrate the mysteries that religion hides. Learn the order and discipline of thought, pass through knowing all things, and then enter the mysteries offered by the universe of ideas in religion. Do not let children enter religions. They will not understand. They will not be able to decipher, for religion must be well deciphered. Realistic and lucid, documented and mature in thought, approach religion and grasp its meaning, intuit its significance. Go beyond the language and reach the core. In my language, I used symbols and metaphors. I spoke in parables and stories, drawing from life different events that contained various spiritual phenomena, using in my language numerous concepts with essential symbolic value.
At the supper before my capture, I raised the cup and said, "Drink from this, all of you, for this is my blood, which is shed for you, for your cleansing." My blood was my teaching.
My blood was my ideas. My blood represented my conception of the world and life. Blood means life for the body. Teachings and ideas mean light for the spirit.
Just as blood gives life to the body, a higher conception gives clarity to the mind and guides it toward the life of the spirit.
The vast majority of those I spoke to were dead.
They had no life. They needed blood to give life to their spirit. They needed a conception to illuminate the path, the road, the way.
I am the way, the truth, and the life. That is what I said then. Now I return and say, order and laws are the way that leads to light. And if I said what I said, it was because I was myself identified with order and laws, because I was myself merged with the order and laws of nature.
You who are high in the churches, you great priests, bishops, and hierarchs, abandon excommunications, anathemas, and curses. You who are the great pontifex, do not bind the truth in absurd dogmas.
The truth cannot be circumscribed, nor bound to a pole with chains of words, errors, and heresies. Truth does not reside in words.
The temple is the heart, the priest is the mind, the thoughts, and the ideas.
Be living churches.
O you high priests, shine in truth and righteousness, and only then should you call yourselves guides and counselors for those in need of guidance and advice.
Truth cannot be subjected to dogmas.
Dogmas shackle the truth, which springs from a mind inflamed by the fire of divine love.
Seek the truth within yourselves, for within yourselves dwells that divine particle which can bring you light.
Be temples of light. Be burning lamps that blaze in the fire of divine love. I told on earth the parable of the groom, who at midnight received only the virgins who had tended to the flame of their lamp. I consider this parable the most vivid illustration of the relationship between man and the kingdom of light. In the kingdom of light, of harmony and sublimity, only those who burn with love can enter.
God is not a dictator sitting on a throne, striking down sinners, or comforting and rewarding the virtuous.
The unworthy dwell in darkness, ignorance, and wander aimlessly in a space of darkness and suffering. Those with burning lamps reach the higher strata, where they experience the true life of the kingdom of harmony, beauty, and sublimity. Those who burn know the fire of contemplation and ecstasy. The active, the pure, partake in the joys of knowledge. Sin means darkness. Darkness means falling to the lowest steps, where anarchy, disorder, and ignorance reign.
Do not delay, do not hesitate, do not be lazy.
You have delayed long enough,
and so you have lost much time.
Wake up, arise, light the lamp of your heart, so that you may enter the kingdom of
harmony, beauty, sublimity.
18. Chapter 3. General Considerations. In this chapter, we aim to draw a parallel between what we have presented so far and the dogma of the Christian Church, on one hand, and the gospel texts, on the other. First, we will address the issue of the uniqueness of God, as the Christian Church calls him, the Father of Lights, the Great Divine Governor, the Great Architect, etc., as he is named in the world of spirits, or the kingdom of heaven. The uniqueness of God is clear and indisputable. Our research also confirms the uniqueness of God, a colossus of energy and light, with immeasurable luminous and magnetic mensonic fields. Christian dogma, both Orthodoxy and Catholicism, adopted the idea of the Holy Trinity in the 4th century, one God in 3 forms, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. However we view it,
Believing that one is in three seems paradoxical. Yet the Trinitarian idea is real. From what we presented in the first chapter, it results that in opal there exist 1. A unique and immeasurable Father of lights. 2. A circle of 33 collaborators, forming the elite of the sons of light, of which Christ is a part.
This circle forms a certain and distinct unity.
3. Both the Father of lights and his circle of collaborators emit luminous and mensonic radiations into space, which would constitute the Holy Spirit mentioned by the Church.
Therefore, essentially, the Church has intuitively grasped it correctly. Now, let's move on to the dogma of the Son.
All the assertions of Christian dogma regarding the mission of Christ are valid and correct.
Only one explanation is necessary and must be clarified. Christ was not born of or in the body of any woman or virgin. He positivized himself. That is, he gradually materialized, in secret, in the house of the distinguished Georgina, without being seen or known by anyone.
However, this fact does not change the dogmatic substance, and the Virgin Mary cannot lose the respect she deserves.
In fact, all theologians consider the birth a mystery beyond human understanding, so our explanation with the positivization clarifies the so-called mystery.
Furthermore, our research confirms the authenticity of all of Christ's miracles and matters of healing, as well as the raising of Lazarus and his own resurrection from the dead. One miracle is contested, the multiplication of the loaves and the 2 fish in the wilderness.
This represents a more symbolic presentation, since Christ's speech was so dense that those gathered around him to listen no longer felt hunger, so compelling was Jesus' sermon.
We add and specify that Christ's ultimate miracles, the most extraordinary ones, were walking on the sea and the raising of Lazarus. We will take them one by one. Healings. The phenomenon of healings is surprising, but has a very precise explanation. First, let's note something very important. Christ did not heal en masse, did not heal an entire group, but one here and there. Why? Because the phenomenon of healing is the expression of a powerful radiation, a flow of energy that only a spirit with powerful luminous and mensonic radiations can achieve. But for the radiation to penetrate someone, that person must also be of a superior spiritual quality. The rarity of healings is thus explained precisely by the rarity of those who, being sick, also have a good spiritual background. This attracted the presence of faith.
The clearest indication of the energy flowing from the powerful one,
charged with energy, to the suffering one is illustrated in the Gospel of Mark, when Jesus felt power had gone out of him, when a sick woman touched the edge of his garments with faith.
The raising of Lazarus is undoubtedly one of the most surprising, especially since he had been dead for 4 days.
Why Lazarus specifically? Our research revealed that Christ was a good friend with the old man Lazarus, Lazarus's house being one of the few that Christ frequented. Christ loved Lazarus greatly, which is explainable by the fact that Lazarus was from the 8th stratum and was to return to the body again under the name of Saint Gregory the Theologian.
The love for Lazarus, the brightness of his spirit, enabled Christ to raise him. More inexplicable seems the raising of Jairus' daughter.
Who is this Jairus? The Gospel of Mark tells us he was one of the synagogue rulers.
Indeed, our research shows that Jairus was a scholar.
A learned man of the time, who, unlike other Jewish scribes, was also a chosen soul who not only believed in Jesus, but eventually followed him, being among the 70 apostles who continued to preach the Christian teaching after Christ's death.
His daughter, aged 12, was named Usiora, and was from the 8th stratum, being luminous.
When Jairus the scribe came to Christ, calling him to heal his little girl, Jairus said to Christ, "Come and put your hand on her."
From this, we can see Christ's known method of laying on of hands, through which energy flowed to the sick person.
We add that Usiora, Jairus' daughter, reincarnated a few centuries later, being martyred under the name of Saint Fevronia.
The third raising, Jesus performed for a widow from the town of Nain, who had only one support, her son Bunfti, who had died struck by a serious illness.
Bunfti was not a superior spirit, but neither was he evil. He was from the fourth stratum, and his raising by Jesus was truly out of divine mercy for his mother, a decent and upright woman who deserved to be helped.
The fact that Jesus only healed and raised those who deserved it is proven by the very argumentation of the Jewish elders who, coming to Jesus, sought to convince him to heal the centurion's servant.
The centurion is worthy for you to do this because he loves the people.
If healings and raisings testify to the intense energies Christ possessed, walking on the sea constitutes a performance through the power he had to overcome earthly gravity.
We were also explained that this phenomenon of walking on the sea was the result of another phenomenon that preceded walking on the sea, namely the fact that Christ had previously gone out with his Spirit and entered Apple.
The Gospel of Matthew confirms this because Jesus, after speaking to the multitude, went up on the mountain to pray alone, and when evening came, he was there alone. He was alone there.
We were told that, returning from Apal, he became so spiritualized that his weight decreased substantially, allowing him to walk on the sea.
Even the positive body was influenced. Undergoing transformations, inexplicable scientifically, but through negative mensonic radiations, the mass of the nuclei in atoms is influenced, so that what in physics is called the graphic mass of the atoms is modified.
What surpasses any understanding is undoubtedly the phenomenon of calming the storm on the sea. To this question of ours, Heruvicli from Opal, our spirit we turn to for more complicated issues, gave us the following explanation. Cosmic powers are held only by the 33 collaborators of the Father of Lights.
Christ, being one of the 33, also had influence over the phenomena of nature, as he was one of the factors determining the manifestation of the Zentic emanations, emanations that have the ability to restore the balance of meteorological phenomena.
Just as there are inferior,
Evil and rapacious spirits among humans, living beings, and plants, so in nature, in the atmosphere, there are micro and macromolecular formations of a negative nature, turbulent and evil, which at times rebel, causing storms, hurricanes, etc. Christ, when awakened by the apostles, who were terrified, ordered the Zentaic emanations to intervene to calm those turbulent negative formations. The Gospel says that Jesus, getting up, rebuked the wind and the sea, making great calm afterward. That he rebuked is, of course, the impression of the disciple who wrote, but the reality is that Christ ordered the Zentic emanations to bring balance. From what we know so far, it appears that these mysterious Zentic emanations act through the sun, which absorbs and transmits them throughout the planetary system. We are truly dealing with a phenomenon that surpasses us. The phenomenon that surpassed all others was undoubtedly the one at the moment of Jesus' death. The veil of the temple was torn, the earth shook, the rocks split. Heruvicli told us that he could not explain the phenomenon to us because we do not have the necessary concepts, and it is hard to suppose that earthly science will ever be able to explain how these things happened. In any case, Heruvicli specified, the phenomena that accompanied Jesus' death were the result. We will now stop at the attributes of God, formulated in the Creed, the work of the Holy Fathers of the 5th century of our era. In the Creed it says, the Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth, etc. We will stop at the first attribute, Almighty, meaning the one who holds, the one who sustains all. The expression is correct and perfectly valid. Through his sonic magnetic fields and Zentic emanations, stimulates and sustains the mental spiritual life of all worlds and planetary systems through the Zentic emanations, maintaining and sustaining the cosmic balance, true and real. However, the attribute of maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible, is not quite so.
The discourses of Heruvicli, Slanunta, Jesus Christ, and the Father, included in chapter 2, clearly show that God is not the maker of the biological plan. He did not create matter, whether positive or negative. He did not create life or existence. However, God is called the creator of the thinking universe, of the world of ideas and essences, beyond and above rationality.
God and his 33 collaborators are the great builders of civilizations and cultures on all planets, God himself being called in the Opal world the great architect of all that has meant thought, religion, culture, art, and science in the universe.
The attribute of maker is not real. It doesn't hold up. It is impossible for a God to make some extremely intellectually limited and others geniuses. The idea of a God maker of man has no logical basis. It is unthinkable that there could be a God who would create people devoid of any talent and primitive in thought, or create people insensitive to what is beautiful and sublime. Reality must be viewed with the necessary lucidity of a century that has deciphered many of the mysteries of our existence, penetrating the laws and phenomena governing the world. If we admit the idea of a God maker of all, we could rightly ask, why is our world so full of contradictions? Why is there stupidity and intelligence? Why are there inferior people in every respect? We conceive of a God as the embodiment of the absolute and perfection. How can a perfect being commit such imperfections, such aberrations? Making the sun and the moon is beautiful and praiseworthy. Making the morning star and the stars is wonderful and delightful as an idea. But the galaxies, the quasars, the giant stars and the nebulae? What about space? Who made space? Can anyone make space? Can a clear mind imagine that space can be created? No need to insist further. However, we return to the real idea of a God creator, of various systems of thought, of various civilizations and cultures, in all 4 planetary systems, where there are dozens of inhabited planets. Besides, Christ never called God the maker. He called him Father, Parent, and that's it. In no gospel is it said that God made the sky, the earth, etc. Only in the Bible, in the book of Genesis, it is said this. But the Bible's wording was addressed to people from over 7,000 years ago. And anyway, human thought has advanced since then. Myths remain myths. They contain only a kernel of truth, but they cannot express the truth, the ultimate truth, word for word. Moreover, in the Apocalypse of St. John the Evangelist, it is clearly stated, I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, says the Lord Almighty. And in another chapter, further on, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty, who is, who was, and who is to come. Let's move on to another attribute, this time given to Jesus Christ, that of Savior, Redeemer, Deliverer, which the Church and the Holy Fathers attributed from the early centuries of Christianity. We ask the reader's permission to remind them of what Christ communicated to us in chapter 2 of this work, where he rejects these attributes. That I was mystified, not by my fault, but by the fault of those who expected the light to be given to them from outside. What does Savior mean? I do not redeem anyone, neither I, nor my brothers, nor our Father. Salvation, redemption, comes from within. Everything starts from within each one. For, I repeat what I said on earth, the kingdom of light is within each one of you. The wording is of an unshakable clarity and logic. Indeed, the attribute of Redeemer implies a salvation that comes from outside, while the quote, the kingdom of heaven is within you, gives a much more complex meaning, according to which the human spirit is open to the path of purification, ennoblement, and transfiguration, these being achieved according to the zeal, effort, and striving of each individual. If we add that Christ himself said that the kingdom of heaven is for those who strive, it means that purification, ennoblement, and transfiguration indeed come from within, thanks to each one's efforts. From our research, it has clearly emerged that whiteness and luminosity are the result of each one's efforts, that each stratum reflects the merit of each being activated, that the very law that dominates the entire universe is the law of work, of effort. The entire spiritual universe springs from work, from activity. The essence of existence is activity, continuous activity. The men's sonic magnetic fields are the result of active thought. Luminous radiations express active love. All values result from work, effort, and striving. We can apply simple and clear logic. If the spots and dark colors on inferior spirits result from their own deeds and actions, it is self-evident that the whiteness and luminosity of evolved superior spirits are also the result of deeds and efforts. Thus, rejecting the attribute of Redeemer is fully justified and proves exemplary honesty. It refuses an attribute that does not belong to it.
And yet we view him as a savior, because through his teachings he showed us the way, the path, the trail leading to ennoblement and transfiguration. He gave us the keys with which to open the countless doors leading us to perfect knowledge.
We would be true ingrates if we did not show our gratitude to our illuminator, because he opened our thinking eyes and illuminated our inner senses to make us mystically meet him on the narrow path of the most ardent prayer of the heart.
Winged by his gentle voice, which continually calls us, "Come to me, all you who labor and are heavy laden, and I will give you rest."
We will now address the most important issue, which we consider crucial for anyone on the path of purification, the issue of forgiveness. We must acknowledge from the outset that many gospel texts seem to contradict what we will now state, namely that there is no forgiveness. In all our research, dating from 1964 to 1978, thus over 14 years, we have not encountered this notion of forgiveness. Forgiveness in the spiritual universe does not exist. It is known that the Christian religion, both among Orthodox and Catholics, has as one of its main supports the possibility of reintegration, the cleansing of the soul through the forgiveness of sins, which the priest can accomplish through a simple ritual formula based on a well-known text. Let's stop at the text said to be the basis of the grace, the power that the priest receives to forgive sins after confession. And when he had said this, Jesus breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit. If you forgive anyone's sins, they are forgiven. If you retain anyone's sins, they are retained." We have specifically put in brackets the two translations that have been made, some translations using the term forgiveness, others using the term release. We make a parenthesis to present the result of our research. From all that we have investigated, it has emerged that every deviation, every sin, has its specific color. Thus, the color red corresponds to murder. Theft, brown, falsehood and lying, sepia, debauchery, blue, sexual perversions, violet, black magic, green. All these, if aggravated, tend to transform over time into black. According to our research, we stated that there is no possibility for someone from the outside to have the power to erase a stain from the spirit. The stains do not disappear at command, nor with some formula, no matter how pompous. If this were possible, God himself would have washed away all the stains from everyone, and all the dramas among people caused by those with dark colors would have been resolved. However, the stain, the sin, they are the ones that created the tragic destiny of this earth. A destiny for which the descent of a divine being to earth was necessary to find the path, the way, to resolve the state of sin, to give humanity the solution to overcome the stains, the sources of evil, hatred, and injustice. Stains cannot be forgiven by anyone. It is the most difficult problem not only in front of a person, but in front of the entire history of humanity. Stains cannot be forgiven, but they can be cleansed. A person can get rid of them over time by abstaining from that sin, and not only that, but also by compensating with good deeds and meditative effort. Furthermore, the dark stains cannot be erased anymore. Only the semi-open stains can still hope to obtain cleansing, and this over a time that can vary between 5 and 20 years, depending on the size and intensity of the stain. Supporting our assertion is that final judgment of all actions, of all spirits. The question arises, why did Christ come at that time, and why will the judgment be later? Why this pause? Why this time gap? The answer is as clear as it is logical, for those with stains to have time to cleanse themselves. Let's be lucid. Not just a few centuries have been given for cleansing, but millennia, precisely because to cleanse the stains, one life is not enough, but several, especially for cases of particular severity. Christ never practiced mass forgiveness, because the law of effort would have been contradicted, and Christ, in essence, respects the law according to which each person is responsible for their own actions. Considering this, and returning to our quoted text above, the one who translated that old word by forgiveness made a serious fundamental error, a true misguidance. We can state that believing in forgiveness is the most bitter heresy that should have been highlighted from the beginning. Believing in forgiveness is the expression of a wrong conception of what is essential in our existence: effort. Faith in forgiveness is the opiate of the spiritual lazy, of those who hope to be saved, to be admitted to heaven out of mercy from the great mercifulness of God, who takes pity and forgives their wrongdoings, and admits them into the kingdom of heaven for making crosses and lighting candles in churches. Believing in forgiveness is the expression of the gravest spiritual state: mental laziness, lack of meditation, the lack of the oil of the spiritual lamp. These conditions imply the existence of a priest powerful in luminous and mensonic radiations, as well as a faithful person full of zeal, genuinely eager to put a stop to sin. If such a priest creates a connection with the one eager for cleansing, the priest, through the power of his magnetic and luminous field, can produce an inductive field which generates a sacred shiver in the one eager for cleansing, a shiver that determines them to release themselves from the state of sin, to put a stop to sin, to escape the vicious circle of deviation. Indeed, such a priest can release. In this sense, there is release. Thus, entering the discussion is, on the one hand, the power of the luminous and mensonic field of the priest, which represents the inductive field. On the other hand, the capacity of the one in the state of sin to receive, to be sensitive to the inductive field of the priest. It is useless to have a priest full of inductive magnetic power if the person is lazy and insensitive to the priest's power. He will not be able to rise, will not be able to cleanse. But if the color of his sin is not severe, if we are not dealing with established laziness, then he is sensitive to the mensonic luminous power of the priest, and induced current is born in him, and thus the received release can be a first step in the difficult ascent that follows the release. The most effective way of cleansing is changing the perspective, modifying a person's conception of life and actions, distinguishing between what is good and what is evil in actions. Release implies, demands, necessitates a change in perspective. The change in perspective requires reflection, introspection, turning the person towards themselves. However, this is a phenomenon, a process that entails the action of ascension, because to cleanse means to begin the ascent, and ascent involves the notion of time. Cleansing? Yes, but in time, and not in empty time, but filled with zeal, striving, and effort. Cleansing? Yes, but through the fight with oneself, with inclinations, with intentions, with thoughts.
Without claiming to have exhausted everything that could have been said about the non-existence of forgiveness, we will nevertheless refer to what Christ said at the Last Supper.
We specify that at the breaking of the bread, none of the evangelists say that the bread forgives sins. However, we will present all the texts from the three synoptics that refer to blood. Matthew chapter 26, verses 27 to 28. Drink from it, all of you. This is my blood of the new covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. Mark 14:24. This is my blood of the new covenant, which is poured out for many. Luke 22:20. This cup is the new law in my blood, which is poured out for you. John does not mention the Last Supper. From the above, it follows that only Matthew mentions forgiveness cleansing, which is quite different, since the blood signifies the concept, which can cleanse the mind and implicitly the stains on the spirit. It is time to specify that the expression, the blood of the new covenant, conclusively expresses Christ's desire to establish a new world on a new concept philosophy. Just as the blood in the body gives life to organs and cells, so the Christian concept is meant to bring order to man and the entire human society, the body of the Lord. We consider the dilemma clarified. It would be unnecessary to ask the reader how a priest could forgive at once a bandit who has robbed and stolen all his life. For those thinking about the thief on the right, we specify that we have also investigated this case, and found that the so-called thief was not an ordinary thief, but a kind of outlaw who did justice in his way, helping the poor. His name was Codman. He had a light gray color, and reached the fourth stratum. We mention that the thief on the left was truly a murderer and a highway robber, with red, brown spots and half black. The dogmatic Christian church could not decipher what sin is, after all. Who keeps account of these sins? Where are they recorded? How does God distinguish a sinful person from a pure one, someone who is good from someone who is better, and so on? Our work aims to clarify this. The Spirit itself expresses the state of sin, the stains, purity and nobility, and the other intensities of the Spirit's luminosity. Below, we will present various extracted texts that attest to, that demonstrate the authenticity of our data regarding stains, colors, and luminosities. Behold, I come. Blessed is he who watches and keeps his garment unstained, so that he does not walk naked, and his shame is not seen. But you have a few names in Sardis who have not defiled their garments, and they shall walk with me in white garments, because they are worthy. Who are these arrayed in white robes, and where did they come from? These are the ones who came out of the great tribulation. They washed their robes and made them white in the blood of the Lamb. From this quote, it is clear the accuracy of the expression, they washed their robes. Therefore, through effort, through the blood of the Lamb, they whitened their garments. It does not say that anyone forgave them. And finally, a text referring to luminosity. And the 7 angels were clothed in clean and bright garments. Another notion we will now stop at is that of divine grace, the ways a person can partake of this grace. 1. Baptism. 2. Chrismation with holy myrrh. 3. Penance. 4. Eucharist. 5. Holy unction. 6. Marriage. And 7. Priesthood. We aim to view things with realism and lucidity. We must state clearly that we do not contest. We cannot contest the authenticity of these 7 sacraments, and that it is far from us to deny the value of rituals. But all these 7 sacraments the Church has tied to external rituals, which have not always given the desired result. It is enough to think about the sacrament of marriage, which, although officiated, divorces cannot be eliminated. All children are baptized, but very few remain attached to the Church. Holy unction is usually done for many sick people, but the cases when it gives a real result are too rare. All priests, it said, have grace, but few prove it.
We will therefore say that the 7 sacraments are and can become real, but this depends on the faith of the one participating in the sacrament.
Thus, their value is relative.
Addressing the issue in our language.
For the holy sacraments to have more than just symbolic value, it is necessary for the priest to truly be a luminous spirit, and for the believer not to harbor severe, dark shades.
In this regard, we will present the results of our research concerning the service of a holy liturgy.
In numerous instances and at different churches,
Veronica observed, for example, that in a church where 5 priests were officiating,
during the epiclesis, a thin, luminous band emanated from each priest, one of them having a thicker and brighter band, while in another church during the same moment, the priest was enveloped in a torrent of rays, making him almost invisible.
We presented 2 extreme cases as a basis for meditation. Let us leave the domain of dogma and dwell in that of mysticism.
In the inner endeavor for meditation, contemplation and prayer, which many Eastern Church Fathers have dealt with, including Maximus the Confessor, Hesychius of Sinai, Evagrius Ponticus, Nicetas Stathatos, Simeon the New Theologian, and many others. These are the so-called Hesychast Fathers, the name coming from Hesychia, which in ancient Greek means silence. What is hesychasm? Hesychasm speaks of the real steps that lead the soul toward purification from passions and toward the higher stages, which make the soul capable of perceiving the divine light. The guiding thread in hesychasm is both meditation and prayer, through which the mind can be purified and enlightened, thus partaking in the divine grace. This truly constitutes a positive and real aspect because, from our point of view as well, any spirit that is pure can partake and absorb the sentionic opal radiations, while spirits that have become purified and increase in luminosity can partake in the aerosonic opal radiations. The same phenomenon applies to the mensonic fields, phrenic and nusonic. If the Hesychast Fathers discerned 3 stages in spiritual evolution, purification, contemplation, and ecstasy, these correspond entirely to what has been communicated to us: purification, nobility, transfiguration. Additionally, we have been given detailed information on all spiritual stages, which we presented in Chapter 1 as Mental States of a Divine Being, a diagram we revisit with a more accurate and expressive representation, illustrating
1. The pyramidal phase of striving reason, meditation, contemplation.
2. The ecstatic phase in the face of harmony, beauty, and sublimity. And 3. The phase of divinization, lucidity, clairvoyance, and ideogenesis. We reaffirm here what Christ said: "The kingdom of heaven is within you." Man is called to become a god, for his destiny is not to remain a mere man, but to become a superman. The Superman we speak of is not an abstract idea, but something concrete and achievable. Man is called to surpass himself and his strictly individual and selfish problems, to become a superior person, detached from the pettiness and vulgarities of those with no vision. The horizon must be expanded. Man must make sacrifices daily to transcend himself and become someone who brings value to others. The Superman is the one who no longer lives for himself, but for his fellow beings. The Superman is the one who has ennobled himself spiritually, living in love, and through this love, he understands how to focus all his energies on serving others, becoming, as Christ said, a creator in his field of activity. The first task is purification. Purification is not only a task, it represents the first stage without which ennoblement is not possible. Purification is a fundamental issue on which the further evolution of the human spirit depends. The vast majority of people have speckled spirits, with different colorations representing various character defects. Even the gray color, which expresses honesty and correctness, does not yet mean the realization of purification.
Perfect purification is only the result of love and service to others, overcoming the narrow and selfish circle of concerns only for oneself, overcoming concerns related only to one's own family and oneself, which means light gray. Overcoming this selfishness is the hardest concrete to destroy, and most earthlings live in the narrow and opaque circle of an egoism that means darkness for the spirit, the inability to connect with the divine worlds. The eradication of selfishness, its overcoming, is the most difficult phase, the phase that requires the most reincarnations. In this phase, billions of spirits have been stagnant for millennia, both those on Earth and those in the first and second layers, who suffer from the same selfishness, though more attenuated, still representing the balance that leans most toward stagnation. Stagnation in selfishness. Here is the stumbling block, the ruthless barrier that, like a dam, stops the spirits from moving forward, from accumulating light. Without escaping the impasse of stagnation and selfishness, no one should hope to penetrate into the fourth layer. But even in the fourth layer, as in the other layers, there are different gradations and steps. We should not imagine that this layer is homogeneous, with spirits of the same value. The fourth layer, by excellence, presents a vast diversity of spirits, with colors ranging from semi-light gray to light gray, gray with white dots, or buttery-colored spirits, but who have not yet managed to penetrate the fifth layer. Also, entering the fifth layer should not be understood as the end of evolution. The spirit constantly feels the need to ennoble itself. The thirst for light is overwhelming. If the spirit is totally opaque and lives in darkness, as long as it lives in the narrow circle of selfishness, once the circle of selfishness is surpassed, when the spirit enters the sphere of lights, it begins to be able to receive the aerosonic radiations. From now on, the miracle begins. And the greatest miracle in the spirit's ascent, in its ascension, is its encounter with the aerosonic radiations. From now on, its state of entering into harmony with nature and the laws begins. And once it partakes of the aerosonic radiations, the thirst for light appears in it, the noblest thirst, which sanctifies the spirit's entry into the great family of the perfected ones. But let us be clearly understood, perfection is also a ladder, an endless ladder. This thirst for light never ceases, on the contrary. It grows continuously. Therefore, those who live in this thirst for light are from the fifth and sixth layers. In these layers, although the spirits live in an atmosphere of happiness and ecstasy, they still wish to increase in light, and, eager for activity, return to their home planets and take on a body. From the fifth layer, spirits from other planets also begin to be encountered. As we have mentioned, layers 1 through 4 belong exclusively to Earthlings. Any descent from 4 or 6 results in a game, an advance in energy and light. But moving to a higher level is now much more difficult, much more demanding. So in practice, it is rare for a spirit to manage to climb another level. It is rare for a spirit on its planet to achieve such accomplishments that it earns the merit of moving to a higher level. Potentially, however, any spirit is open to evolution. It can climb the steps of light, and this ascent is proportional to the effort made. Nothing outside of effort, outside of activity. The evolution of the spirit. Here is a fundamental concept on which human realization depends, a concept that practically does not appear in dogma in any form. It is a concept that, although it has a logical argument and is evident, only the Philocalic Hesychast Fathers have touched on it, speaking of the steps of spiritual ascent. In this sense, our work has the merit of unraveling and deciphering what Christ meant when he said, "In my Father's house are many mansions." These mansions really exist. They are 9 in number, and we spoke about them at the appropriate time. The road that leads to the high mansions is open only to effort, because the kingdom of heaven is for those who strive. Returning to divine grace, we must specify that in spiritual evolution, there are two phases regarding how divine grace, luminous radiations, works. If for beginners, more effort is required, with grace being passive. For those advanced, grace becomes active, mobilizing, taking the initiative, so to speak. In this sense, for the active phase of man, when grace is passive, St. Maximus the Confessor reveals in man his capacity to move by himself, while for the second phase, man becomes passive and grace active. For the human mind cannot travel so far as to perceive some divine illumination unless God draws it and illuminates it with His divine rays. In terms of sensitivity to aerosonic rays, the Philocalic Fathers excelled, achieving high steps, and some even in the 8th layer, as demonstrated by research in the unseen world. The phenomenon of reincarnation, which neither dogma nor the Holy Fathers mention, was addressed in the previous chapter, focusing on the writings left in the New Testament regarding this issue.
Why does dogma say nothing?
Why this silence? Precisely incarnation, which ensures the perpetuation of life. Precisely incarnation that supports and makes possible the evolution of the Spirit, which allows the Spirit to renew, to climb, to ennoble, to transfigure.
But Christ? Did Christ not say anything about this?
We will now focus on the teachings of Jesus, on the writings left in the New Testament that refer to or foresee the phenomenon of reincarnation.
The fundamental proof of the Spirit's preexistence is the very incarnation of Christ, which is clear evidence that any spirit existed before being born. The question arises, why didn't Christ speak clearly about reincarnation?
The answer is clear. People could not understand reincarnation.
The proof is given by the very discussion Christ had with one of the scribes named Nicodemus, who is perplexed by the idea of a spirit returning to the body. How can a man be born when he is old?
Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb and be born again?
However, Christ clearly refers to the phenomenon of reincarnation twice, the first time in Matthew 11:14, when he explains to the apostles the person of John the Baptist, saying, "And if you are willing to accept it, he is Elijah who was to come." To which Christ, realizing he is not understood, adds, "He who has ears to hear, let him hear."
The second clear reference to reincarnation is offered in the Gospel of John 21:22-23. Here, Christ refers to the special destiny of the permanent missionary on earth, who is John the Evangelist.
Christ answers the Apostle Peter, "If I want him to remain until I return, what is that to you? You must follow me."
We must add here that, according to our research, John the Evangelist currently has the most important mission on earth. Being a spirit of opalic origin, John the Evangelist seems to have the task of being on earth as the envoy to establish the new philosophy. Christianism, which is to be the philosophy of the new world that will emerge as a result of the opalic intervention on earth. Let us now move on to the other parables of Christ, whose explanation remains in suspension, and they can only be understood through the lens of the pre-existence of the Spirit. The first parable we will refer to is that of the talents, presented by the evangelist Matthew in chapter 25, verses 14-30. In this parable, it talks about a king who, going to a far country, calls his servants and gives them in turn, the first 5 talents, the second 2 talents, and the third only 1 talent. The parable further tells that while those with 5 and 2 talents worked and doubled their wealth, the one with only 1 talent buried it and produced nothing. From this parable, we are interested in the fact that people are born with different qualities and talents. Some are more talented, more gifted, while others are less so. The parable says that these talents were given according to each one's ability, from which it follows that spirits are born with different powers, talents, and characteristics. Another parable that refers to the diversity of earthly spirits, to the fact that some are receptive to Christ's teachings, while others do not receive and reject it, is illustrated by the parable of the sower, in which people are presented with different receptive abilities.
Some are like well-trodden paths on which nothing sticks. Others are like rocky and sandy soils that also do not hold any plant. Others are like lands invaded by weeds and thistles, where even if the seed takes root, the plant is smothered. And finally, others are like fertile lands, where plants develop, grow, but they also bring different yields. Some 30-fold, some 100-fold. Christ gives no explanation for this state of affairs. Does not comment on it. Does not clarify it, but today we understand it through the lens of karma, the past of each spirit that is born, bringing with it its specific faculties of understanding and the different ability to bear fruit, the fruit being energy, light. Of course, it is logical and natural that those who bring different yields, beyond in the eternal world, should have different places. Therefore, Christ says, "In my Father's house are many mansions." This expression contains the justification of our presentation, which refers to the layers of energy and light where spirits are assigned after leaving the body. In the second epistle to the Corinthians of the Apostle Paul, it is written, "I knew a man in Christ who 14 years ago was caught up to the third heaven, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. I know that this man was caught up into paradise and heard inexpressible words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter." But perhaps the clearest reference to the phenomenon of reincarnation is found in John's Apocalypse. An angel tells John, "You must prophesy again about many peoples, nations, tongues, and kings." From which it follows that John the Evangelist had the mission to continue reincarnations on earth, as Christ had told Peter when he asked about John, "Lord, but what about this man?" What does incarnation mean? What does it mean for a spirit to take on a body? Without any difference in layer, incarnation means sadness, a state of sleep, of lethargy that, as the spirit enters the earthly body, it loses its self-consciousness and truly suffers a kind of death. Yes, if actual death, if the separation of the spirit from the positive body means a real liberation, birth is essentially more like a death. The spirit begins to enter the fetus when it is about 4 months old. Starting with the 4th month, the mother's magnet, the men's sonic magnetic field, exerts a terrible magnetic attraction, and from the spirit that is to incarnate, a thin band of negative substance gradually penetrates the fetus. As the fetus grows, the spirit in the negative space shrinks in size and proportion. Birth means for the spirit some refreshment, but the sleep becomes deeper as the child grows and develops. The complete entry of the spirit into the newborn occurs only at the age of 12-14 years, when the initial spirit fully enters the child, who now enters a period of rapid development, culminating in puberty. Incarnation means a total separation from the world from which the spirit comes. The negative substance early shows its influence. The child from an early age shows evidence of their superiority or inferiority. Major aptitudes and talents do not delay in making themselves known, provided the child also has favorable conditions for expression. If incarnation is like a death for the spirit, death is like a true rebirth, like a true awakening after a long sleep. Death itself means nothing. Death does not even exist, because the spirit does not die. It continues to live. The transition into the state of spirit is truly a liberation, leaving the body being a relief, as if we discarded a weight pressing on the spirit. The first strong impression that strikes the spirit when it leaves the body is the awakening to the reality of its spiritual value. The spirit, having exited the positive body, can only then ascertain its true value, the colors and luminosity. The spirit's exit from the body takes a few days. The more inferior a spirit is, the harder it is for the negative substance to leave the positive body. The more miserable the life was, the more the spirit struggles, regretting leaving life on earth. For a pure, superior spirit, death is a true joy, its mind receiving a greater capacity for comprehension and understanding.
Inferior, mediocre, or superior, any spirit after completely detaching from the positive body is automatically drawn by an ordinance of the opal to the upper zone of light, to the celestial throne.
The spirits do not penetrate the opal,
But having reached near the opal, they see the splendor of divinity in all its grandeur, and at the same time, by the force of the laws, each is drawn to the level corresponding to its accumulated energy and light.
Now let's move on to the problem of the layers.
However, two holy fathers, John Chrysostom and Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite, each wrote about the choirs of saints, which are 9 in number.
Thus, in St. John Chrysostom's liturgy, on the Holy Disk, there are the Holy Lamb, a large triangle of the Holy Virgin Mary, as well as 9 smaller triangles, representing the 9 choirs of saints. Likewise, St. Dionysius, the Pseudo-Areopagite, presents in his work The Celestial Hierarchy 3 triads with 3 groups each, in total 9, as follows: I, 2. Third triadic group, second triadic group, third triadic group.
1. Beginnings. 4. Powers. 7. Thrones.
2. Angels. 5. Authorities. 8.
3. Archangels. 6. Dominions. 9.
cherubim.
In Dionysius the Pseudo-Areopagite's The Celestial Hierarchy, we encounter, as in Maximus the Confessor, the idea of life in continuous motion, in continuous activity.
Dionysius shows in his work the differences in receptivity to divine light of the 9 choirs.
Thus, the cherubim and seraphim are closest to the heavenly throne and fully absorb this light, while the first choirs partake of less light, and the rest gradually, each according to the level they are on.
This confirms what we have presented regarding the opalic radiations, which distinguish 3 different rays of action, both for luminous radiations, centonic, aerosonic, and agapic, and for mental sonic, magnetic fields, phrenic, nusonic, and phanic.
Let us now approach, in conclusion, the problem of the second coming of Jesus Christ.
The second coming of Christ is clearly mentioned in chapter 14 of the Gospel of Matthew, and especially in the Apocalypse of John the Evangelist, which gives details about the punishments that will come upon earth along with the so-called Last Judgment.
Various patristic sources interpret the resurrection at the end as a resurrection of all the dead of all times, a resurrection in the body, and eternal life in an everlasting body, on an eternal earth.
This interpretation is neither real nor possible.
From what has been communicated to us,
where it talks about the effect of the Duran, Triton, and Tiran radiations that will be sent to Earth to burn all that is evil and fallen spirit, to ensure a future peaceful life that allows for spiritual development across the entire Earth. The judgment will mean a kind of sorting, a kind of sifting, from which only those fit for ascent will remain,
With all who belong to it,
will be destroyed, burned,
Consumed by the opalic radiations.
Therefore, it is not a resurrection, except in the figurative sense of the word.
the Christian philosophy will be revived, based on study and research. A new philosophy capable of answering all questions, solving all problems. The philosophy of the new covenant of the blood of Christ. Life will continue its normal cycles of reincarnation until all earthlings manage to surpass the IV layer and enter the world of the perfected ones from the V layer upwards. The Earth, like any positive planet, has a limited age and time. It cannot be eternal. However, it will have sufficient time to allow each one to realize themselves in a multifaceted way, to ennoble and transfigure, to perfect themselves so that each person can become a little God. Conclusion to Part 1. In the development of philosophical thought, over the centuries, thinkers have emerged who have tried to a greater or lesser extent to decipher the mysteries of human existence.
The difference lies in the fact that in these religions, there was never talk about the importance of the colors and luminosity of spirits, nor the existence of a true spiritual universe in which spirits continue their lives, maintaining their appearance and character traits. In both Brahmanic Hindu and Buddhist doctrines, there is the notion of samsara, which expresses the wandering of spirits through various and multiple incarnations, which did not exclude entering the body of an animal. We are far from this idea. On the contrary, we affirm that human spirits can only incarnate in human bodies and never in animals. What is to be retained is that we are in full agreement with Brahmanic and Buddhist doctrines, which speak of the necessity of escaping the cycles of reincarnation. We also affirm that the ideal is to escape from coming to earth and to remain in the eternity of joy and light offered by the layers from V upwards. However, we must stop and clarify that this leaving of the earthly zone, this escape from reincarnations, should not be an end in itself. Therefore, we appeal to the realism and lucidity of the educated person who understands that the purpose of their existence is purification, ennoblement, transfiguration. 20. The theory of Alouetta, the relationship, idea, matter. Alouetta is nothing more than an unseen, non-positivized atom, which constitutes the basic material of negative matter, as well as of space, which is scientifically considered a vacuum, that is, devoid of atmosphere. Therefore, space is a vacuum from a physical, experimental point of view, but theoretically it cannot be empty. Alouettas are thus atoms in the guise, let's say, of ultra-noble gases, which make up interplanetary and interstellar space. What, essentially, is Alouetta? Alouetta is the fundamental building block of life, of existence, analogous to what we in physics call an atom, the basic elementary form of matter. Heruvicli first spoke to us about Alouetta in August 1977, but we did not understand it clearly enough. During the same period, he gave us general explanations about the Zentic emanations, but again we did not understand. At that time he also spoke to us about the interdependence of the positive universe and the negative universe, but we did not grasp this either. At the beginning of February 1978, Heruvicli revisited the theory of Alouetta, as well as the problem of Genesis, and we finally managed to understand and put into writing what we learned. All these data constitute the starting point for understanding the evolution of matter, the formation of biological creatures, as well as thinking beings. The starting point is Alouetta. Understanding it is key to understanding the stages of the evolution of matter and the formation of different stages of organization of this matter. For now, we set aside the positive atom, which is only a particular case, a precarious state of the negative atom, Alouetta. What is Alouetta? Alouetta is the elementary form of existence of negative matter. This is the first rough formulation, but it still does not explain what Alouetta fundamentally is. We will now address the abstract nature of our presentation and say, Alouetta is essence. Essence of existence, of life. IV, the principles being constituted of ideas that mirror each other. We will now present a diagram that includes the notions used above, with the necessary explanations. Scheme No. 6.
The essence, based on two principles.
Tama.
Principle, idea 1. Passive, idea 2. Absorbent. So Alouetta is an essence based on two principles, Tama and Atom, which include two ideas, namely, an idea of activity and emission, and respectively, of passivity and absorption.
This would be the fundamental definition of all Alouettas, valid for all energy stages.
What are the characteristics of the above scheme?
I, uniqueness of the essence. This is the first major abstraction, because the formulation we could have given would have been unity in duality, or a vulgarized formulation, harmony of opposites. We insist on characterizing the scheme above with the expression
Ec. 2, uniqueness of the essence in the duality of principles, because the uniqueness of the essence is possible precisely due to the two principles, Tama and Atom, united into an indissoluble whole. The uniqueness of the essence is dualistic. It implies a close simultaneous interdependence of the two component principles, Tama and Atom, which manifest phenomenally through a double phenomenon. The phenomenon of emission and absorption, which involves the existence of a field of infraessences.
3. In this sense, the essence has as a mode of existence on the phenomenal, concrete level the existence of the field of infraessences, which at the same time constitutes the mode of phenomenal manifestation of the alouetta.
IV, another characteristic of the uniqueness of the essence, i.e. the alouetta, is its perpetual, eternal existence. Alouetta is the very miracle of existence.
Therefore, we define alouetta as the
elementary mode of existence. Let's return to scheme number 6, where we started with an abstraction. We are talking about the notion of essence, which in turn is composed of two other abstractions, the active and passive principles. So far, we are in the abstract plane, nothing concrete. Now, let's enter the concrete plane. The concrete plane is marked by the intervention of the phenomenon, or rather a double phenomenon, of emission and absorption. The intervention of this phenomenal aspect brings us from the abstract plane to the concrete plane. Continuing with the concrete, the phenomenon of emission and absorption, we are actually in the full definition of energy, whose existence is due to the dual emitting-absorbing phenomenon. Considering these, let's connect the abstract to the concrete through the following formula. Copy code. Active. Emission essence. Energy. Passive. Absorption. Considering this formula, only now can we give a complete definition of alouetta. Alouetta is the elementary mode of existence of energy.
Alouetta, therefore, being the elementary mode of existence of energy, being energy, makes us think of matter, and thinking of matter, we can realize the equivalence. Existence equals energy equals matter.
Then it means that formula number 1 is actually the formula of matter itself, and then matter equals energy equals existence. Through this final conclusion, we have come to demonstrate what was stated in the first chapter of this work, where we asserted that the spirit, the negative body, is matter, negative matter, which we defined as an energy-producing factory. This is alouetta. Matter, energy, essence, representing the very foundation of what is called existence. The definition of alouetta can also be formulated as an essential material energetic core, whose fundamental attribute or characteristic is ceaseless activity, eternal movement. Being in activity, being in movement, these must have a direction. However, the direction is neither unique nor linear. It is three-dimensional in space and infinite in time. Let us now explore what the three dimensions of direction are, ascending and descending. Following the logical thread, we have arrived at the three aspects that negative matter can have, according to the three possible directions. To summarize, ascending sense, accumulation of energy. Alouetta matter, stable sense, energy equilibrium. Energy. Descending sense, loss of energy. We have finally arrived at a scheme that can form the basis for defining the two forms of matter, negative and positive, which we discussed in the first chapter, and which we will revisit, considering the scheme presented above. Negative matter is characterized by an active dominance. This meaning an emitting dominance with an ascending evolutionary sense, matter that is in a continuous state of energy accumulation, tending towards new superior organizational schemes, indestructible, eternal matter. Positive matter is characterized by a passive, stagnant dominance. this meaning a descending sense. Destructible matter, due to the dominance of the absorbing aspect. Numbed matter, which has lost the capacity for self-organization, having a critical fate, in the sense that it tends towards energy loss through a slow process of disintegration. With these notions clarified, let's try to formulate the specifics of the two universes, the negative spiritual universe and the positive material universe. The negative spiritual universe is a universe characterized by order. It is composed of layers, a simple spiral in the shape of a cone, an expression of the steps of energy, which strictly reflect the different stages of light, that is, accumulated energy, the result of disciplined evolution, in which the laws have been the guiding axis. The positive material universe, however, is a universe characterized by chaos, an infinite space in which positive matter appears in an infinite variety of forms, each more bizarre than the last. A chaotic universe that presents the most unexpected and paradoxical modes of manifestation. A plethora of chaotic, abyssal phenomena, the result of a lack of discipline, in which the laws act chaotically, unable to realize even the most elementary forms of life. Here we have arrived at a realistic, clear, and concise formulation of the two universes, which we believe will give the reader a clear orientation in describing the ideas and laws of the two universes.
We have spoken about the negative universe of order and the positive universe of chaos, of disorder.
But what about our planetary system?
Isn't it also ordered?
Aren't the laws and discipline of planetary rotation also prevailing in it? Yes, our planetary system is the expression of a middle state, of relative equilibrium, an expression, we could say, of a third universe in which the relatively ordered positive combines with the absolutely ordered negative. Here is the trap of the philosopher's stone. The spirit, absolutely ordered, lives in a relatively ordered world. A world of spirits is forced by the implacable force of destiny to live in a stagnant material universe, in a relative order, a source of confusion and error. Here is the source of contradictions in our conceptions. Here is the quasi-dead, stagnant universe in which we live, influencing our thinking to consider it the only reality, when in fact it is relative, provisional, perishable. That is why life in the positive body is full of contradictions, seems pointless, without meaning, stalked by mysterious death, which for many has become an absolute creed.
We live in a universe that has lost its ascending sense.
It has stagnated, and here it is in a state where it no longer accumulates energy, but loses it. Therefore, the sense should not be sought in positive matter, but in negative matter, in our spirit, in our essence, in ourselves, because only within us will we be able to decipher the true meaning of existence, of life, the eternal ascending meaning of new superior stages of energy accumulation, which will lead us towards new forms of knowledge, towards light.
There is still something to add to the specifics of the two universes of the two types of matter.
For this, we will return to formula number 1 on page 174. Let's present it again. Active, emission energy essence, matter, passive, absorption. The formula above has the quality of contributing to the definition of the two types of matter, namely,
negative matter is an essence with an active dominance,
in which the determining role is emission, while positive matter is an essence with a passive dominance, in which the determining role is absorption. Here we are at the explanation of luminosity, of the luminous fields specific to superior spirits. They emit light because their essence is giving, giving being the expression of love, love being light. The logic perfectly connects on the phenomenal level. Our definitions are confirmed with precision, because giving is the concrete expression of the essence that is love, and the fruit of love is really manifested through a luminous field. Giving is the expression of the noblest exterior way of life, the result of a noble and luminous inner essence, which we call love. Love as essence is the root of life, the meaning of an ascending inner fire, the major sense of existence.
Love is the abstract matter from which all that is pure, superior spirit is made. Love, however, is not just a root and a meaning. It is truly the purest essence.
Let us pause. We use the expression, the purest. This leads us inevitably to a new idea, that of the hierarchy of essences, which entitles us to refer to the phenomenon of polarization, allowing us to return to the abstract plane from which we The hierarchy of essences, which entitles us to refer to the phenomenon of polarization, allowing us to return to the abstract plane from which we initially started at the beginning of this chapter, and to propose a new scheme that expresses
the phenomenon of polarization of essences. Thus, we will have zenith pole polarizing, love, light, beauty, sublime, justice, truth, good, and nadiric pole polarizing lie, injustice, hatred, and darkness. We now propose to the reader to overlay this scheme onto scheme No. 3 and to meditate. This will result in a complete synthesis that will mark the relationship between form and content, between matter and idea, entities inseparable and eternally bonded. We have taken another step. We have managed to introduce the notion of idea and thus bring into discussion the most commonly used notions in philosophy, the notion of idea and the notion of matter, which have generated opposing philosophies, namely idealist or materialist.
Viewing through the above lens, we can assert with complete certainty that the separation of philosophies is an optical illusion.
A simple placement from a certain lateral viewpoint, the true philosophy being only that which is positioned at a central point, where the two notions, idea and matter, must be viewed simultaneously, indissolubly bonded together, just as the abstract and the concrete form a firm and inalienable unity. Because fundamentally, the material world is the expression of the world of ideas, and the world of ideas is the essence of the material world. For the material world and the world of ideas form an absolute, harmonious, and perfectly bonded unity, the tendency to separate them being absurd and entirely erroneous.
Considering these, formula number 2 can be completed as follows.
Active, emission essences, energies, world of ideas, matter, passive, absorption. Can we say that the beginning is in the idea, or affirm that everything starts from matter? This could only be qualified as extremism. Our formula benefits from a perfect balance, from an indestructible correlation, reflecting a total, unequivocal equivalence. All notions included in formula number 3 fuse, they interpenetrate, forming a unity that expresses existence itself. We are in full theory. We have demonstrated, theoretically, the unitary and deep harmony of two fundamental notions, which philosophies separate absurdly. However, let's not forget that until now we have done nothing but demonstrate purely theoretically, following logically the correlation of notions. But this is a purely mental operation. We have created order only in thoughts, in reasoning, in theory. But what about practice? Reality introduces us, we must admit, into a Why? Precisely because reality is as follows. We live in a world divided, polarized by different ideas, manifested philosophically through opposing ideologies, aiming to form societies pursuing different goals and using different methods.
On Earth, stagnant positive matter chains and forces spirits that are hierarchically organized in the negative spiritual universe, spatially and vertically, to coexist on the same horizontal surface.
Herein lies the tragedy.
The stagnant positive material universe in which we live compels luminous and dark spirits, polarized in different directions and driven by opposing ideologies, to live together, resulting in ideological battles, fights for ideas.
Philosophies label their ideologies with distinguished names.
But what does the label matter? What good was it that the Inquisition called itself faithful to God while indulging in the cruelest atrocities? And what importance is there if atheists deny God but are honest and upright?
The verbal creed is not important, but the deep orientation in the world of ideas. How many labels can be colored in pink but actually hide content that contradicts the outward label?
Therefore, the essential factor is the choice of fundamental ideas. They must be carefully read, and then we will understand the true meaning of the orientation towards one of the two worlds, the zenithal or the nadiric.
Do we opt for the zenith?
This means we strive for harmony and then fight for truth and justice. We are thus in the camp of those with noble ideas, and then, whether we like it or not, we are called idealists because we have an idealistic creed. We are fighters for various ideas. We have an ideology because we also conceive a harmonious world. So we have an ideal that becomes the engine, the generator of our efforts, endeavors, and struggle. Thus, the idea takes priority. It is the engine. It is the generator. It is the source of energy that animates us and gives us life.
If we call ourselves materialists, it is an illusion.
In essence, we are the fiercest idealists because we dream of a harmonious world, when in fact it is contradictory, despite our dreams.
The Nidiric world opposes, wants something else, and then we start an ideological battle, hoping to bring this Nidiric world back on course, that is, to reorient it towards the zenith. We are in full idealism, more or less utopian, truly neglecting matter.
How so? Have we come to minimize His Majesty matter?
We respond like true idealistic dreamers. No. We do not want to minimize matter. On the contrary, we want to dominate it, guide it, order it, make it identical to the ideal, to our dream. Let us pause now and acknowledge that in practical reality, the idea is the determining factor. Ideology is our driving force, the generator of energy that fuels our actions. The way we conceive the future world depends on our current actions. The way we build the ladder of values depends on our character structure. Are we part of the zenithal world? We have a superior conception. We have a high ideal. We live in the world of pure ideas, of high essence. We act justly. We live in truth. We love work and accept poverty, even chains and shackles in exchange for a clean conscience. Because we belong to the world for which gold is, the idea, the true inner wealth. If we are from the Nadiric world, we have a distorted conception. We have a false ideal. We live in a world of confused, distorted ideas. We conceive values incorrectly. We live in lies, love comfort and luxury, and for pleasure and prosperity we accept anything, even a stained conscience, because His Majesty matter takes precedence, money, outer wealth. What good is it for a state to be called democratic when injustice reigns within it? What good is it if a state is called free, yet its officials lie shamelessly? Is not a society that honestly worships idols of stone preferable to one that worships money? Answer this. Then we rightly ask, where is progress heading? What does progress mean? Progress? Agreed. But in what? In which direction? Towards which of the worlds? Do we prefer a primitive but xenophil society? Or a civilized society with a Nidiric orientation? We leave the reader to choose,
freely and unhindered.
That's all we had to say.
21. Prana, or the luminous nectar. 22. The synaptic phenomenon of prayer. We will now talk about one of the most wonderful phenomena that occur in the negative spiritual universe, the synaptic phenomenon. From a spiritual point of view, it is an important event that a spirit from the light zone or from other planets can experience. Specifically, it is about the communion that superior spirits can benefit from with prana, or the luminous nectar. Prana, or the luminous nectar, consists of ultra-refined, ultra-distilled alouettes, typical of the atmosphere in the higher layers, that is, those from layer 5 upwards. How does the synaptic phenomenon occur, and under what conditions? The synaptic phenomenon is a phenomenon that only great prayers can experience. The most frequent case belongs to the great prayers who have reached the third level of prayer, the prayer of the heart, the prayer of tears, the prayer of the spirit, the highest level of prayer that knows the mystical ecstasy. What happens? When a prayer reaches a state where his mind and heart vibrate in the music of a high prayer, surpassing both himself and the world, his prayer is heard in the sense that it goes beyond layer 4 and reaches 5, the first layer of authentic light. In layer 5, his prayer is projected into the Sipho-Quechuaric belts of the atmosphere, and from there the prayer, which is like a ray, amplifies and returns to the prayer, giving him 4 or 5 times more energy. Up the atmosphere of layers 5 and above. Thus, the one who has a high prayer comes to breathe the atmosphere of layer 5. This phenomenon has no similarity with the world of physical phenomena and cannot be given too many explanations. This phenomenon was presented to us in this way, so we present it as it is. In this amplified, extended mensonic magnetic field, the mind begins to emit vibrations into space in the form of concentric circles. Then, from these circles, a band of light, a beam of light like a silk thread, shoots up to layer 5. It reaches there, reflects off the Sipho-Quechuaric vaults, and, pulling with it the alouettes, the atmosphere from 5 prana, or the luminous nectar, it brings them back, returning to the prayer, nourishing him, quenching his thirst with this prana, this luminous nectar. It must be clear, only during intense prayers, with great inner vibration, does this phenomenon occur, called the synaptic phenomenon. If the prayer is at the second level, meaning a prayer of the mind, the rays of the prayer, the vibrations, reach only up to layers 3 or 4, which do not have reflective power, so they cannot return to their origin. Even if they return, they are of weak intensity. They do not nourish and quench like the prayers that reach layer 5. Layer 5, with its high atmosphere, forms prana, or the luminous nectar, with which all the inhabitants of that layer partake. But this prana is not only in 5, but in all layers, especially in Opal. The ISIHS practice of the Holy Philokaleic Fathers speaks precisely about the height and the particularly rich spiritual joys that the prayer of Jesus can bring. About this prayer, no one speaks better than St. Theophan the Recluse in his work called The Sbornik. This prayer is exactly like what is in India, Om Mani Padme Hum, meaning, Hail, jewel in the lotus flower. Similar to the prayer of Jesus, the Indian prayer has the role of purifying man, of estranging him from bodily passions, and devoting him entirely and forever to the spiritual world. To whom is the synaptic phenomenon owed? This phenomenon is due to the atmosphere of layer 5, the alouetic quintic space. But not only layer 5. All layers have their Sipho-Quechuaric vaults, their specific atmospheres, the specific alouetic spaces of each layer. Thus, in 6, there is the sextinic alouetic space. In 7, the septanic alouetic space. In 8, the octanic aloetic space. In 9, the nonic aloetic space. And in opal, the opalic atmosphere contained in the zenta siphoquatoric is called the decadical aloetic space. Certainly, the aloetic spaces of the higher layers are not accessible to ordinary people. To partake of the sextenic aluitic space, for instance, the spirit must have come at least from layer 5. In general, high spirits that come to earth, reaching through effort the age of mature spirituality, can partake, in moments of concentration, in energetic alutes from the alutic spaces of the layers from which they descended. But even for the high spirits descended on earth, it should be noted, nourishment with prana is rare, only in moments of spiritual elevation when the concentration is particularly intense. The ray that shoots out from the amplified men's sonic field reaches the aluetic spaces of the higher layers, returning amplified to the person in a state of mental concentration. In the above lines, we emphasized that for those on earth who belong to the layers of the lower light zone, prayer is one of the easiest paths, one of the fastest methods of whitening to enter layer 5. Indeed, inner prayer is what ensures rapid access to the higher layers. But there is also something equally important and valuable that makes access to layer 5 possible, namely, a life of dedication to others. A doctor, for example, if he leads a modest life, surpassing himself, sacrificing himself for his patients, dedicating his life to healing those he treats, love for others is what opens and makes possible the cyaneptic phenomenon. That doctor will breathe the prana of the high layers while still on earth. That doctor will live, still in a positive body, as if in heaven. Love, therefore love for people, for others, for the poor, for the suffering. Sacrifice for the needy and oppressed. This is the path, this is the narrow path by which one can ascend to one of the higher levels.
Anchorites, hermits. The secluded, the meditative natures.
The contemplatives, those who withdraw, those who hide from everything and everyone, from an overwhelming thirst for light, they are the ones who have a secure path. They are the ones who know best the phenomenon we talked about.
Thus all who want, all who aspire to taste,
to experience the cyaneptic phenomenon,
must be secluded like hermits who,
even if they are forced by circumstances to live among people, retreating into the innermost chamber of their soul, perform there the inner liturgy of partaking with the nectar, that ineffable light that nourishes the mind, making it also illuminate to step on the unknown steps of the ineffable knowledge. Seclusion can and must be embraced by all who aspire to a high life, whether it is about serving others, scientific research, or especially creation.
2. The argotinic phenomenon of creation.
We have preceded this presentation by revisiting a diagram we have already discussed in one of the previous chapters.
We have revisited this diagram precisely to provide a more precise explanation of both the cyaneptic phenomenon, which we talked about earlier, and especially to define more accurately the field of manifestation of the argotinic phenomenon. This time, orienting ourselves according to this sketch, which expresses the steps the mind can climb in its effort to ennoble itself, we will try to delimit the stages we have already talked about, revisiting them as follows. Purification. It is achieved on the first 3 steps of the pyramid. 1. Reason. 2. Meditation. 3. Contemplation. This last one being the first step of the second stage.
The second stage, is ennobling.
It starts from contemplation, then includes the 3 steps of ecstasy, ecstasy in front of. 1. Harmony. 2. Beauty. 3. The sublime. Finally follows the last. 3. The third stage, transfiguration, which itself has 3 steps belonging to the sphere. Lucidity. 2. Clairvoyance. This constituting the omega of the evolutionary scale. The cyaneptic phenomenon, proper to those who pray ardently, belongs primarily to the steps of the second stage, namely ennobling.
The prayer of the heart is essentially the ecstasy of the one who sees, of the one who looks from afar at the sphere, the light of cores and essences.
This inner vision, that is, tranquility, brings joy, is like a flight in which the mind, illuminated by the light that radiates from the sphere, illuminates the entire being, leading the mind to new steps of understanding of the ineffable knowledge.
But ecstasy does not yet mean entering the sphere, the burning circle of lucidity, clairvoyance, and ideogony.
Ecstasy is just a stage preceding the sphere, a stage that ennobles the mind, preparing it to enter the sphere of the burning circles. The synaptic phenomenon belongs to ecstatic states.
Mental entry into the sphere is, one might say, a kind of revelatory vortex, a lightning-fast penetration into cores and essences.
This phenomenon goes beyond the tranquility and floating typical of the ecstatic state. This phenomenon is like being swept up in a stormy cyclone, projecting you into a new world, an unexpected realm, an unimaginable kingdom.
For with lucidity, you see and hear, you read and know, you truly enter a new world of ideas, sounds, colors, and concepts that cannot be circumscribed, surpassing through their essence the rational and the usual logical. This is the state, the transfiguring stage, in which the mind has entered through its light, managing not only to see, but also to hear, to come into direct, unmediated contact with a new universe, clear as crystal, vast as a boundless ocean.
If ecstasy is like a flight, like floating, like a dream, entering the sphere is like waking up from a sleep into a new life. Entering the sphere is like a resurrection, a passage from death to life in the new universe of lucidity, clairvoyance, and ideogony. If ecstasy is a kind of death to the outside world and a unique dream state, entering the sphere means transcending the dream, for the mind awakens from that dream, re-enters itself to produce, to advance in the knowledge of the new universe that opens up. If ecstasy is a dream state in a sea of gold, entering the sphere is like awakening to the reality of a universe with diamond gleams. This is the argotinic phenomena, a maximum vibration, a flash that starts from the mind, aiming for the high layers, from 8 upwards, into the septanic, octanic, and nonic aluetic space, the highest prana, the most subtle luminous nectar, the most precious, which generously nourishes the spirit.
This phenomenon is only known to creators, true creators.
Of course, they cannot stay continuously in the sphere, caught in that burning circle. They rise to it, stay for a few moments, then descend, inspired. They climb a ladder that rests on a high branch to pick the fruits from the very top. Then they descend. They dive into the depths of the contemplative ocean, pick a shell where a pearl is found, so they can speak in silence and solitude about its beauties to others. This is the argotinic phenomenon. It is unique to creators, true creators, loners, anchorites, and hermits, who in the midst of an ocean of darkness see the bright morning star, so that, returning again from the darkness, they speak about the light. They want to tell others about that world, about that resurrection, about that awakening of the mind that sees, of the eye that penetrates and knows. Those who have entered the sphere, upon descending, can no longer remain silent. They talk through forms, sounds, or colors about the ideal beauty of the flashes, about that fairy tale land beyond the dream. The argotinic phenomenon precedes creation. It is the source, the inspiration of the Creator, the dew that awakens him, the rain that nourishes him, the torrent that intoxicates and transfigures him. It is the pain of the one wounded by the perfection of the sphere.
It is the sting of the burning from the burning circle that seeks expression. The act of creation is a convulsion, an agony, the agony of the one who met his beloved and then was thrown out, seemingly rejected, cast into the outermost darkness. The act of creation is a boiling of a volcano that would like to throw its lava towards the heights. The act of creation is like a tumult of waves wanting to break the steep rocks that separate them from the much-desired shore. The act of creation is similar to the horror in the face of death, the pain of the one giving birth, the lament of the one who has lost something precious and would like to find it again. It is not possible to remain in the sphere. You cannot continuously endure the heat of that burning circle. You must descend, you must resign yourself, return to the pyramid, and not just anywhere. You must return to the very base of the pyramid to begin again reconstructing it from a nobler, more precious material. This is the work of art, a pyramid made of a precious material that tends towards a new peak from which you can view the sphere, perfection, light. The work of art is a yield, a pyramid, from the top of which you can pick a fruit that wishes to be like the one tasted before. The work of art is a yield, a pyramid, from the top of which you can find a piece of pearl that wishes to resemble the one found in the depths. The work of art is a yield, a pyramid, from the top of which you can find a grain of diamond that wishes to remind something of the fairy tale gleams of that world. The work of art is like lava, which, through the incandescence at which it was conceived, speaks about the fire from the depths. The work of art is like a conquered rock that allows the waves to penetrate that much-coveted land. The land of dreams, of diamonds, and of fire. 24. Relationship between mental magnetic field and luminous field. Since we have discussed the psioneptic and argotinic phenomena, we found it appropriate to revisit the relationship between the mental magnetic field and the luminous field. From the table presented on page 55, one can observe the interdependence of the action radii of these two forms of fields, magnetic and luminous, fields emitted by spirits, especially the superior ones. From the table, it can be noted that up to a radius of 0.8 meters of the mental magnetic field, there is no corresponding luminous radiation field. Only after the mental magnetic field exceeds the radius of 0.8 meters do luminous radiations start to appear. Thus, it can be observed that only in the fourth layer do spirits begin to have a small mantle of luminous radiations. Why? The mental magnetic field fundamentally expresses the capacity and intensity of thinking, being a result of mental efforts related essentially to the process of purification. This means that only spirits that have overcome selfishness and the life focused on themselves grow in mental radiations. When the purification is complete, when selfishness is surpassed, the spirit becomes white, meaning it is fit for the fifth layer. Love for fellow beings grows along with it, and the thinking process becomes more dynamic. Thus, there is a close relationship between mental magnetic field and luminous radiations, thought and love. So, if the mental magnetic field reflects intellectual capacity and the intensity of thought, the luminous radiations reflect love, the degree of sacrifice for fellow beings. Luminosity, therefore, is the result of elevated thinking, a thought process that has love as its burning red thread. On the other hand, the question arises if there is any possibility of increasing luminous radiations. The answer is affirmative. This answer brings to the forefront all those actions of which man is capable, inclining toward fellow beings, dedicating oneself to those around. And not only that, study and research, intertwined with meditation and contemplation, cause the mental magnetic field to develop. The continuous activity of the mental field through reading, studies, and meditations determines the mental magnetic field to increase its action and creates the premises for transfiguration, that is, the appearance of luminous radiations, announcing the beginning of the whitening process. Luminous radiations are specific to spirits that have surpassed attachment to their own interests, possessing a great capacity for introspection, concentration, making them able to ascend the steps of contemplation and ecstasy, making them capable of experiencing these cyaneptic phenomenon, the sharing with prana, the luminous nectar of the higher layers. Receiving prana brings illumination to the mind. Thoughts become transfigured. The mind becomes more transparent, more lucid. Intuition increases, becoming thus able to better understand the mysteries of divinity. In this way, the ecstatic state comes to confirm the state of receiving prana. The soul fills with an indescribable joy, experiencing a true celebration of joy, as Saint Hesychius of Sinai says. During this reception of prana, the mind itself begins to see its own light. The soul rests in itself, for it now discovers that the kingdom of heaven is within one's own self. The mind illuminates itself, sharing with the light of the higher layers, acquiring light thanks to its own light, which springs from active meditations and contemplations, thus tending to increase the radius of the luminous radiations.
Thought without love is dead.
It is only the mental magnetic field that the fallen spirits have, especially the Luciferian ones, whose mental magnetic field rivals that of spirits from layers 8 and 9.
Thus, thought is crucial. It can lower or elevate a spirit.
Selfish thinking darkens the spirit. Thinking that loves fellow beings elevates and enlightens it, bringing it the luminosity. Selfish thinking darkens the spirit. Thinking that loves fellow beings elevates and enlightens it, bringing it the luminosity so necessary for the ascent to higher steps.
Thought, associated with love, its golden thread, ensures the spirit the much-desired luminosity. 25. Genesis and evolution of the negative universe.
There are two distinct worlds. This is not a new idea. Two worlds differ in age and importance. There is a world of phenomena perceived by our elementary senses, and a world of phenomena with which we identify on an intellectual, psychic, and spiritual level. The first world, the world of phenomena foreign to ourselves, is governed by laws that have absolute value, because based on these laws, the phenomena of the external world occur.
These are uncreated laws that have existed and will exist forever, which no one can ever change. The material world has its destiny through its own rhythm. It presents itself to our reason as a multitude of specific phenomena that astonish, overwhelm, and incite us. The immense variety of forms in which the stars and celestial bodies appear is truly astounding. But there is also a starry sky, a morning star, and a sunset that delights us.
There are two distinct worlds. This is not a new idea.
But what does world mean?
World means a universe, a boundless universe.
However, in this universe, there is something that characterizes it essentially: harmony. By this, we understand laws and phenomena that condition and intertwine with each other, a tumultuous play of powers and energies that stir, agitate, and then calm down.
There is a static harmony, the harmony of the laws. But there is also a dynamic harmony, that of phenomena.
Matter hides within itself potentials that border on the miraculous. The very life of matter is a miracle.
Attraction is a miracle.
The structure of crystals is a miracle. The brilliance and hardness of the diamond are miracles. The radioactivity of radium is a miracle.
Everything is a miracle.
Do we know the source of this life?
No.
Do we know the origin of nuclear dynamism? No. Do we know the essence, how the phenomena of electromagnetism appeared and evolved?
No. We study them and take them as they are.
We have not yet asked ourselves how they appeared, where they come from, what they mean, what their significance is.
A nucleus breathes incessantly, absorbing and emitting tiny particles we cannot even identify.
Each nucleus has its character, vibrations, and feelings.
It is not passive. If it is incited, it reacts promptly. Each element responds in its own way under X radiation. When exposed to radiation, it cries out. Not in sounds, but through colors, it expresses its joy of being nourished with X-rays. We know that under the influence of X-rays, each element emits a specific spectrum that forms the identity card of each element, which can be used to identify the presence of certain elements in various substances.
The universe of chemical reactions is also enlightening.
Acidic substances differ entirely from bases and salts. Gases also have their specific way of behaving.
It seems to be the world of superior elements.
Noble gases are inert. They do not mix. They do not combine with other elements. They are like nobles who do not want to mix with the commoners. Neon proves its superiority by becoming luminous when alone and carefully placed between two poles. The magnet, electric current, and light constitute three stages of energy with specific modes of manifestation, in which the magnetism of iron appears inferior to the electric current, and light superior to the latter. There are two worlds.
Distinct worlds. One is the world of spiritual phenomena.
And the hierarchy of values of spiritual existence also proves distinct steps: instinct, sentiment, intellect, and spirit. Who can deny that the instinct of reproduction is inferior to reason?
Reason is certainly a higher level.
But who can affirm that there is something more valuable for a spirit than inspiration?
What kind of world is this?
Another world, full of super miracles. If the life of the electron is a miracle, what can we say about intuition, which is a close sister to inspiration? Everywhere, miracles. We believe the reader has understood where we want to direct our focus.
Towards the origin of the mystery of life and existence.
The theory of the Alouetta aims to look at the origin of life. Origin is, in fact, a relative notion. Any spring in a mountain has a well-defined origin. It comes from the infiltration of water filtered by various natural filters. For us, the Alouetta is the molecule of absolute water that cannot be divided into other components. We know that the water molecule has its fundamental components, the elements of hydrogen and oxygen, which can no longer be divided. Our Alouetta cannot be divided further. It is the brick of the great edifice of negative matter. There is nothing inferior to the Alouetta. This is not our opinion, but the theory of the superior spirits itself affirms this, and we believe that justice is on their side. The theory of the Alouetta aims to solve the problem of the beginning. The opalitic theory of the beginning starts with the idea that ex nihilo nihil. By this, it is affirmed that the notion of nothing is the only notion that says, nothing exists. Therefore, a beginning cannot start from nothing. Something has always existed. Namely, three notions are concretized, inseparably linked, and perfectly fused. Alouetta energy, space. These three notions have had, have, and will have a certain and unshakable existence forever. So, an absolute beginning does not exist. The Alouetta has always existed, and with it, energy as a mode of manifestation. When John the Evangelist says that in the beginning was the Word, the beginning he refers to is a relative beginning and proportional to the energetic stage of the Alouetta. The life of the Alouetta has no beginning, because the simultaneity of emission and absorption excludes the possibility of an absolute beginning. Therefore, an absolute beginning did not exist. When John the Evangelist speaks of a beginning, he refers to the beginning of human existence as a thinking creature. Therefore, John marks the first stage when the being, situated on the biological realm, began to think. That is, when the consciousness of oneself appeared.
cogito ergo sum. We are not currently addressing the issue of the emergence of thinking, which is the fundamental condition of existence, but we discuss the fundamental truth of life, which is the emission-absorption phenomenon.
This phenomenon has always existed and was linked to the very existence of the Alouetta.
Our language is not concrete, it needs correction, but we have no means to do so. Why? Because the notion of existence is too general, too global, and lacks the necessary nuances to accurately express reality.
We will split the concept into three.
It is necessary to sacrifice the notion of existence into three levels, and we will say, I. The Alouetta exists at the first level of existence. I. The being exists at the second level of existence. 3. The creature spiritual, human, exists at the third level of existence. Therefore, 3 different levels of existence, 3 stages, 3 eras on the ascending line of evolution. Nothing existing before the Alouetic stage exists even for Apple. The Alouetic stage is the point from which thinkers in Apal start when addressing the issue of the beginning. The Alouetic stage, said heruvically, is nicknamed in Apal the stage of non-being. That is, the stage, the era, in which the being with its effective life did not yet appear, for the effective life preceded the life of thought. The key notion that must be highlighted, said Heracles, is the notion of life. It is a clear, crystalline, transparent notion that characterizes everything that exists. Everything is life. There is no death, just as the destruction of life is not possible. The Alouetta is the elementary stage of life. The Alouetta lives. It is alive. Life manifests itself through an uncreated phenomenon that has existed, exists, and will exist forever, the emission-absorption phenomenon. Therefore, when John the Evangelist says that in the beginning was the Word, he refers to the third era, that of creatures that began to think. The second era is the era of beings. Let's put it this way. The era of beings at the biological level, lacking thought, who have no knowledge of the existence of their own self. The first, primary, primitive era is the era that begins from the Alouetic stage. Therefore, we are approaching the discussion of the theory of the Alouetta because it sheds light on the relative beginning. Returning to the expression of John the Evangelist, the emergence of thought marks the upward trajectory of an evolution that has generated the desire to do something. This transformed into will, which through effort generated action. Thus, John highlights the beginning of a series of values: idea, thought, desire, will, effort, action. John emphasizes thought, while Jesus Christ emphasizes action. These are two extremes where the origin lies in thought, and action is the final value as the fruit of thought. The ideas are in perfect balance, but we must focus on the fundamental value of thought, as it is the source that animates, conceives, gives birth, and creates the series of values: idea thought, desire, will, effort, action. These 6 values form the hexagon that generates all actions that a thinking being can undertake. In the symbolism of numbers, 6 is the one that expresses fire, the sacred fire of the ever-active thought. Christ said, "I have come to bring fire on the earth," and the fire is expressed by the sacred hexagon of the 6 values: idea, thought, desire, will, effort, action. In this sequence of 6 steps, the idea, thought, forms an initial and defining unity. We do not define the human being as an emotional being. Instead, we say that man is a thinking being. The greatest value for a being is its thinking aspect. Thought is the most precious instrument, the source of all our actions. The era of the being was the era of the development of emotion. The fact that we act, create, or write are mere accidents, simple deviations from our proper life, which takes place in the world of thoughts. everything around is relative and flimsy, diluted and lacking in substance because everything is thought. Let's return to the theory of the Auelka. We advise the reader to review pages 172 and 173, because the following sections will continue to develop the ideas related to the characteristics of the Alouetta in the direction of unraveling its evolution. Following its energy stages, expressed through infraessence fields. As mentioned at point II on page 173, Alouettas are characterized by fields of infraescences. This field has the property of attracting and repelling simultaneously, absorbing and emitting infraescences. What are these infraescences? As the name suggests, they are essences, meaning alouettas as well, but of very small dimensions, that is, at very reduced energy stages. We could say that infraescences are actually microalouettas. We draw the attention of the scientifically prepared reader that in the presentation made by Heruvicli, he rejects the notion in physics of the elementary particle, considered a nuclear fragment, meaning that what is called elementary particles are still atoms. Infinitely smaller, as in reality the subatomic state does not exist, and the term elementary particle is equivalent to an atomic state that we could call the infraatomic state. We made this parenthesis precisely to equate the infra-Alouetta with an infraatomic state. As can be seen, the Alouetta has an infinite range of sizes, reflecting different energy magnitudes. A macro-Alouetta represents a high energy state, while a micro-Alouetta represents a lower energy level, etc. Let's now attempt a hierarchy of these Auelitatas based on their dimensions, respectively according to their energy level. Using these terms, we can express it as follows. The extra macro Alouetta has a field made up of ultra micro Alouettas. The super macro Alouetta has a field made up of super micro Alouettas. The ultra macro Alouetta has a field made up of extra micro Alouettas. Of course, our reader is as aware as we are that we are dealing with conventional language. Out of the need for clarification, we have used the prefixes ultra, super, and extra to create the necessary distances for our idea, by which we aim to express the different energy stages that the Alouetta can take in its upward evolution, in terms of energy accumulation. If we were to use a clumsy, of course, similarity, it would be the quasi-infinite keyboard of an organ with multiple registers, where the keys producing high-frequency sounds feed on the sounds of the lower-frequency keys. Of course, this resemblance is more of a metaphor, more of a myth than a reality, but it expresses something of the idea of energy hierarchy that we want to outline. Therefore, what physics calls elementary particles are in fact still atoms, but much smaller in size than the atom in question. Heruvicli said, even what you call electrons are in fact atoms, but with a much smaller mass than the emitting atom. It is childish to think that electrons allow themselves to be counted like grains of rice. Electrons do not orbit the nucleus. Instead, they form a field around it. A field that expresses the ceaseless absorption and emission of alouettas by the nucleus, since electrons are. In fact, infraescences, or microalouettas, which the positivized nucleus absorbs and emits like lungs that inhale and exhale simultaneously. Your atom, specifies Heruvicli, is a kind of tired macro-Alouetta, with fatigue signifying stagnation, and stagnation expresses the lower level of the Alouetta hierarchy, positivization. Thus, everything that exists in the universe as visible matter is merely different forms of stagnation. In other words, precarious states of degenerate alouettas in which the phenomenon of absorption predominantly manifests, which is expressed by the intensification of cohesive forces, the source of forming so-called solid materials. Visible matter, therefore, as well as the various forms of matter in the universe that are visible, are stages of degradation of alouettas from the microzone, while life was born from the macro zone of alouettes, that is, from the superior level expressed by us in schema number 9 on the previous page.
In our effort to decipher Genesis, we will start from the superior level of schema No. 9, which includes macro-aleictus, ultra, super, and extra-energetic, characterized by an intense phenomenon of emission-absorption.
Considering that this superior level constitutes a world characterized by a maximum intensity of energetic activity,
Translated through large amplitudes and high frequencies, by the theory of probabilities, associations of macro-alouettes began to appear at a certain point on the same step, forming duets.
for instance, two ultra-energetic macro-alouettes formed a duet of ultra-energetic macro-alouettes.
Two quartets formed an octet of ultra-energetic alouettes, up to 24 ultra-energetic macro-alouettes.
This stage of 24 ultra-energetic macro-alouettes marked the outline in space of a sphere, perfectly balanced geometrically and energetically, with amplitudes and frequencies expressing the high effervescence of the emission-absorption phenomenon. A period of calm followed, and energetic stability. On this background of calm, the sphere, composed of a closed system, created the necessary conditions for forming a sensitive but strong organic in the very center of the sphere, resulting from the incidence of the waves emitted by the 24 macro-alouettes forming, so to speak, the crust of the sphere. This interior organic, sensitive to the radiation of the crust, diversified its sensitivity, experiencing states of extreme sympathy towards other similar spheres and antipathy towards other inferior energy spheres. But just as sympathy determined the sphere to approach other similar spheres, antipathy also induced a movement of distancing from spheres with a lower energy level. Let us stop here. We use, it is true, a scientific language, but it remains conventional, schematic, simplified. Considering this, we interpret the genesis of that interior organic as the event that marked the realization of the first genetic stage, the affective stage. Therefore, our genesis starts from the affect, from the primary states of this affect, with sympathy as the extreme of the superior level, indifference, calmness, in the middle, and antipathy as the lower extreme. However, these affective states translated into different frequencies with different colors. Thus, the high frequency of sympathy determined the magnetic field to have a blue coloration. The indifferent state had a yellow color, while the antipathy state determined a low frequency with a red color. In another perspective, sympathy, blue, generated a magnetic field with an attraction function, while the magnetic field of the antipathy state, red, generated a magnetic field with a repulsion function. This means that the affective stage of the 24 extra-energetic macro-alouettes was characterized by a bivalent magnetic field, capable of attractions or repulsions, resulting from the organic, which began to live within, experiencing states of sympathy, indifference, or antipathy. Further interpreting the phenomenon, we will say that the appearance of the organic inside the sphere marked the genesis of a new essence, protected, hidden by the crust of the sphere. A sensitive inner organ and a rough, rigid outer crust. The crust was the one that received the information, transmitting it to the sensitive inner organ, which took over the transmitted information, processed it, and then reacted spontaneously. As time passed, as antipathy states dominated, due to the many lower energy spheres, the inner organ, increasingly using the magnetic field with the repulsion function, caused the crust, itself the sphere, to move into space at increasing speeds, searching for a zone of spheres with a higher energy level. Thus, by the same law of probability, our sphere managed to reach a zone with a higher density of superior energy spheres. In this zone, the sphere slowed its speed, became less and less agitated in space, until it encountered another sphere at the same superior energy level.
It stopped to then gradually approach more and more, developing an increasingly strong attraction field, simply sticking to its neighbors so much that it achieved a dualistic unity.
This new unity was a new form, like a spheroid consisting of two spheres that, being flattened over time,
eventually generated a new sphere, thus a unity composed of two symmetrical, equidistant hemispheres, closely united, each hemisphere retaining its individuality, and because they were perfectly identical, they formed a single being. The newly created being was made up of two outer crusts that formed a unity that collected information from two different directions, transmitting it to the two affective organic, which also felt in unison, simultaneously experiencing the same affective states.
when the weld was perfectly realized, when the magnetic fields came to identify with each other and experiencing the same sentiment of mutual sympathy. The affective organic vibrated due to the summation of amplitudes, so that from this common vibration, the affective organic experienced a new affective state.
The joy of union, causing them to emit a new wave, transformed by a higher frequency, which manifested through a new form of expression of the inner vibration, by the emission for the first time of a sound.
This sound marked the genesis of the interior musical language,
inaugurating the later scale of sounds with a high-pitched sound expression of joy, resulting from the identification springing from the transformation of the highest magnetic vibration into a new sonorous expression, as a crowning of the union into a unity of two identical, symmetrical, and equivalent essences.
This first sound, arising from a new inner vibration of the organic, which has now become sound-emitting organs.
However, the sound did not cease. It persisted, being nuanced, diversified, into a range of high-pitched sounds that expressed the inner joy of union.
However, the crusts did not remain insensitive. The vibration of the new organs caused them to enter into vibration as well. As the sounds continued to be emitted diversely by the interior organs, the crusts doubled their function of existence, becoming receptive to the tonalities of the inner organ sounds, and beginning to listen to their own interior music. Meanwhile, the space populated with new spheroids resulting from the union of other spheres, so that in the high zones of the macro-energetic spheres there began to be calm. As the speeds decreased, the spheres, one by one, stopped, achieving new unions, and the unions generated new musical interior organs. The interior organs sang the song of union, and the crusts specialized, listening to this first song. But the crusts, increasingly enchanted by their own interior music, felt the need to create a new organ of theirs, that is, of the crusts, through which to express, through which to discharge the incessant vibrations caused by the interior music. Thus, by mutual agreement, the crusts selected one of their components to transform into a vibrating organ, like a sensitive cord to vibrations, which would emit sounds outward. This selection of the crusts was, of course, realized over a long period. But eventually an orifice appeared in the middle of the sphere, along the median line of the two spheres, like a funnel equipped with vibrating cords, that gradually began to emit new sounds outside, a bit rougher than the interior sounds. However, these sounds emitted by this primitive mouth gradually became capable of rendering as faithfully as possible the sounds emitted by the interior organs. Thus, the buccal orifice appeared, with the function of emitting sounds into the surrounding world. But since all the spheres in the upper zone of the macrospheres had come to emit such sounds, the crusts created two orifices in line with the hemispheres, with the function of receiving the sounds of other hyper-energetic macrospheres. After forming these two auditory orifices, primary ears, they could listen to the first celestial choir of the superior ones, a choir made up of voices that expressed their joy of being on the same energy level. The two auditory orifices, evolving ears, enabled the localization of neighbors who emitted the same sounds, singing in the same tone. At that time, space had itself become hierarchical.
At zenith were the hyper-energetic macrospheres that sang at high frequencies, and at nadir were the macrospheres that, in turn, had come to sing, but at lower frequencies.
In this way, space was ordered into 3 zones. An upper one of high-frequency sounds, a middle one of medium-frequency sounds, and a lower one of low-frequency sounds. Chromatically, the upper macrospheres emitted violet magnetic fields, while the micro-alouetas in the lower zone emitted reddish hues. This entire space formed a unit, a world of evolved spheres. The possibility of the spheres to perceive the sounds of their peers led to a deceleration of the sphere's speed of movement, which stopped to listen to the sounds emitted by the other neighboring spheres, until a real halt occurred, dominated by stillness, floating. The satisfaction of the fields was so great that the inner affect itself indulged in listening to the sounds received by the crusts. The crusts, in turn, acquired the function of integrating sounds, and at a certain point, the spheres felt the need to concentrate in space to form compact units of musical spheres. This tendency for the spheres to come closer together led to the formation of small wings at the level of the crusts to assist in the proximity of the spheres. Thus, with the emergence of these wings, the crusts demonstrated ingenuity, becoming real brains generating new functions and organs, giving them the role of executive organs, responding to proposals that came from within, from the effective organ. The increased capacity for selection of the crusts was then manifested through the creation of organs sensitive to colors. Thus, the crust generated 2 more orifices with the function of collecting the colored vibrations of neighboring spheres to make the selection of peers as judicious as possible. With the appearance of these primitive eyes, the spheres, thanks to the wings, could move freely in a world of similar spheres, which began to form into flocks of flyers rotating in concentric circles. This marked the beginning of the great era of rotational movement, in which the spheres continuously developed analyzers, auditory and visual organs that were the source of information for the internal affective organ, which in turn developed at a fantastic pace, each analyzer gaining its own internal organ for integration and response. It was a period when the world of spheres evolved in the music of sounds and colors, working, moving, and in this movement realizing the amplification of receptivity and diversification of responses. The spheres swam, or better said, flew in the primordial ocean of stable aleuletas, which constituted the food of the spheres. There was already at that time a cutaneous respiration, but the internal effective organs felt the need for air, for aleuetas, and so the orifice that emitted sounds deepened, the interior beginning to draw in and expel aleuetas, which in their movement caused a substantial refreshment of the magnetic field. Thus, 2 tiny organs, a kind of small lungs, appeared inside each of the 2 hemispheres, which began to translate into life the need of the interior to feed on aleuetas, which in their movement caused a substantial magnetic refreshment. We have reached the phase where the spheres could truly be called musical beings, which constantly heard, saw, breathed, and especially sang, their singing covering an entire range of sounds. Thus, we need to clarify that the 3 zones, upper, middle, and lower, formed a definite world, strictly delimited in space, which knew a top, the zenith, the upper zone, and a bottom, the nadir, the lower zone. However, at the extremity of the lower zone, a unique phenomenon was occurring. Small spheres of 8, 14, and 24 aleuetas, frozen at these stages, diversified, forming a real precious multicolored disk, like a platter, a slightly concave plate, where the micro-aleuetas from the lower zone usually rested. This precious platter served as a refuge for the spheres, which, feeling the need for rest, were drawn downwards by the precious platter, which soon became the resting area for all beings, including those from the upper zone. The precious platter was also alive, as its rotational and screw-like movement formed a kind of spiral tail at the bottom, which, as it descended, had increasingly larger circles until it was lost in an undefined dark area.
Beings descending on the platter more and more often, due to the attraction developed by the precious aluetas that made up the platter, needed stability on the platter. So they generated 2 little legs which they used whenever they landed to rest from flight.
Meanwhile, the spiral tightened more and more due to the magnetic activity of the macroaluetas it contained, eventually attaching to the precious platter, giving it stability and consistency. This increased the attraction force of the precious platter, causing the beings to remain on the platter, and thus the 2 little legs became increasingly used, leading to their considerable development.
We must pause and clarify that we are already witnessing the full development of the opal-like world, where all beings from the 3 zones, upper, middle, and lower, settled together, forming a world of beings living on a platter made of negative materials, precious and alive at their level, made up of aluetic crystals, i.e. alueta formations that stopped at the 8, 16, 24 phases without transforming into beings.
These aluetas crystallized through a relative positivization phenomenon, forming a superior material that should not be confused with dead positive matter.
We want to emphasize that the disc-shaped platter of the precious platter on which the opalic beings lived was still far from being positivized.
It did not become positivized, but crystallized, forming what we called in the first chapter the sophionic materials.
These sophionic materials have the characteristic of being macroaluetas, active as superior negative matter, which currently forms the soil of the opal city, materials with superior crystalline properties that emit multicolored lights into space.
Now let's return to the evolution of the opal and highlight a phenomenon that deserves close attention. What is it about? Once the beings settled into a world living on a kind of planet, the precious sophionic platter, leading a complex life.
A life among beings that came to understand each other perfectly thanks to a musical language. The Genesis phenomenon continued in the space strictly and concretely delimited by the first Zentai synaptic belt.
That is, in the newly formed opalisonic zone, the process of alueta hierarchy into zones of macro and micro aluetas continued. These macro and micro aluetas had the particularity of developing and evolving in the large magnetic sphere of the opalic beings and in the great gravitational field of the precious platter. Thus, over time, new spheres of 24 aluetas began to appear, which in time associated 2 by 2, forming new units made of 2 hemispheres, tending towards forming that effective internal organ. Spheres with a rich coloration that formed, we can say, a second evolutionary cycle of beings that were just being born.
Thus, after a prolonged period of forming the opalic world, composed of musical beings that heard, saw, emitted sounds, flew and walked, breathed,
and understood each other through a musical language. We are now witnessing the unfolding of a new genetic cycle that took place in the atmosphere of the opal, a cycle that generated a new world following the same evolutionary thread identical to what we have described. The world of first-rank beings, let's call them that, continued their evolution through the simultaneous development of the thinking side of the crusts and the affective side of that internal organ that sang continuously, leading the evolved beings to sing in increasingly complex choirs. Meanwhile, the beings born from the formation of the second cycle also eventually began to sing in the heavens. They formed a flying world, which developed its wings more, preferring to linger more in the heights, eventually becoming like their predecessors, but on an evolutionary level inferior to the beings from the first cycle, who became more and more thinking beings. We must emphasize a fact. It is time to bring to the forefront a characteristic of the opalic world, the fact that the opalic beings were sexless. They did not know sex. Life did not know death.
The beings were continuously active without sleep, without births, without death, which are still unknown to the Opal today.
This new type of alouetas was part of the very air that the thinking beings breathed, from the very musical sounds emitted by these thinking beings.
What happened?
The alouetas that resulted from the sounds emitted by the thinking beings began to form associations of 2, 4, 8, up to 16, and even 32 alouetas. These formations of 32 alouetas stopped, continuing to develop rapidly, eventually forming the first kinds of plants, which diversified according to their structure. Thus, at the lower limit of 16 alouetas, an infinite variety of flowers were born. At the 24 aloueta limit, bushes and shrubs were born, and at the 32 aloueta limit, fruit trees were born.
It is necessary to emphasize that these living beings, plants, formed a kind of flora, because on Earth we have nothing closer to that form of life than the so-called flowers. However, in the Opal, these so-called flowers are called inioni, which are real explosions of forms and colors, of a delicacy and coloration that even dreams cannot conceive. Inioni, the Opal, have today reached a variety of fragrances of unprecedented strength.
They have no roots, they simply hover in groups in the air, forming real hanging gardens, which are especially found around the areas inhabited by the opalic beings, but also form real colonies, some even attached to the opalic soil.
Similarly, we can talk about bushes and fruit trees, which over time became a permanent source of food for the beings from the first cycle of thinking beings. The thinking beings resulting from the first genetic cycle of the Opal formed the first population, which today numbers around 1.7 million gigantic spirits, which we have already mentioned in the first chapter, and which are led by the Colossus, Father of Lights, seconded by the Opalic Rama, composed of the 33 gigantic spirits. The second cycle, as we have seen, gave birth to contemplative beings that fly and sing. Their number reaches a few 100 million spirits. The third evolutionary cycle created ecstatic beings, which developed on the Sophianic opalic soil, becoming great master musicians with various musical instruments they made themselves. The first cycle of thinking beings evolved at the level of the precious platter and specialized in different sciences and arts. These were the 1.7 million basic opalic spirits which intertwined craft with art, thought with philosophy. Over time, they became gigantic, complex, versatile spirits, capable at the same time of musical or plastic creation. Let's see how the great governor, the Father of Lights, was born and evolved. The others repeating the sound he emitted. He was then the first who managed to hear. The first who flew to the greatest height. The last who descended on the precious platter. The first who learned to understand the language of sounds. The first who stopped and began to think. The first thinker. The first who knew contemplation and ecstasy. The first who emitted ideas, reaching the stage of ideogony first, and remains today among all, the first forever. The unreachable, incomprehensible, Father of Lights. He was the first who chose his circle of close friends, collaborators who formed the Opalic Rama layer. Then, after the birth of the 4 planetary systems with the 4 worlds, he chose another 52 collaborators who formed the Divine Pertusha, meant to direct the destinies of the 4 universes, the 4 worlds from the 4 different planetary systems. This is roughly what Heruvicli had to communicate to us regarding the genesis and evolution of the Opal. Otherwise, he only explained to us the appearance of the sexes in the other worlds, in the other universes, where thinking beings appeared later. In the Genesis, all worlds followed, in general, the same evolutionary steps as the Opal, with the difference that when the beings reached the stage of forming visual organs, they all, without exception, experienced stagnation. In the first universe, for example, named Haium, when the beings began to see, they delighted in the splendor of colors and songs, experiencing a kind of slowing of the evolutionary rhythm, which caught the Opal's attention.
We must imagine how ancient the Opal is if it could observe the evolution from the universe Hyam from a great distance, marking the first world to appear after the Opal. The Apple was already perfect, fully inscribed in the opalic zenta, a zenta that through its sipho-catuaric layers could see over immense distances, thanks to the gigantic zentic effluxes emitted by the opal. Thus, the Opal observed the stagnation of visual auditory beings. Analyzing the situation, the Father of Lights had the idea of splitting those beings from the Hyam system into two parts. In this way, movement was provoked, with the masculine discs moving faster in search of the feminine discs. It created a love game, an attractive one, where the outer disc, masculine, would try to please the inner disc, feminine. The invention of this sublime game yielded results. In the world of the HAIUM system, titanic rays of violet coloration were sent, which swiftly caused the splitting of an asexual being into two sexed beings. The sexes, of course, did not appear as separate and distinct anatomical organs. It was a splitting of a unique essence into two essences that, in the quest for balance, sought to be a single essence. And this desire, this quest, would be the emblem of all subsequent evolution, everything that followed being based on the search for feminine beauty and, respectively, masculine strength, two entities that continuously desired each other to complete each other. The feminine emitted high, melodious sounds of high frequency, while the masculine emitted low, deep sounds of low frequency. The feminine wanted to see the face of the desired one, and the masculine wanted to hear the voice of the beloved. The feminine would deal with flowers and music, while the masculine would deal with the forms and thoughts of the world in which it lived. The feminine would have a loving, affective dominance, while the masculine would have a thinking, rational dominance. Warmth and coolness crossed, violet, blue harmonized with green and red. But let's follow what happened next. In the AAU universe, an upper zone also formed a precious platter, a kind of city of gold where the superior beings lived. This precious platter continued downward into space as a spiral made of circles where the other categories of spirits lived, hierarchized on different levels of energy and luminosity. But unlike the opal, where the circles of the spiral tightened like a spring to form the unique opalic platter, the spiral in the AIUM universe remained a spiral due to the spirits that evolved very slowly. Because of this slow evolution, the spirits began to fall onto the positive planets at the level they had evolved to. We should mention that each precious platter situated at the zenith corresponded to a sun at the nadir, around which planets orbited, with each planet corresponding in quality to the spiritual substance of the spirits in question.
Take our planetary system as an example.
The city of gold corresponds in quality to the planet Zephyrus. Layers 8 and 7 correspond in quality to the planet Titun. Layers 6 and 5 to the planet Tarnium. And layers 4, 3, 2, and 1 correspond to the area of our planet. Well, the formation of the precious platter that became the city of gold led to the formation of the sun in the opposite zone, as well as all the planets whose material became increasingly noble as they approached the city of gold. This means that the sun, representing the nadir, is made up of inferior elements, while as we move away from the sun, the materials that make up the planets are superior, more active, and more noble. In this sense, the planet Zephyrus is the most noble planet, not only spiritually, but also in the positive materials it is made of. The clear evidence is that Zephyrus is not visible, its radiations being beyond ultraviolet, therefore invisible from Earth. Let's return to the specific evolution of planetary systems. We said that because of the stagnation, the spirits from the negative spiral of the HAIUM universe began to fall onto the planets to which they belonged in terms of quality. Falls onto the positive planets began from the bottom up. Thus, in our planetary system, the first spirits to fall were those from layers 1-2, coming to planet Earth.
We specify that our planetary system is called Lehasti by the Apple, and followed in terms of Genesis immediately after Hayam, at a time distance of about 4 million years.
Let's follow the thread of evolution in our planetary system.
So at first, beings lived on the spiral in the negative layers, in perfect harmony, not knowing the sexes. Adam, let's remember, was initially alone in Eden. 2. Then came the phase of stagnation, which prompted the Apple to split the beings into two, causing the emergence of sexes in terms of essence. Then Eve was made from Adam's rib. 3. Then, slowly, evolution continued until the spirits began to stagnate, which led to their fall from layers onto Earth. On Earth, the spirits had to face the harshness of positive matter. They gradually began to positivate, and along with this, sexual organs formed, which evolved to ensure the perpetuation of the species, thus eventually leading to the birth and death of the positive body. However, when spirits fell onto planets, they did not fall alone. They brought with them the flora, fauna, animals, and plants that constituted separate cycles of evolution that appeared later, as we saw in the Opalic world. But while the secondary and tertiary cycles in the Apple begat flying beings, musical beings, and beings of fairy colors and deep scents, the Earth Zone created cycles of greedy, predatory, and cruel creatures, corresponding to the spiritual colors that human spirits had. If in the Apal, fauna and flora were focused on sounds, forms, colors, and fragrances, the earth, due to the heterogeneity of the spirits, brought both wolves, jackals, and rapacious carnivorous plants, but also deer, rabbits, doves, larks, aromatic plants, and flowers. Thus, life on earth in a positive body is the result of the cursed stagnation. Laziness and comfort have always been, and will remain, the source of all misfortunes and tragedies. The Bible says that Adam and Eve were cursed by God to toil hard, to be born, and to die. It is a way of saying that God cursed them. The reality is that people brought the curse upon themselves through the laziness and comfort they indulged in. The emergence of sexes is the result of the first stagnation. The fall from layers is the result of the second stagnation, and the existence of wanderers and the layers of darkness is the result of the third stagnation. The refusal of man to earn an honest living. Dishonesty gave birth to lies. Lies invented theft, and theft invented the raising of the cudgel and even the sword. A sad corollary. The earth is the scene of the most contradictory lifestyles. There are honest, warm, hard-working, and fragrant creatures, but there are also rapacious, cold, lazy, arrogant, and even active. In evil, in lies, in thefts, and crimes. Who will resolve the eternal conflict between these two worlds, the zenith and the nadir? Still the opal. He will intervene again, but not with the brutal positive force like in Atlantis, but with the fierce negative force of the Duran, Triton, and Tyran radiations, which will consume the dark and black spiritual colorations. But let's leave this to the Opal and return to the last information provided by Herupocles. Heruvocles said in his final words that just as each city of gold is the zenith pole of the negative universe, so the sun expresses the nadir located in the positive universe. Heruvocles said he had connections with spirits only in the Lehasti system, meaning he had constant connections only with spirits from our planetary system, not knowing the other planetary systems. But he told us that even the Apal itself, which represents the absolute zenith, even the Apal has in the nadir a sun called Onhes, which generated the four planetary systems, Hayum the first, Lehasti the second, and the systems Menzo and Fatis. All these four planetary systems have their sun, their planets. But not only that, each planetary system has its layers, its negative spiritual universes, each with its layers, each having at the top a city of gold, with spirits that have become androgynous, meaning they are sexless. All these four planetary systems revolve slowly around the nidiric sun, O-ness.
The opal and the 4 negative spirals are almost static.
However, the opal has a slow rotational movement, slowly screwing into space.
Similarly, the other 4 negative spirals have a rotational and screwing movement, but when viewed together, the 4 spirals and the opal seem to stand still, while O-ness has an immense revolution movement, pulling with it the 4 universes.
Heum, Lehasti, Menzo, and Fachtis. I asked Heruvaclae if the opal is the leader of the other 4 negative spirals of the 4 planetary systems, and he answered,
No, it is not the leaders who lead, but the laws govern and perfect everything.
The great supreme governor, H himself listens to the laws, is subject to the laws, and at the same time is in perfect harmony with them, identifying himself with them.
26. Final word.
In concluding this work, we wish to make a sincere confession.
Our confession pertains to the level at which all that this work encompasses has been presented.
If we consider the level to be mediocre, our expressions and language barely reach a satisfactory standard. We have managed to convey only a fraction of what was told to us. Much of it we ourselves did not understand.
Other parts we only partially comprehended, and we refrained from presenting them. We set out to uncover mysteries, but most of them remain hidden.
We concluded this work with a profound sense of regret for our inability to represent the beauty and the sublime from the higher layers.
All these confessed shortcomings are tied to our modest spiritual level and our lack of initiation into the deepest mysteries related to the phenomenology of the spiritual universe. To all this was added our intention to remain on a certain line of normality, to avoid presentations in the realm of the fantastic, precisely so as not to be accused of these being the product of our imagination. We have taken an accessible approach, avoiding as much as possible the creation of new concepts. We hope that in the future, others who are more evolved, more gifted, and better prepared than we will be able to clarify in more detail the axis we have attempted to outline. If we nevertheless attempt a feeling of satisfaction, it is that we have managed to broadly unravel the ideas, laws, and fundamental phenomena with a determining character. It remains for others to develop what we have begun. What we have defined cannot be considered dogmas. Anyone has the right to contradict and even deny them. In such a case, it is of course necessary to offer something else in their place. We are open to being challenged.
Logical and rational arguments will serve to help us reconsider those statements that seem insufficiently substantiated.
This task remains valid and open to other researchers who may confirm, challenge, or refute the authenticity of what we have found.
Mediumship is an open window that is difficult to slightly open. We have managed to slightly open it. Those who will fully open this door will have the right to surpass what we have presented. We are convinced that after us, others will come with enhanced powers of insight, who will carry forward the work we have started. However, we are and remain convinced that the foundation we have laid will remain valid, but at the same time, what others will build upon it may be much more beautiful than what we have accomplished.
Thank you.